Yo.
Oh,
Hey,
What's the
what's
haps?
up? Theoretical?
yes, what's up?
So, how should I call you? Theoretical or button? Or something
Up to
else?
you.
Theo. Theo's good.
Theo, yeah.
Completely up to you.
Theo sounds okay.
Theo. Alright.
Hey Theo,
Geo and Theo. That's gonna be confusing.
do you know how to get the ground position of a star?
You asking me?
Yeah,
With the Mercator. Oh, you're right. Okay. Yes, I shouldn't answer. Sorry.
How to get
Well,
the distance from it would be the better question.
what's the angle of a star to its ground position?
40 degrees.
90.
Let's say you're looking at it 40 degrees. No.
90
If we're on an
degrees to
island
its
somewhere,
ground position.
Sorry?
we're on an
So
island somewhere.
would you need
There
to
you go.
draw that line to the center of the Earth or just to its ground position?
To the center
You
of
don't
the
need to
earth.
draw the
I'll
law.
put a diagram in the chat. Hold on.
You don't have to draw
I will.
anything. Draw anything.
No,
So would
I'll
that be,
find a snapshot from my last video and put it in the chat. Give me a minute.
so if that's a 90-degree angle and it's a sphere and it's going to the center of the Earth, that means all lines aren't parallel.
Hang on.
No. Means what?
I mean,
All right.
like
Hang on.
if it's
I'm
a
going to post an
ground,
image in the chat.
that means you'd have to have a flat plane, wouldn't you?
Hang on a second.
I think Brian was talking about this the other day, and I don't think anyone really got it. What he
Yeah,
was
because
trying
you're
to
wrong,
say
right?
is that if it's a 90-degree angle from the star to the ground position,
Mm-hmm.
how can it be 90 degrees if all angles from different stars are coming into the center of the Earth, and you're using a triangle on a flat plane?
Yeah, there's no triangle. Check the
Yeah.
image I
You're
just
not
posted in the
using
Okay,
chat.
okay, circles with equal altitudes to get a ground position with 90-degree
Exactly.
angle. It doesn't work.
Why
Check
not?
the diagram in the chat. I've posted the diagram in the chat. That's how you do it.
Okay, have a look. Let's get informed. So you've drawn a flat, straight red line there.
Yes,
That's a horizontal plane
that's
in
called
that
a
position.
horizontal, yes. That's perpendicular to down. Nothing to do with the surface. Literally nothing to do with the surface. Perpendicular to down. I've got a better diagram in a different video, I think, which has the angles. Let me find the other one. Oops.
Just going by the pure scale and size of the universe and the distances from the Earth to the stars, the fixed stars, it would seem that the size of the Earth and the moving from one horizon to the other would be very it would be meaningless in the scheme of things unless the heavens were much closer. Because I mean, your movement from one side of the Earth to another wouldn't make any difference with those distances or any angles. There would be no difference in angles to any stars.
Hang on a second. I'll post a better diagram with the actual. There we go. Boom. All right, let me post this in the chat as well. Boom, boom. There we go. That's a bit better. So, questions, go.
Yeah. So what you've got there, it works out quite well if the stars are close, but if they're so far
No,
away, your movement
no,
from horizon wouldn't make any difference in that angle.
no.
It's only works because
Start
the
again.
stars are close.
The
Yeah.
two yellow lines are parallel, right? Two yellow lines are parallel. The stars are far away. This only works if those lines are parallel and the stars are far away.
Let me. I mean, if you're trying to approach this geometrically, Carlos, let me give you a little bit of a challenge here. 1 second.
That second diagram, that's how you do it. And that's where 69 miles per degree comes from as well.
So in theory, you could draw that red line. You could extend that red line to the left yellow line, and they would get the same. You'd have the same angle, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it would be, the point of intersection would be just a meaningless point in space, sure.
But it
You can
would
extend it
bring that.
infinitely.
It would bring that curve up to a horizontal, to a level matching the red.
It would just extend. It won't be a horizontal over when it intersects the GP. That won't be horizontal anymore. You're just extending that red line.
So can you solve this? Oh, he left. Oh, never mind.
Again?
I was gonna ask Carlos if he can solve the little puzzle I sent, but he left. That's a
A nice one.
pretty. Yeah, I mean, from the 45 degree, you can get the the longer line in the ground is twice as long as the height of that vertical line. So you have a rectangle that is 1/2. Then you get so you have the slope of the line, which is half, and then you just use the arctangent to get from the slope of the line to the angle. That'll give you 23 degrees, something like this. So you subtract 90 by that.
Yeah.
You subtract 90 by that, and you get 66.6, I guess.
Nice. It also demonstrates that 69 miles per degree does not work when it's flat.
Exactly, but that's why I have this drawing there.
Mm.
Not at least not if like the objects are in the direction you're seeing them. Light would have to be being distorted in very weird ways to make that work on a flat surface.
Which Brian Leakey tried and failed.
Well, I think what he did was he used the same formula I just described, and then he subtracted the actual value, which is degrees times degrees multiplied by 69 nautical miles. And then he said, well, the subtraction. Yeah. So the subtraction between them gives you a refraction. So that's
where'd Basil go? Carlos leaves you. He left. Oh, gee. That's no good. Anyway, that is the geometry of celestial navigation.
Ruhif, does your wife know how much you flat Earth, and or do you hide it from her?
Oh, she knows that I'm on here. I don't do it around her, so she doesn't like it. So
Interesting. She doesn't like hearing it, or she just doesn't. What part of it?
she thinks I look down on flat earthers, and it's not nice.
Is that true?
Do I look down on flat earthers? Yeah,
And is it not nice?
sure.
Okay, so she's right.
Yeah. There you go.
Best conversation ever.
Well, that shows your character weakness. It's a flaw in your character.
Sure. Okay.
Straightforward.
Well, I mean, you just made it sound like it was like.
It is what it is.
So she thinks you go to look down on these people, and she just doesn't approve of it.
Yeah, she doesn't approve. Well, it's coming from the place where she's a Christian, right? So she's a Christian. I used to argue, the Bible, and that obviously didn't go down well. And then it kind of moved over a bit more to evolution and genetics, and that went down a little bit better.
Oh, so she's also a creationist, not just a Christian?
No. Her parents are creationists.
Oh, right.
So that was, and now this, she doesn't like it, and doesn't like being around it. But yeah, it's too bad. This is my hobby.
So you're an atheist, and she's a Christian?
Yep.
And are you raising your kids Christian?
No, I mean they don't go to church or anything. I mean she will talk to them about it, but it's not a big, it's not a big drive kind of thing for her.
And what does she think of flat Earth?
She thinks you are not very intelligent, but she doesn't like how I roast you over it. So she agrees you're a bit stupid, but I shouldn't. So not the word attack. I shouldn't put you down over it. Some people.
So what's an example of
what's
an example of what she said that somebody thinking the Earth is a stationary planar surface, exactly what they experience? Like, where is that? Where does the stupidity come into that?
Oh, we never get into actual details of anything. I mean, I don't think she's ever watched any of my videos.
Okay, so she's just blindly calling people stupid without really having any reason for it?
Sure, you can call that.
Okay.
That's the story you have to tell yourself, Gio.
Well, is it anything different than that, or am I correct?
I don't really know. We've never talked about, why do you think the Earth is flat? I've told her that it was interesting working out why I think it's flat. Why I think it's a globe. Like I'd never thought about it until the debate, right?
My girlfriend always asks me why I come here.
Yeah, I mean, they must wonder if you guys are questioning the shape of the Earth, right? I mean, they kind of like, it's one thing to like say that you're going to pwn some people on the internet once or twice, but when you're here, like, as one of your like number one hobbies, I mean, they've got to think something that you're probably questioning something, right?
No, she thinks I have a superiority complex. that I need to put other people down.
I don't think that you have to wonder the shape of the Earth to be in the debate.
Yeah. Yeah, I can tell you for now, she does not think that I'm questioning the shape of the Earth.
Neither does my girlfriend.
Then what is her rationale for your presence in this being like your number one hobby?
She doesn't have a
What is her rationale?
That's why she's asking me, why do I come here?
What do you mean her rationale? She doesn't come here.
No, what is her rationale for why it's your number one hobby?
Oh yeah, she thinks I enjoy putting people down. But oh, hang on, she's almost about to come out. She's actually had surgery this morning. I'm just waiting for her to come out.
Let's get her on the mic.
Yeah. No, hang on. Just outside the discharge lounge. He'll be out in a minute. Which means I will go. Boom. All right. See you. Bye.
I don't know what debate I will go after this week. Sure.
Your mic's a little muffled, mailman. Did you say something?
Oh, is it they did better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that I don't know which debate I will check after this debate is done on my part.
Why would you need to have a tangent line to the horizon to establish a curve? Why can't you just work with a curved line instead of a tangent?
Because you work with a horizontal.
Why would you if it's a ball? Wouldn't you just work with what you think it is? That
Because
you've measured?
vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
We're not using them physically. None of those exist, and the angle to both of them is the same angle. So you could argue that we're picking the angle against either of those. It wouldn't change anything. It's not like we're using one instead of the other, but the angle to one or the other is the same angle. So
but it's
care about the
contradictory.
angle, not exactly what line you're looking at.
It's contradictory to planar what do you call it, surveying, when you use a horizontal line to establish the height of a mountain, and then yet you you use that same line to establish the curve of the Earth. If you've already worked it out, why would you even need a tangent line to the horizon?
Because we want to know the direction that the light of the celestial body is reaching the surface. That's all we want to know.
And as I was saying before, if the stars are so far away, you could move from one side of this little speck in the universe to the other side, and you wouldn't have any difference in angle whatsoever. So
Yeah,
the only
angle of the light
is the stars have to be close if you're going
No,
to get
no.
a difference in angle from your little
It's just,
3 mile.
we got the point. Let us answer.
Hang on, there's only a 3 mile horizon, and you're saying that if I go to that horizon and then I do my measurements again, I'm going to get a different angle.
So if the Earth is in a different position in space, let's say it's in the other side of the solar system, the direction that the light of the star is coming would be the same. You're right, but we're not measuring the angle against an absolute line in the universe. We are measuring against our vertical, and our vertical does change if you shift your position on Earth. That's what matters. We want the angle regarding our position on Earth, not regarding the position of Earth in space. We don't care about that.
Yeah, but like I was saying, with those measurements and those distances, for you to establish a 90-degree angle from the star to your ground position, you'd always get a 90-degree because it's a flat plane. Because otherwise you'd have to be going to the center of the Earth. And to get that at those long distances, it would be the same all over the Earth. You wouldn't have
No, if you're in a different position of the Earth, your vertical is no longer pointing to that star, so you get a different angle. Like not getting what you're not getting is.
Because, like I just said, the Earth is so small in the scale of things in the universe, trillions of miles away to a star. You move from one side of the Earth to another, that angle to that star is not going to change if it's so far away.
Right, but your vertical is, right? Your vertical is going to change, right?
It's
Right?
never going to change. No, it's not.
No,
It's not.
not the wait. Not the direction of the star. The direction of the star is going to be the same direction, but your vertical line is going to be different, right? Because your vertical changes as you move through the surface. Correct?
No, that's what I'm saying. With the distances to the stars, your vertical line will never change from one side of the Earth to another while looking at
No,
the night sky.
your vertical line has nothing to do with the positions of the star. The vertical line is just a plumb line. It's just the line between you, the point to the center of the Earth. That's your vertical. It's a perpendicular line to your horizontal. That's all it is. And that in a globe does change depending on where you are on the surface, right?
Okay, so what I'm saying is if you are on the night side of the Earth, no matter where you are on the night side of the Earth, looking up, directly straight up at a star, if it was trillions of miles away, it wouldn't matter where you were on the night side of the Earth. It would always be up, straight up in the same angle.
No,
The only
because
reason why it's different is because the stars are close.
no, if the stars, you're failing. Let me answer. You're failing to visualize it. If the stars are trillions of miles away from you, you said if you move away, the direction wouldn't change to your vertical. You would because your vertical is changing, not the direction to the star. Your vertical is changing. The direction of star is the same, but your vertical is changing because your vertical depends on where you are on the surface. You can only say that your vertical is not going to change if the surface is flat. So you're just begging the question there. You're making an assumption that only works on a flat surface to say it therefore must be on a flat surface.
Is there or is there no parallax to the stars, the fixed stars?
Not any parallax that is relevant for celestial navigation.
But there is a change in angle.
Yeah, it would be like tenths of I don't know. It would be too small for any sextant or anything like that to measure. So it doesn't really matter for celestial navigation.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not getting your straight line to the horizon, the tangent. You know, how do you work with this tangent? Which I mean, that would work perfectly on a flat Earth. Well, why would you need to have a tangent?
Let me show you. Yeah, I'll show you. 1 second.
Can I give you an example? Like if you have a ball on a table, and you take the angle from the surface of the ball to make a tangent on the surface and to the floor, that angle changes when you move, even though the floor is always below the ball.
It's because the floor is pretty close to the table, isn't it? In relation, like compared to the scale of the universe.
No, the floor is so huge that the rays from the surface of the ball to the floor are parallel, but the angle to the surface of the ball changes.
Carlos, can you see the live stream? Can you join the live stream?
Yeah.
Right. So there you have the sextant on a globe Earth and on the flat surface. So if I change this angle to the star here, as you can see, I'm moving the observer in the surface of the Earth, and the light of the star is still coming in the same direction, still coming from upwards, right? But that is not the up of this observer. The up of this observer is now pointing in that direction. If the observer is here, then his up vector is pointing to that direction. And if he's right on the GP of the star, then he would be seeing the star right above his head. So when he moves to another position, yes, the light of the star is still coming in the same direction, but it's not going to be overhead because his overhead now points to somewhere else. And that's the reading that we are taking. We're taking this reading right here. Get it?
Is there any way in your mind with any type of critical thinking. And if, for example, if you were told, I'll give you $1 million to flatten that out and come up with the same conclusion for that ground position, is it possible with your knowledge of this this program that you're using to flatten it out and get the same conclusion? $1 million.
No, because it's flat. It's flattened right here. Here it's flattened out. As you can see, if we fix the distance to the GP to this angle right here, it is going to keep changing the position of the star. So this simulation here is fixing the distance between you and the GP of the star based on this angle, because that's how we get our distance to the GP. We get this angle and we multiply that by 60 nautical miles. And that's exactly what's going on in the simulation. So if you do that on a flat surface, what happens is the position of the star will have to change as you get further or closer. And if you're doing on a flat surface, on a curved surface with the lines coming in parallel, then this just matches. The angle is going to match exactly how far you are from the GP. This is why we always say you don't have a linear relation between the angle and the distance to the GP, because the relation between the angle and the distance to the GP is given by a trigonometrical function called the tangent. And well, here it would be the, I mean, depending on what you're using, if you're using the distance here, you need a tangent. And a tangent doesn't produce a linear function. So, and this, in this case, it does, because every degree corresponds to a fixed difference in your distance. So 1 degree is 60 nautical miles, another degree is more 6 nautical miles, and one more degree is again more 60 nautical miles. This doesn't happen here. Here, if you go, for example, I'm here, and I'm 45 degrees from the star. If the star is still here, and I go twice as far, it doesn't make sense for this angle to drop to 90, because the star would have to be here instead of here. Does that make sense?
It I guess it does from an orthographic point of view, but when you're putting a circle on the ball of equal altitudes and you're trying to get angles to the center of the Earth, that's when I'm getting a little bit like confused, because this modeling that you're doing is from an orthographic one-sided view. It really doesn't show. I don't think it's enough evidence for.
Okay. Do you want to do it on a 3D model? We can do it on a 3D model if you want to.
That'd be good.
Sorry? What did you say?
So I said that would be good. I don't know. I probably not for me, because my phone's about to die and I'll have to come back in a while. But that's nice to know.
Right.
Thank you for that. Yeah, good to talk. I'll be back.
Well, the one you have labeled there, flatter section, boy, that looks good. Simple, XYZ, just like we experience, up, down, perfect, beautiful. Globe ones all are.
Yes, that would imply stars are moving up and down, or light would have to be doing very weird things to produce this observation. This one doesn't require.
I guess whatever you want to label it, it is what it is. But the stars are above us, so that's what they are. Whatever they are.
But that's not what happens in reality, because I can be at a latitude and someone can be at another latitude, and we can simultaneously take the angle to Polaris, and it should be on 2 different positions on the flat Earth.
And I mean, you said it's simple. Actually, this is simpler because it's just a straight line coming parallel. Here, like, what in the world would you need to? I mean, you need something very complex for the sky to get this sort of behavior here.
Sure, you're presupposing how the sky works. We're saying it could be something else.
Exactly.
We know your assumptions.
No, I'm not saying the sky.
We do know your assumptions.
I did not say the sky is not doing this. But Gio's argument was that it's simpler. My argument, no, the sky would be more complicated. I didn't say the sky cannot do it. That's not what I said at all.
I'm talking to Moman then, because what he just said implies that you guys know how the sky's working, and that if we're on a flat Earth, it should be like this.
No, I'm saying that in reality, any place on the northern hemisphere, you can measure the angle to Polaris, and it is 169 miles. Even though, I mean, there can be multiple observers.
Yeah, and you're
So
presupposing
if
how
you-
the sky works to say that if on a flat Earth that this thing shouldn't happen.
No, I'm not saying
You are. We
that.
already know you are. You can say no all you want, but we already know you are.
I mean, I'm just talking that Gio said that looks like it is in reality, and I'm just saying that it just isn't.
Hey Theo, what's that new formula in your profile picture?
Just a random one. Let me check. Looks like, oh yeah, quantum mechanics.
Well, the previous one was also quantum mechanics, right? The wave function.
Yeah, because that's the module that I just finished. I was doing it. It's like a ball, you know, it's a ball of depression and suicide, just pressurized into a container.
I think flat earthers make the assumption when they talk about sextants, when they assume that it makes a triangle. And all it does is just measure one angle.
Well, if you agree with the almanac and you agree with the distance that the angle of the star is giving you, then you're agreeing with the spherical shape. You must either to deny the almanac or the relation between the angle to the star and the GP. If you accept both, that gives you a sphere. There's no getting out of this.
So for tens of thousands of years, how did they navigate if the Earth was a sphere and they were not using Haversine formulas and all this jacked up stuff? How were they doing it so well?
Well, there are approximations that are easier to computate than the spherical geometry formula for this. You don't need to use the formula to make trilateration because you're not interested on getting your point and another point and knowing the distance because you already know the distance. You want to know your point. So there are easier ways to get the value than using the formula. For example, you can draw circles on the sphere. That's a way to do it. It requires no computation.
Yeah, I don't know for 10,000, how many thousands of years. I don't think that they got their location using a sextant because they didn't have a sextant. They just got heading.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, they started doing it in the 18th century.
What was that anti-Cathera mechanism they had? What'd that do?
Never heard of it. I don't know what that is.
Never heard of it.
Oh, there
Yeah,
was
no.
the astrolabe that can also be used to get angles to stars, but it's less precise.
No, the
It
anti-Cathera
has-
mechanism.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's that.
You guys never heard of that?
Yeah, we
I
never heard of things you come up with.
What? They found it, and I think it dated from, I don't know, it's pretty old, though. They knew where all the stars were and everything. This was like
All the
BC
stars?
days. BC days.
Did you say
I don't know,
all
I
the
thought
stars?
they had the whole sky mapped out in this little mechanism.
Well, I think you can make like a star map. Like, because obviously the Earth is rotating, so you get different stars, but I don't know.
Have you guys been in
You
this
have-
arena this long and you never heard of the anti-Cathera mechanism?
Oh, I haven't. No. I think next year is that year. This year is the year of the sextant. No, it was last year. Actually, this year can be the year of that mechanism.
Yep. I mean, we don't keep looking for everything that you guys could possibly use as an argument against the shape of the Earth. So yeah, we're not gonna have heard of everything you find at some point.
I mean, I thought it was
That
just
shouldn't be
popular.
surprising.
I even heard of it before Flat Earth. So
Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys haven't heard of it as well.
Well, what was the name?
I just posted it.
Antikythera. There you go.
Oh,
Now,
Gio
what did that
posted it?
do exactly, Gio?
Oh, cheers.
It's basically like an analog. It's like an analog
Oh
computer.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that before. I had no idea what it does.
It predicts. Well, it essentially is a representation of the sky clock, and it can predict eclipses, astronomical positions of sun, the moon. It has like all these different gears in it. It's pretty cool.
Yep.
They claim that it was discovered in 1901 in Antikythera, Greece, but there's also been ones that have been remade. The ones that have been remade are pretty sweet.
Now, this thing was found on a ship, or this thing was found sunk at the bottom of the ocean. So they were obviously traveling with this thing. What good would it do to travel with it if they must have known? It must have given you the positions for your location. No.
No, it's just, I think it was cargo because it was in a wooden box, so it's just been transported with the ship.
Well, yeah, it was found on a like a wrecked cargo ship. They claim, like in Greece. But yeah, you're saying, Jeremy, does it work for celestial navigation? You're saying?
I mean, it must give you your position. You know, it must give you the star's position. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Hmm.
Seems like it's just a calendar. Nothing to do with navigation. It's interesting that it has a eyes called moon and the sun, and it predicts eclipses, so it accurately says that the moon goes in front of the sun. So the eclipse.
Mailman, you should get a better microphone. Sorry to say that.
I think it's too far from my mouth.
Yeah, that helps a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like if the 69 miles per degree shit is so fucking obvious and it only could be a globe, like what took them so long to figure that out? Because they knew that math relation. They should have known that relationship right off the rip. No,
Oh, what's the point? What's the point? Can you say that again? Didn't get it.
what took them so long to figure out the 69? It's 69 miles per degree. It can only be a globe. Then what took them so long to figure it out? They should have known that shit right off the rip. Like that's something you would have figured out pretty quick.
When did they figure that out?
Right, like why would humans have thought the Earth was a planar surface for eons of time until these Freemasonic Jesuits came along and said it was a globe? If it was that easy to just measure the 69 miles per degree and that it wouldn't work on a plane, like that's what I think that's kind of what he's asking. Why wouldn't they have known that from day one?
Well, they didn't have very good tools to measure angles against the horizon and stars. For example, before the sextant, before the sextant, what you had was an astrolabe, as I mentioned, and that wasn't precise enough to do celestial navigation. So it's not that they didn't figure it out. For as I know, the degrees per miles per degrees would be given by anyone that knows the radius. The problem is to make accurate readings so you can use that information. But the fact that they weren't using that information because they didn't have good readings doesn't mean they didn't have that information.
It also looks like this machine actually used the understanding of a globe and a solar system.
Where are you getting that from?
From the link.
Well, it's Wikipedia, so if they're putting some globe propaganda in there, I wouldn't be surprised. But what about the device indicates that? Is what I'm asking.
It says in the machine, yeah, when you have a solar eclipse or lunar eclipse, which one? Yeah, it shows that the moon goes in front of the sun.
No, it's not in
So
front.
they knew it.
No, they're in a conjunction. It doesn't indicate that this in front or behind it. They're just joined in the sky.
Yeah, at the same position, or yeah, collinear.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's the moon causing the eclipse just because they're in the same position.
And also the fact that there was something about the don't remember whose globe model, or not globe model, the solar system model was what it was used for this. Ptolemy's, I think.
So, Bacon, in all of your time of researching the Earth not being a globe, what have you come across anything that was intriguing?
What do you mean? I would find things. Oh, yeah. I mean things that are just intriguing. Yeah. Many things actually. Like the selenium, for example. It was intriguing first time I saw it.
But I'm saying anything compelling that made you go, huh? Like maybe it, that made you question anything.
No, that'll be hard because it's when you have too much evidence for something. Even though you might come across some things that point to the opposite direction, you have a lot to account for. So that could, like you first will have to drop everything that is pointing towards that direction before things that point to the opposite side make some sense.
Okay, what do you make of the fact that so many people don't find any compelling evidence for the globe, and they've researched it thoroughly for years? What do you think about that?
I have nothing to think about that. That's just reality. I mean, people believe that. That's it. Why do they believe it? I don't know.
What's the evidence of the globe that really compelled you to believe it?
Well, like it's hard to point to something when you didn't start like not knowing anything and then start looking it up. Because things about like the solar system and heliocentrism, we learned that like since like I don't know when you're in second grade, something like this. So there's no thing that made me believe the Earth was round. That was always common sense. But the thing is, what will have to be wrong for that not to be true is too many things. And every attempt that I saw from demonstrating those things are actually false weren't reasonable to me at least. So I'm still pretty confident on Earth being a globe.
Oh, we're not talking about the Antikythera mechanism.
Oh, you can talk about that.
Well, if you want to go back to that, but I guess Bacon, but you didn't really give anything. I mean, I was just saying, like, what's the evidence that compels you to be convinced it's a globe? I mean, you mentioned that we were all told the solar system model when we were children. Yeah, I agree with that, but it's not really compelling evidence to see cartoons in a book. So I'm just saying,
but for example, you learn that the moons of Jupiter orbit go around it, for example, in sign patterns, which is what you would expect to see if they were orbiting it. And I mean, I could see that with my own telescope. You can see the shadows of the sun casted on the moon. You might argue that it's not shadows, but they really look like shadows. Everything you look at in the sky, it's pretty much in agreement with the heliocentrical model. So that's one thing. And of course, if we got the shape of the Earth wrong, that would affect like everything. If you're flying an airplane and you're thinking the sphere has a different shape, that would affect you. And that expands to too many things. So I find very hard that could be true. And there are many tests anyone can do. They're not very simple, but again, one of the tests you can do is to test your local gravity. So you can just measure or calculate your downward acceleration where you are and where you should be at another point on Earth. You can get a a pocket scale, get the weight, check how much weighs on where you are, and then you check how much weighs in the second position on Earth, and you see if that matches the difference in weight.
I mean, your argument for them not having good measuring tools to not figure out the 69 miles per degree. It's not like you need to get down to the minute or the arc second or anything. It's a degree.
Exactly, but an astrolabe gives you like a 1 to 2 degrees of error.
Well, the 60 nautical, again, you've got to remember that the equator is slightly fatter than pole to pole. That's why it's an oblate spheroid and not a sphere. So, but the other thing as well is, I mean, the idea of 60 nautical miles is based on 1 degree of distance. And then we convert that to statute miles. And you wouldn't be an error in arc seconds, you'd be an error in IL meters or feet, depending on your metric.
Another example of evidence is the arguments you guys sometimes bring, because, for example, like the sextant arguments or arguments about Coriolis. I never had looked into that deeply before I met. I've been in these debates, so I look into it because of these debates, and they turn out to be actually good evidence for the shape of the Earth. So yeah.
I think the simplest, argument is that we seem to have measured the Earth in multiple different ways, and all the numbers come back very similar. That's pretty compelling. And we have accurate ability to navigate across the surface of the planet. So, looking at the lines of latitude at the equator are always less than the lines of latitude as you go further south and north in circumference. Like the Antikythera mechanism, because the numbers on the cogs are really interesting. That's kind of esoteric shit. I think for the flat Earth to become a thing, what you need is not to debunk the globe, but actually demonstrate that it's actually flat and have good measurements, good surveying that proves and demonstrates your point. That would be, to me, the way to actually convince people that you've got the truth of the matter and somehow we've all been deceived.
It's just a matter of time, Druss. Just a matter of time. Can't have it all right now in terms of the entire picture because we've been lied to on a severe, severe level. So it's going to take some time.
Well, again, I mean, that's just a claim, isn't it, that we've been lied to? When I think the problem you have is when you've got lots of people who have independently, without the need of large governments, sort of demonstrated various principles that are consistent with how we view the planet.
Yeah, it's still not a globe. Doesn't really matter if that's also just a claim that you're making. Doesn't really mean it's a globe.
No, that point on its own doesn't. But what I'm saying is I would have thought that if this was the case, that it's some big deception, then it would have been outed because of the number of people that we have studying our environment.
That's fair, but have any of them been measuring curvature?
Yeah.
Have any of them done anything to verify one way or the other?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say anybody that's involved in, cartography, geodesic surveying, all these kind of disciplines would have come out with that. Astronomers would have noticed that there are problems in the movements of the stuff around us. the way we navigate, so people that have a good understanding and utilize, navigation, especially people that, go back to basics, people like Thor Heyerdahl, for instance, who didn't use GPS. He wanted to do it, really recreating the experience of the time, once in Viking boat and once in an Egyptian.
Well, I think one thing is that when paradigms are false and they need to be transformed or shifted, usually that shift doesn't necessarily always come from within the paradigm, like within the people that are already kind of duped by it. Usually comes from the outside to some degree, meaning that people, begin questioning it, that are usually outcast and shamed and all the rest of it. Because there are a lot of people that have come out, like Brian Mullen and many others, who have come out and have instantly gotten attacked and had their livelihoods threatened and all of that. So I'm just saying it's pretty difficult to do it that way. It's sort of like to do it from within the paradigm that already is locked down and controlled. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing that people who began, 2015 really strongly questioning the globe, it wasn't necessarily people in mainstream positions that would have been fired and would have lost their positions. It was sort of I don't know what the right term is, but just civilians, regular people. I don't know what the word is, but
evangelical Christians.
No, that's not my experience of it at all. Christianity is a portion of everything, I guess, because some people like that religion, but that's not what any of this is based on.
The first place I came across, the flat Earth, which probably was 2014, 2015, 2013, somewhere around there, was hardcore biblical literalists.
Right. I'm not saying that those aren't out there and stuff, but I'm just saying that's not like we were saying. When did the people start questioning this? I don't think it's
Robotham in the 19th century, isn't it? You can go back that far in sort of modern times. That's probably the most famous person that sort of questioned it, and there were people questioning it in. It came again a little bit popular in the sort of 1980s and around that sort of time. I think really that like an awful lot of false information, I'm sorry for putting it that way, I think the rise of the internet is one of the largest contributors to it. Because unfortunately, people read stuff and don't really fact check it. You ask us to fact check everything that we do, and I don't have a problem with that. But quite often my experience has been is when I put that challenge back, it started off with people just being dodgy, and now we've moved to a position where an awful lot of people in the community refuse to accept any form of burden.
Yeah, I don't get into the burdens, and I don't get into.
No, I know you don't, and that's why I'm phrasing it in this way, Gio. Because I've got a lot of props to you, bro. We disagree on shit, but it doesn't mean I don't like you. And I don't like the way you handle and I like the way that you handle yourself, and I like the way you present arguments. And you're not trying to say one of my favorite questions that I've asked of many people in many different communities, have you ever considered the possibility that you're wrong? And I think the answer to that question is very telling.
Past your bedtime.
But
past your
seriously,
bedtime, foolish.
Sorry?
It's past your bedtime.
I know, it's way past my bedtime. The one thing I want to say to Gio is, have you looked at the number of teeth on some of the main cogs inside the Antikythera mechanism? Because I think you'd find that fascinating.
Yeah, it is cool. There was I saw like you see that little graphic where it shows like a breakdown of all the gears, like in a graphic.
No. Look at the number of actual teeth on the gears and their relationship to each other. You will find the numeracy in it very interesting from an esoteric perspective. Nice.
Well, anything in particular we're gonna about it, or
no? I'm going to leave you with that because I know you like finding things out. there's been some really interesting studies done in the relationship between some very interesting numbers and the relationship in sort of spirituality.
That's cool.
I like to leave with something positive.
Looks like the main fragment thing has 27 gears.
Yeah, 27 teeth, 53, I think is another one.
It's pretty cool.
But yeah, and then the relationship to the number 9 and number 3.
Is there a 273 in it anywhere? Because you know how I feel about it. That's numbers big time.
I think you can do that if you do a bit of combination of gears. I think 53 is the biggest gear, but I can't remember off the top of my head. It's been a while. But I looked at the numbers and they made me go, ooh. Because when they did the actual CT scan and they actually were able to start to isolate some of the numbers, that's when, to me, it got really interesting. They did that study, 2005, 2006? And I was reading about it in 2008 when they published. Yeah, it's cool shit. It's a very cool mechanism. Game changer. Anyway, I need to go to bed because it's 1 o'clock and theoretical button is right, as I need to be up at 7 o'clock in the morning.
I try to bully you into coming to VC.
You did, you bastard. I will get you for that.
Okay.
All right, Druss. Have a good night.
Sleep well, guys.
It's 3 a.m. over here.
What was that, Melvin? I could not hear.
It's 3 a.m. here.
3 a.m. No, right.
I'm on a night shift. Actually, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is the mic any better now?
No. Sounds like there's a vacuum cleaner in the background.
Oh, you can hear that also. Is it any better now?
I don't know. I think so. Couldn't hear well.
Yeah, I'm trying to play with the settings. I don't know, because I have two similar headphones and
It's
ones
better.
are not that good.
Better. All right. Well, good night, humans. I shall be going.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
What's up, Moyak?
Hey, how you doing? Did you see
Doing
the
all right.
video? Did you see the video I posted a little while ago?
Yep, it's already converted me. Good job.
I thought it was an awesome video. It was well done, also.
I'm just kidding. I didn't see it. I'm just joking with you.
I would like to hear there's one map. My argument about Hunga Tunga. There's one thing that could explain the findings that I have, and that would be if the Earth is centered on Hunga Tunga. If the map is centered on Hunga Tunga, that could explain most of the size.
What kind of map? I guess I haven't seen the video, so I guess I'm not sure what.
Well, you saw my table that I did yesterday, right? With the time, my predicting the arrival time of the shockwave.
Yeah, I did peruse it. Yeah, but I don't know that I am fully aware of all of the data on it.
Yeah, there wasn't much. I only was able to find a few data points. So I worked with like Sweden, New York, New Jersey, Seattle, and maybe a total of 9 places. And with that information, I was able to predict the arrival times of the shockwave with an assumption of the Earth being 24,901 miles in circumference. And my predictions matched the observations. I was like, oh, wow, that's cool. Initially, I had made the wrong speed for the shockwave. That screwed everything up. But then that's because I took somebody else's number. But then I went back and I figured out what the time was for it to arrive at one of the locations and came up with a speed for it and used that, which is right around the speed of sound. Keeps on defeating Flat Earth. Earth keeps giving inconvenient truths and clues.
Inconvenient to what?
The Flat Earth. It keeps on looking like a ball every way I look at it. And the thing I like about the Hunga Tunga blast, though, is it, as far as I'm concerned, validates the size, shape of the Earth, location of the continents, distances between the continents, and locations of city-states. Without having to worry about air currents, wind, ocean currents, as far as defining the distances. It bypasses all of that.
Okay.
Hey, Jeremy, any thoughts on that? Come on, buddy. He's probably being a dad. The nerve of it. So it's quiet in here. What was going on earlier?
We were talking about the Antikytherian mechanism for a while, and then we were talking
That's
about
cool.
some sextants. Bacon was doing some sextant modeling.
Oh, really? Okay. Did we figure out how to do it on a flat Earth yet? To get a coordinate, a fix? Like, were they trying to address like Bob or actual measurements and finding a location using triangulation or something?
Um,
or just general concepts of how it works?
a little bit of some of those. Bacon made a little model that showed how the angle changes on a sphere versus flat. I don't know if he still has it pulled up, but
I forget, what's Bacon's take on the world? Is he a globalist or a flatalist?
I think he's a standard mainstream cosmologicalist.
Yeah, I don't speak much on beyond the solar system, other than shit's really far away. Solar system, I go with pretty darn bulletproof. Within a few feet, not miles.
Well, if you don't find any value in the idea of the Earth not being a globe or the Earth being a stationary plane, like, what is it that brings you back so much?
Well, first off, I enjoy sometimes the minds of trying to see if I can figure a way of saying something in a way that another person can be converted from what I consider to be an error. If I can enlighten somebody.
Has that happened yet?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what part I take and converted. This Tonga one, I'd taken this one on like a bull in a china shop. It's just like, it is just such a beautiful, elegant, natural proof of the Earth, with very few, what would you call it? Very few assumptions.
I'm going to see this video you posted. Is this? Science It Out video?
Science. Observations it out.
No, I'm saying the name of the channel, the video you posted, Science It Out.
Oh, yeah. Science it out.
So you would say that you are trying to convert people? Oh no, go ahead. But
no, I want as many people to believe the truth as possible, and that goes for any truth, any. I want as few people as possible to go through life being incorrect, because I wouldn't want to be incorrect. I appreciate when people point out my mistake.
do you do that with religion and spirituality too?
I don't have much of a position on those. I mean, I can accept, the universe as having. I consider myself basically an atheist, but that would be, a lot of people would call me an agnostic, because I'm willing to take evidence of anything. But at this point, my conclusion is that people invented God, and that it's a natural process by which people do it. Lots of every culture in the world is invented, and it's a very different. It's not coming from one source, in my opinion. But that I wouldn't put into the realm of knowledge. I don't typically try and convert people on that kind of thing. I would say that's just a belief. There's no evidence either way.
Okay. So you're not trying to convince people to be atheist?
No. If poked and prodded for things, I'll discuss the subject. actively seek out to convert. I think that the round Earth, whatever else, and old Earth works very symbiotically, or just as symbiotically as God as.
Yeah, I mean, I would like the truth to come out on the larger scale of humanity, but at the same time, I don't feel as though I'm like personally invested in trying to convince someone of something about the shape of the Earth like directly. But I do have a vested interest in the truth being known by humanity, because I do think we're being deceived on massive levels, and I think that we're being deceived by people that are making our lives much worse than they have to be, or they should be. So on that level, I don't think life's going to get better. On
Right,
a larger
I go
scale.
with. See, with that, I go with there's truth to what you say, but I go with it being a lot more organic. It's just how people are. It's not a cabal or anything like that. It's there's some people out there who want to make lots of money, and they do, and some people who have nepotism and assist their friends in gaining wealth and status and power. But I don't think that there's an effort from on high to guide the world into one place or another. There's some of that also, but like it's just not as all pervasive as I.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there's, the Federal Reserve, the people in control of the money, I mean, that's really pretty big. I mean, if
Right.
if they could solve world hunger overnight by, giving some of their trillions or whatever it is, like let's just say there's a group that has 500 trillion, behind
Right.
the Federal Reserve, whatever. If they could give even 5 trillion of that, however much would be needed to solve world hunger, I mean, it's like pretty big difference on that level.
Oh yeah, that's a huge number. I mean, I forget how
Dude,
many
it's like
people are
$10
in
billion
world.
a year. It's like 10 or
No,
$11 billion a year. Yeah.
dude, no. Do the math on I mean, I did my math on 8 billion, which I just realized was really stupid. But when you start dealing with like 8 billion people, that only works out to like $1,000 a person.
Yeah, but 8
That
billion
doesn't
people
solve
aren't
world hunger.
starving though. 8
Right,
billion
right,
people
right.
are starving though.
So
It's like
starving, you're
just a
right.
small,
Of course, then
it's like $10
there's
billion.
yeah, that might be true. I'm not sure how many people are starving, but take those numbers and figure them out. And things are cheaper in those countries, so typically, feed somebody in the XYZ impoverished country for $300 a year.
Well, what you do is you don't just feed a person, right? You teach them how to fish. That way,
Yeah.
you don't have to just keep giving them money every year. You
The
show
problem
them how to get food.
is when they're not starving and dying, then they're having more kids because they've lived a life of impoverished where you had to have lots of kids. And everybody had this in the world, so I mean, eventually you do grow out of it. But there's that if you live in a desert and you're able to just eke out a living, or you can't eke out a living, then having more kids is a really bad idea. And now that everybody's surviving, I don't know what the impact is. I think that it could be an escalation of problems. Let's put it this way: yeah, I don't know if you could teach somebody how to fish if there ain't no fish.
Yeah, that's true. You can always set up, what are those, the fish / plant thing.
Right.
Fuck.
Fish farms.
I can't remember. No, I can't remember the name of it. It's aquaponics.
Yeah.
Right? You set up some aquaponics. That's the size of a shed. You don't really need much for that. I mean, you could pretty much do that anywhere there's water.
Yeah, there might be some that could be done. Make the environment
There's also
more
mechanisms to
conducive,
get water.
more efficient use.
There's also there's also mechanisms to get water right out of the air, and you can get electricity to do this right from the sunlight or wind or whatever. Like we can go anywhere we want and survive if we really wanted to.
If you have 7% humidity somewhere, you're gonna have to use an awful lot of electricity and you're gonna get very little water. You know, when you go out, when you go outside and you put your glass out there, your iced tea in the summer, and it gets all wet. Yeah, you go do that in Arizona. Your cup will be as dry as when you put the ice cube. But yeah, no, there are lots of let's put it this way, there's a lot more things.
I think you cut out. I think your mic kind of intermittently seems to be cutting out. I don't know if it's the connection.
That's possible.
Might be the
That's
voice
possible.
or whatever.
There's probably a lot more things we could do to improve the lot in life of people around the world.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if like in my viewpoint, if everybody was told something false about what the Earth is, if that's all it was, I don't know that. Again, I might have a different perspective on it. Like if it was just that they were told something false about that, but in my opinion, they're being told something false about that, and there's a whole, whether you call it a cabal or a group of secret societies or just wealthy people, whatever terminology or word, but those entities, I'll call them, because I don't even think at the top of their thing they're not even human, but the entities that are behind that are literally like preying on humanity, and they're like parasiting on us and creating this entire money system that they control, that we all have to work and slave for to make dollars, and they're always tightening it up. The food is all toxic and problematic anyways, and then starvation and just all this other corruption and stuff. So it ends up being to where, in my viewpoint, the people that are lying about this are also making life pretty hellish for a lot of people.
Right. But wouldn't you wouldn't you rather like be able to focus your energy more on that? And you do. I mean, you're not typically a total flat earther. You come in and enjoy the debate of it, but there's a lot of people who devote a lot of time to what I would consider the wrong of trying to find the lies with NASA and the lies with cartographers, airline pilots, ships captains, rather than focusing on true problems that maybe actually exist.
I guess I don't know exactly what you mean. I mean, I guess there's a lot of parts to it all. I mean, yeah, I have a lot of interest, just in terms of, health and nutrition. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I'm interested in, but I think they're all connected.
Right. But let's say that the average flat earther who is into flat Earth, that's their main conspiracy. And then they have a secondary conspiracy of, they're trying to control my money and stuff like that. Now, imagine what would happen if they were not wasting their time on a fool's errand of flat Earth. We knew for a fact, and this in my world, knew for an absolute fact that it's a globe, knew for an absolute fact we've been to the moon, and NASA's doing what they say they're doing. And they threw all of the efforts they put into that away and focused it on the money system and helping the poor and whatever else.
Yeah, I see what you mean. The thing is, though, is that I would say, and I can't speak for everyone else or what other people's agendas or motivations are, but I think that in my viewpoint, the shape of the Earth is like, it's like the foundation to everything. Like it's physically the foundation, but it's also like the foundational deception in my viewpoint that kind of leads to everything else. Like the shape of the Earth thing is what leads to the money. I think there's more land. I think there's more resources. The people that are behind the Federal Reserve, and then that kind of unlocks the entire system. The whole matrix. Like when it comes to the governments and the corruption and the financial and the war machine, the military machine, the big pharma machine, the big oil machine. It's all kind of rooted in that.
So if you were to find out tomorrow that the Earth was a globe, God came down from on high and said, "Yo, dude, it's a fucking globe," you would be shaken that in all of your beliefs of that stuff. Did you say it's foundational?
Okay, I have to think about that. Okay. No, I see what you're saying. If somehow, well, I would still. I guess the first thing that came to my mind when you said that, I would still want to help in all those other things. Whether the other things we mentioned, there's the food situation, but it would just be on a globe. But are you saying that would it? I'm trying to understand what you. Yeah, would it shake the foundation of those other things still being the case?
Right. And well, since you say that it was foundational to those other things, that the lack of resources is controlled. That's because there's extra land being hidden and stuff like that. Now you find out that all those motivations don't exist. They're absolutely false, and that the world is as described. It's a globe, 24,901 miles in diameter, circumference, and now we still have these things going on. Trying to understand how that's foundational to whether there's what I call a cabal, a group
Right.
of evil people trying to accomplish a task.
Well, I would say, I mean, even if, like you said, like something changed within me, or some God came down and told me it absolutely is a globe, or whatever that thing you had said there, like,
Yeah,
I would still,
event of the damn moon. Shut up.
yeah. Well, I mean, the corruption would still be there, I think, in terms of the financial system, the governments, and the war machine, all that stuff I mentioned, that would all still be there.
Right.
But yeah, if it was just a globe, then yeah, I guess that wouldn't. I guess then the shape of the Earth wouldn't be the foundation at that point. Perhaps it would just be, yeah, the actual money system or the corruption. I guess the foundation would have to shift to not being that. But on the other hand, if indeed there is a cabal or a group of people that are doing this, or group of entities, and if the shape of the Earth is like the biggest lie, then
right,
then it is the foundation in that way.
Right, and I find it very hard to believe, but if I was given evidence, I would. That's why I'm always asking for evidence, because I'm an engineer. I like to dig through numbers. I like to see how things work, and I've so far not had any satisfaction in that realm perspective.
But why do you think there's a lack of resources?
If it's a flat Earth, there's a claim. Actually, I'm maybe speaking to somebody.
It's the same. It's the same area. It's the same area if it's flat or globe.
Is this Brenda?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Brenda.
But I mean, it's the same surface area, whether the shape is round or flat. Yeah, wouldn't it?
No, there's hidden land. You got to remember, there's hidden lands.
Well, not all flat earthers believe that, so I didn't know.
Yeah, I think that's.
But that's correct, right?
Actually, there's probably more square miles on a flat Earth than width the defined area. Wide half down by Australia.
Right. So it can't be a lack of resources then, because there's the same amount of land, whether or not the Earth is flat or not. So that can't be right.
Well, I think it has to do more with the fact that the resources, we're told that they're limited. And if there is more land, which I don't know of people who refer to themselves as flat earther, I'm not sure of very many that don't think there's more land. I mean, there's the whole North Pole region, there's the Antarctica region and beyond. There's also the South Pacific, which is a huge open area in the south. So
quite a lot think that we live, especially those in the Nathan Oakley circles that I listen to regularly. They think there's a dome, right? And they pretty much think that Antarctica is the edge and that's it. So they think that there isn't any more land. As far as I know, that's what they think. Right? Quite a lot of them believe there's a dome.
I guess that is kind of funny. In the globe Earth world, there's infinite resources. Food space.
Well, I don't think we really have limited resources here on a globe or a flat Earth. It's a matter of allocation. There's plenty of food to feed everybody. It's just not allocated equitably. I mean, I've seen that many places. They say there's enough food. We just lack the political will to feed everybody. That's all.
Corruption, black markets.
I don't know about corruption and black markets. It's just a matter of politics.
And politics.
Yeah, but that makes sense. And if the Earth is a sphere, that means that there's this nickel iron asteroid worth trillions of dollars that somebody was in the news maybe a month ago. People might have plans to try to get to it. There's a lot of resources out there in our solar system.
Well, that's what I said. Also, it's actually infinite resources when you get down to it.
Well, we're not going to get to any other stars.
No, no other star.
Not unless we, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on with a cosmology of a globe Earth with an outer space that's so large, then yeah, one could say that there could be resources out there. But in terms of the Earth, it would be somewhat limited, the Earth resources, which is the story we're told. And whereas on a planar stationary Earth, there could actually be the Earth could be more like an actual free energy machine, meaning that resources could be indefinitely generated from below it, above it, in that sense, meaning it's not just a speck out in a vacuum, but it actually is like a self-generating ecosystem realm.
Well, there can't be any free energy. We know that. That's regardless of flat or globe. There's no such thing as free energy.
There's extremely cheap energy. Efficient.
The sun. That's what an advanced civilization would do, is they would set up a Dyson sphere around their sun. That's what an advanced civilization would simply do. All that energy going out into space, you got to capture that.
I think I've heard that described. A Dyson sphere would take more materials than the Kuiper belt.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I don't get into the details of science fiction. It's science fiction right now.
Yeah. Right.
So maybe you're right, but I don't know. That's at least possible. I just see it in science fiction movies, there's an episode of Star Trek, one of the movies, they find a Dyson sphere.
Yeah, I thought, when I thought about it, I was then I turned on my engineering hat a little. Oh yeah, 3 million miles away from the sun, 4 million mile radius. You're building an object. If you make it out of tinfoil, that's going to use up most of the material from Earth, including the mantle and core.
Well, you could set up satellites that would orbit, sort of
take lots of the energy.
Space-time, PBS Space-Time had a episode on it. They said one solution would be to have a swarm. You'd have a swarm of satellites orbiting the sun that would collect solar radiation for energy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that could be done a lot more efficiently. Just the full-on Dyson sphere where you cover the whole sun. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. But yeah, if I could collect, the equivalent of, get close to the sun and collect the equivalent of Mercury's footprint and send that all to Earth, that would be enough to power us quite handy.
Well, would a sphere collapse on itself? I mean, is there a material strong enough?
Probably not. You could do a belt. You could use a belt to put it into 0G, spin the belt around.
A ring world. I like those novels.
I just invented that, so you gotta give me
Larry Niven, the Ringworld series. He has a whole
damn it.
series on him.
Yeah.
It's the video game by Bungie called Halo was sort of based on the Ringworld.
I saw a show recently which really took a lot of liberties with it, but they were talking about one of the easiest planets to terraform in the solar system. That could be like with stretch objectives of our technology. Way crap load of effort and a lot of years. But they were saying that what you do is you put up a solar reflector in front of Venus, block the sun for a little while. The atmosphere collapses in on itself after 50, 100 years, and then you just they were using mass drivers to throw the junk off into space to get rid of the carbon dioxide. But it was like a neat physics problem that they were going through. Kind of cool, a little bit ridiculous, but I understand why they think it would be reasonable, and since it's our sister size and shape.
Well, I've always heard cloud cities.
Yeah, that too. Effectively balloons.
But anything that lands on Venus is going to get smushed.
Yeah, it's gonna have a bad day. Was it 900 bar at the surface? And 900 degrees?
And the sulfuric acid rain.
That does way heavy on you. Sulfuric rain acid rain doesn't get you. The 900 degree heat will get you. Did you see the video I posted, Brenda?
I'll scroll up.
Let's see. At hours ago. And 7:45. Yeah, I became really interested in the Hunga Tunga after watched one video, and I was like, oh, you know what I can find out based on this? And I started crunching numbers, and they all worked out. I was like, oh, Jesus, a wonderful natural proof of the globe. It bypasses most of the arguments, like we don't know how fast the jet streams are moving, we don't know how fast the oceans are moving. It measures the Earth and tells you the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. What's their response so far?
Like lemon birds is a word salad. Well, it could work if something else happened. No specificity. I don't think I've heard any specificity. I've had a couple of questions of my data where they asked some irrelevant points about it, but they were interesting. Like as the shockwave is going around the world and it passes the halfway point on its way to the antipode, and it's coming back together again, shouldn't the pressure increase? Because waves are getting closer and closer together.
Well, they would dissipate though.
But they're also dissipating because they're doing work as they. So the end all and be all of it, that's really irrelevant to my point of answer. It's also interesting. You got two opposing forces.
A strong enough atmospheric explosion should travel around the world and meet at antipodal to the original explosion, right?
Right, but you know how as it spreads out, the amplitude of it goes down.
I said strong enough. So
right.
I'm just going to make it in my hypothesis big enough.
Well, in this case, this one was big enough to go around the world. I was able to predict the secondary impulse at weather stations around the world. So, little simple calculation, I can predict when you'll see the first impulse and when you'll see the second impulse just by assuming the Earth is 24,901 miles and the countries are where they say they are. And I got exact answers. I mean, frighteningly close to the actual measurements. So I thought it was, it's like really a super, super evident. But as far as the shockwave getting weaker and weaker, the question he was asking is, as the wave spreads out, the amplitude should go down. But as it starts coming back together again towards the antipode, the size of the rings, essentially, the pressure waves, is going to keep on decreasing. So I would think that might have some of an amplification again back to closer to the original power. But I think that that's going to be circumvented by the fact that since it's traveling through the environment, it's losing power the entire time, losing energy, converting it to heat. But I can't. I could never do the math on something like that, and it was totally irrelevant to the point of time of arrival. But this guy's video, he does a couple dozen God does probably 50 to 100 points around the world compared to my 9. And then he does it with some animations, which show you the position of all the countries. And he also did it on the AE map to show how unusual the number. And then he finishes up with the simple fact that you can't have an on a flat Earth. So I highly recommend the video. I'm going to duck out. Talk to you later, Brenda, and talk to you later, Gio.
Hey, Gio, you there? You there, Gio?
Hello? So if it's true and the earth is not flat, say now or forever hold your peace. Alright, I'll give it a second chance. If the earth is not flat, if the earth is a globe, speak now or forever hold your peace. Alright.
What happened to Geo?
To what?
To Geo. Where'd Geo go?
Oh, I'm sure he's still here.
He's not in the list on mine.
Oh yeah, sometimes he just goes over to listen on YouTube. The top thing that Livestream won, that's his account too.
Oh. Wait. Oh, okay. The Livestream 1 VC or
Yeah.
something? Okay.
Yeah. You see that the very top thing with the star Livestream? Right above bacon. You see it's like
Oh, I see it. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
that's
Livestream 1. Oh, that's him too. Okay, gotcha.
Heyo.
You know.
Hello.
This is a live stream. So people log on to YouTube now and just listen to just dead air. Multi-billion-dollar company.
I don't know if it's even going out to YouTube right now. It might not even be live. I'm not sure. Hey, Geo's back, maybe. Maybe not.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Letters.
Just a spitballing, if you will. So if if you were to hear someone claim that the biggest problem with flat Earth is flat earthers, do you think that would be a claim a flat earther would make or an anti-flat earther?
The biggest problem with flat Earth is flat earthers.
Yeah, so basically, if you substitute that, right? See, the biggest problem with Christians are Christians, or the
See,
biggest
like,
problem with police are police, or the biggest problem with teachers. You're always making it about the person, not the actual facts, right? Not the science, not the logic, not the reason. So would that be an insider claim or an outsider claim?
huh? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on. Like, I think either could make it because, like, you think about if it's a flat earther saying it, they probably mean, look at all these idiots out here saying flat Earth, but then they're also spitting stupidity or craziness. Like a lot of us listen to what's his face Dodo or whatever, and and I don't think a lot of us really like necessarily go along with what he's saying, like, or even necessarily comprehend what he's trying to say when he starts talking about Aristarchus and whatever's been revealed and all that. So, like, I can understand a flat earther being like, the biggest problem with flat Earth is flat earthers, as in all these people saying I'm a flat earther and then acting like lunatics. But I could also see it on the ball side, them saying the biggest issue with flat Earth is flat earthers, as in, like, I guess sort of in the same way, but maybe more insulty, like, maybe not. Huh.
It's a head scratcher, isn't it? So which way, if you had to pick one, which way would you go?
If I had to pick one, like, and the only details I have is this person, like, let's say some random person jumps into this voice chat and says, the worst thing about flat Earth is the flat earthers themselves.
Yeah, so basically, as they're saying, if you got rid of all the flat earthers would actually have an argument. If you follow it to the full logical conclusion.
Oh boy, if I absolutely had to pick, I would say if someone who claims to be a flat earther would say that. Because a baller would never admit, at least in my experience, a baller would never actually admit that flat Earth might be a good argument, even if you got rid of the people who are talking about it. Like, that seems like it would never actually admit out loud like that. Like from the ones that I've heard get on here. So it's like, if they're saying those words like that, I'm guessing it's probably someone who claims to be a flat earther.
Or like they're fronting, right?
Yeah. Like, I don't know if they actually would be a flat earther, but I would say it's someone at least claiming to be one.
Yeah, look, it's always it just keeps locking up. That's like the bigger puzzles that won't work.
Yeah. It's too many things on the screen. Well, they're not on the screen, but it's too many things loading.
Huh. Are you still there? Wait, did my thing freeze?
We're all here.
Oh, can you hear me?
Can hear you, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, he left. I think the one I was talking to left, maybe, or something. Or got kicked. I don't know. Maybe not.
How did you find the server?
What's that?
How'd you find the server or the show?
This one?
Yeah.
I think I was invited to this one actually. I would be on Brandon Toy's show and Ranty's show when it was Ranty's. I would be on there every so often, or for a while there. I was on that one. I was joining in and listening and talking and stuff. And I was on Brandon's server, and at some point, I think Geo might have like sent an invite or a message or something saying, "Hey, check out this channel" or something like that. Maybe.
Okay. So you were in Brandon's Discord?
Yeah, I'm a member over there too.
They used to have a pretty active VC, right? They used to at least.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of shifted over here a bit, and that might be because Brennan's been kind of away for a while. It seems like he is. I don't know if he's taking a break or what, but it seems like he's been gone for a good bit, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that. I remember Brandon over the summer was kind of his server had a lot of VCs going. Yeah, I was. Do you know Quantum Eraser?
Yeah, I've heard of him. I think I had one very short text chat with him.
Yeah, he has a YouTube channel, right? Called Quantum Eraser. And he has a Discord, so I think I found this server on that Discord.
Oh, okay.
It's all similar people. Like the Quantum Eraser mods were the original mods of this server. One of them's still here, Don Geo, I guess. Righteous Don Geo.
Okay.
Yeah,
you say one of the mods
these
from that server is over here, you mean?
Yeah, a couple Quantum Eraser guys. He interacts a lot on his own Discord, which is maybe different from a lot of other YouTube. That much.
I don't have a good impression of Quantum Eraser. The very short text chat I had with him gives me the impression that he's kind of a dope.
Yeah, he's kind of he talks a lot. He's one of those types, he never has anything nice to say, really.
What's up, guys?
Yo. Jeremy.
How we doing?
You know that that conversation that I was having, I think it was last night with them about the you brought it up. I was basically making the exact same point you were. I don't know if any of them picked up on it, but the whole if you have a circle, you must have a plane thing.
Yeah, you can't draw a circle without having the plane is essential. The sphere you're drawing it on is not essential. You could draw the circle on anything.
Well, see, I was trying to explain that just like with triangles and squares, you can't actually have 2D shapes in 3D space. It's not possible. Once it's in 3D space, it's something other than the 2D shape. It has to be because it has 3 dimensions, and 2D shapes are only 2D. I was trying to make this point. They eventually they sort of kind of agreed to it, but then decided that it was just pedantic or semantics or whatever, and Eggshell said, what if we say it's like a circle or whatever? And I said that's fine because at least then you're not calling it a circle because it's not. It's just like one. And I with the something that's basically analogous. I posted a thing in the chat there, and it's that infinite staircase thing.
Oh, I love that. What's the name of it? They actually made one of those.
Penrose Staircase,
Penrose.
I think, or something
No, they
like
didn't
that.
do that. They made one where you go upstairs, come in from down. I think they did it in like MIT or something. It's a staircase where like you go up the stairs, but then when you come back, you're coming from downstairs from the other way. Do you know the name of that one?
No, I don't.
I'll find it. Anyways, sorry, what were you saying?
Basically, it's the same concept, okay? These stairs can never actually be made in our world in 3 dimensions. It can't happen, right? It's impossible.
Yeah.
We can make something that looks like these stairs, and from a certain perspective, we can imagine that they are these kind of stairs in our head. If we look at it from just the right direction, if we build a 3D thing and look at it from just the right angle, we can basically use our imaginations to transpose onto the 3D object that it is this 2D thing, okay? But it's not actually this 2D thing, right? And it's the same thing with the shapes. Someone mentioned like a cylinder or whatever, taking it, I think, like looking at it from the side, like as if I think the idea was if you're looking like you can see through the hole. Well, the cardboard part or whatever of a paper towel roll or whatever, like let's say you're looking down through it. Well, isn't that a circle? Well, no, actually it's not a circle, okay? It's a cylinder, a 3D object. You can imagine a circle on the face of it. You can use your mind to decide that it is circular in shape on the side there, on the face or on the surface or whatever you want to call it. But there isn't actually a circle there. You're not actually holding a circle in any way, shape, or form. You are holding a cylinder, okay? And someone was arguing like pyramids, like, you know, how many pyramids make up or how many triangles make up a pyramid? Well, no triangles actually
infinite.
No, none, zero. No triangles actually make up the pyramid. You look at the pyramid and you see points, and in your mind you can imagine and transpose your imagination of a triangle onto the pyramid, but there isn't actually a triangle there.
Yeah, no doubt. No, check it. I posted it in the chat. The Shirian stairwell. It's called. MIT actually built one. It's fucking crazy.
Which chat are you in?
Livestream 1.
I'm in Livestream 3 for some reason. I don't know if you even saw the picture I posted here. I'll post it in here.
I know what a Penrose staircase is.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah. So basically, it's. I think it's analogous to the shapes thing. Is like you can draw this thing and you can even make it look 3D on the paper, but it's not 3D. It's 2D. And you can build something in 3D that looks a lot like it, and from one angle or from, you know, a certain angle, certain perspective, you can even make it seem like it is this thing, but it never will be. Just like from a certain angle, a pyramid can seem like a triangle, or a paper towel roll can seem like a circle, but it never actually will be. And then Geo actually, I don't know if he just wasn't thinking about it or if he was just like ignoring this particular detail, but he was saying you could draw a circle on a sphere, and I think eventually he did acknowledge that it wouldn't actually technically be a circle, because it wouldn't. Even if you draw a circle on a sphere, like if you just go outside and you pretend that we're living on a sphere and you draw a circle, well, technically it's not actually a circle. It is imagine basically like a taco shell folded just a little bit, essentially.
Circles don't even exist in your mind. You can't even think about a circle, right? Because what's it, 2D?
You can, the same way you can think about a triangle or a square, basically. You can imagine it, essentially. But
maybe it was a line.
You have to pretend that it's on a 2D plane, basically.
Yeah, I think it's a line. You can't even imagine a line in your head. So, I mean, a circle's made out of a line that connects, that has the same. Yeah, you couldn't see you couldn't even picture a line or a circle in your head. Because as soon as you tell me what you see, It has the dimensionality to it.
Huh.
Or maybe it's just a line, maybe not a circle. It's definitely a line though, because a line's 1D, right?
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. I think now with the line, like, a line actually, right? So like a 1D thing, you can't actually.
So as soon as you tell me what you see, like say if I said picture a line in your head and I'm like, well, what are you seeing right now? And you describe any kind of thickness to anything, it's over.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. No, I get that. Yep. There's no such thing as 1D. At least not as far as we know.
Like a 2D thing, all right, you can envision that in your head.
Right.
But a 1D thing, that's a no-go. You can't even think. You can't even see, and imagine it in your mind.
No, because there's nothing to imagine. Like there's no. If it's only one dimension, like you don't have the data to even describe that. I think in your brain to yourself, right? So like, there's nothing to put there. It'd be like trying to come up with a new color, basically, right? Like trying to imagine a brand new color that's never been thought of or seen before. You don't have the proper data available in your brain to make that happen, right?
There's just nothing there to make happen. Like the line has length. The line has length, so there's its 1D. So if you tell me, like, what are you seeing? If you can't see just length. You need some kind of width to see it with. I mean, you could think of a line in your head, be like, well, that represents a line. You could put 2 points, straight line going to it in your mind, and be like, well, there's my line. But that's not actually a line because you're thinking about something 2-dimensional. You can't think about the 1-dimensional. I don't know. This whole thing's getting boring to me. I don't know how people have been here 5 years. People that have been here 4, 5, 6 years, God bless their souls. I've only been talking on Discord like 2 years now, and it's fucking just a daunting task at this point.
Well, I mean, like there might be something else to it also, though. Like I'm pretty set and comfortable at this point as far as like I've seen, YouTube videos. I've heard the arguments on both sides and stuff like that. And so it's like to me, it's pretty obvious. Okay, obviously we're not spinning. Okay, we're obviously not flying through space at hundreds of thousands of miles per hour, a million miles per hour. Okay, but I still enjoy like showing up here and just listening to like the discussions and stuff like that to hear what people are saying. But I also enjoy like analyzing like the conversations. So that's something that for whatever reason, that's something that I like to do is like analyze the conversation taking place and then try and like pick out what they're actually doing with their conversation. So that's just something that I enjoy doing. But other people might be like, they may have been here 5 years, but it doesn't necessarily mean, I think, that they've been fervently arguing that whole time. They may have started off real hot and heavy and just trying to just destroy the globe and dunk and all that stuff. But maybe some of them have cooled off and just kind of, they hang around and are just, having fun, enjoying the conversation and the other people or something. I don't know. Also, I mean, maybe there's like a little bit that's like always got that like a little bit of hope that somebody at some point is going to just like jump on the scene and be like, all right, here it is. Here's the Globers can't say no, and they can't math it out of existence or, warp it so it seems ballish. Like, here it is. Here's the thing. And it's absolute. Like, maybe there's just that little bit of hope to some of these people. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I'm really just trying to focus on getting my money up. I gotta get money. So really, any free time I get goes to that. We ain't getting nowhere with this. Nobody's listening. At first, I had these crazy ideas that people were listening, and I was going to be swaying the minds of people because they would hear me and the Globers going at it, and they would just people would just see, oh, this Glober is being absolutely ridiculous and unreasonable. But I don't know if anyone's even who's listening. It's the same people are listening that are already in it. Like, I don't know if we don't get new people coming in, like it's falling on deaf ears.
Maybe there might be some drive-by people just kind of messing around. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Like that presentation you made that one day about gerbils or hamsters, right?
Yeah, gerbils. I spelled gerbils wrong.
I know. I was laughing about that the whole time. I didn't realize the laughter. I'm like, yo, wait a second. I wasn't looking at my phone, and then afterwards, I'm like, this guy's been spelling gerbil wrong the whole time. Anyways, well laid out, specific thing, and it should have been easy for anyone that doesn't have a hidden agenda or isn't being, intellectually honest, should be able to reconcile that, and should have been able to reconcile that when you were done.
Right.
But you still got these guys going against it. It's like, well, and their position is totally ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Because you changed the word "doesn't have" or something. I forget exactly what their nonsense was, but it's like, you can't be serious right now with this. Like, that's another thing too. Like, if the people we were going up against were, maybe if they weren't so intellectually dishonest, it might give me hope or something. I don't know. I just feel like, why?
At some point, it is like the pearls before swine thing, right? Like they obviously are the swine. They don't value the pearls. They don't care about the pearls. They're just, pigs messing around in the dirt and the slop, and who cares? They don't care about the pearls. So, like, I get that. Like,
I got disconnected and missed everything you just said.
Oh, I was just saying it's basically like the pearls before swine thing. They're those ones that are like, whenever I went through that, the ones who couldn't grasp that, or not necessarily the ones who couldn't, the ones who wouldn't like admit that or grasp that or just concede that obviously is the case. Like, they're basically the swine. They don't care about the pearl. They don't value the pearl. So it's like, I can get how that can be like disappointing or like kind of maybe take some of the wind out of your sails. I get that.
I mean,
maybe don't think of it in terms of like, how many people are we getting new? Think of it like, I guess, I don't know how many people have had this experience. But like, when you were a kid, did you ever go with your parents over to like one of their friends' house for an evening?
Yeah.
Or like get together with I don't know if you had a congregation when you were a kid, but like get together with a group of people that you knew, and like you all sat around the bonfire or something.
Yeah.
And just like you sat around the bonfire and you listened to it, and and just kind of chat, and suddenly it's 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night or whatever. Maybe you went camping with a group of friends or something, and it's deep into the night. You're just sitting there staring at the fire, just thinking and talking about stuff. Like, maybe it's better to actually think of this like that rather than an active attempt to get to to change people's minds. Instead, it's like, we're coming to this voice chat, and we're kind of sitting around the virtual Discord fire, just thinking on things and talking to each other, enjoying the company, and getting our thoughts out there. And maybe somebody comes by and asks to join us and engage. Maybe sometimes we get the losers from the campsite over who just want to be annoying and bug us.
Yeah. I don't know. 90 cents today on my YouTube, on my video watching thing. Sweet.
90 cents.
Fucking bringing home the bacon. I'm trying to see how many menial things I can do. Like that probably took me like a total of like 3 minutes all day to do that.
At 90 cents, maybe bringing home the bacon bits.
the fake ones.
Yeah. Imitation.
Getting real bacon bits for that. Yeah, the real ones are loot.
Hey Bob, what did you have a presentation about?
Oh, this was months and months ago that I did that. That was back when Brandon was in the shows, I think.
Yeah.
But it was on the like basically the structure of a sentence and determining accurately whether the thing being said was a positive claim or a rejection of a positive claim. Something along those lines, yeah. Somewhere in that area, maybe.
Was it about the no need for, like, if you make a negative claim, you don't have the burden of proof?
Say that again.
Was it about the that if you make a negative claim, you don't have the burden of proof?
Well, sorta. I don't know if I ever really say that. That seems like a weird way to say it, because like, if you're on the negative side of a claim, you aren't actually making a claim. You're just rejecting the positive claim. So like, someone says to me, "Hey, unicorns exist." well, that's a positive claim, and they would have the burden of proof. If I say, no, they don't, I'm not actually making a claim that they don't exist. All I'm doing is saying, I don't believe that they do exist.
Yeah, then if you say,
it's
then
like an atheism, sort of.
then if let's say unicorns did exist, right, and we knew it, and I was like, and then I made the claim, and I said, you can't have a unicorn without blue hair, and all the unicorns we knew, they all had blue hair, right? So I say you can't have a unicorn without blue hair, right? That would also be a negative claim.
Sure, but
right?
if I now say the United States doesn't exist, would you say that I still have a burden of proof for that claim, or?
No, so like you wouldn't have a burden of proof if you're going to say, I don't believe that the United States exists. There's nothing for you to prove. You can't, there's no way to prove a negative because, especially like when we talk about existence, because the thing that doesn't exist can't leave evidence of its non-existence because it doesn't exist. So you can't have a burden of proof in that scenario. But
maybe burden of reason or something.
What everyone else can do that does believe the United States exists is just recognize that person and say, okay, they don't believe the United States exists, so I don't want to engage with them anymore because we aren't working from the same foundation, basically.
Yeah, I mean, like,
you tried to dodge my question right now. But if I were to say you can't have a unicorn without blue hair, the burden of proof would still be on the person that says, no, we can have a unicorn without blue hair, right?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
If they're saying that, then yes.
That's reasonable, yeah.
Yeah, if they're making the claim.
Some people aren't so reasonable, though.
I mean, sure. I mean, I can just say flat Earth doesn't exist, and
yeah, that's fine.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. And you can say that the globe Earth doesn't exist.
Right.
Yep. Yeah,
This was all based on burden of proof and who had the burden or not. It was directly about gas pressure without a container, obviously.
Yeah, someone did that already. In one of the, it was like later in the evening, I think, in one of the chats, someone was making an argument. So then I decided to bring it up on the show to walk through the steps to explain why their argument was incorrect.
Like let's hold on a second, Bob. Let's see if you want to how you want to do this, Mo Man. So I said you can't have a unicorn without blue hair, and you said the burden of proof would be on the person saying you can, right?
Yeah, if someone says that you can, yes.
Yeah. So if I say you can't have gas pressure without a container, that's the same thing, right?
Yeah, with the definition of a gas pressure, yeah. If someone claims that you can have, yeah. I mean, if someone says that you can have a container without a container, then sure. I mean, you can't.
What? Anyways, your people were trying to fight us that's not a negative claim because you have the word "not" in there or something. Remember, Bob?
Yep.
Like they were like, you put "not" in there,
so
now it's a double negative.
I think it's a wrong thing to attack. It's just
double negative. It was just like, no, it's not.
Yo, they were dead ass fighting for that too. I'm like, yo, this can't be real right now. I'm like, there's no way.
I don't have any issues with the claim of like that. I know that the definition, if you apply it to the air outside, you're begging the question, but it's not a claim, positive claim, negative claim thing to me. I don't see that way.
Well, it might not like always be, or it might not even usually be. It's just the reason I had gone through it was because someone had specifically tried to make that argument that you can't have gas pressure without a container was somehow a double negative. And it's very, like, anyone who walks through it logically and reasonably and intelligently, it's obviously not a double negative. It can't be a double negative.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't see why someone would even go there. Because, I mean, obviously,
you know why, Mo Man? I know why.
Isn't gas pressure. Yep.
I can tell you why they do. Wait, what are you saying about outside and gas pressure?
That the air outside isn't gas pressure.
You're saying it's not gas pressure?
Yep.
What?
It's not gas pressure with the definition of gas pressure that you use.
Why?
Because your definition is force exerted on the walls of the container, and you're begging the question with the definition of a container.
Okay, so we have gas outside, correct?
Yes.
It's under pressure, right?
It has pressure, yes.
Yes, it has pressure. It's under pressure.
Yep. Yep.
Yes, it's gas pressure. That's what we call gas pressure.
Okay, so your definition for gas pressure is gas and force.
Pressure, gas that's under pressure, pressurized gas. If you have that, that's
sure.
You now have gas pressure.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Yeah. So there is gas pressure outside, right? What kind of weird argument are you making?
Because, I mean, I'm just wondering, your definition for gas pressure is now just gas with pressure, and sure, then we have gas pressure outside.
Yes, and you can't have gas pressure without the walls of a container.
How do you know that?
Because it doesn't exist without it.
How do you know that? You don't know.
I mean, if you think it does, then show me. The burden of proof's on you.
Didn't we just go over this?
Yeah, what the fuck?
No. I mean, your definition for gas pressure is gas and that gas having pressure. And we can go outside and observe gas and measure pressure. No container needed.
I'm saying you can't have that without a container. It doesn't exist.
How do you know that?
Because you can't show it to me.
Well, if you go outside, where's the container?
That's.
Can you read the definition of gas pressure? Does it not say exerts pressure against a container in the definition?
Yeah, and that's why I said that definition is begging the question.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We agree that there's gas under pressure. So now I'm saying gas pressure without a container doesn't exist.
Sure,
right?
You can say that.
Okay.
Then.
I mean, I'm glad we all agree.
So I should show you gas pressure without a container now?
Only if you're taking this. Only if you think it does exist without a container.
Sure, you can go outside. Where's the container?
It's circular reasoning. Circular logic. Yeah, it is.
Oh, is it? Why?
You can't just point out there and say, "Yeah, there's no container." Let's go up and see if there's a container up there. I'm ready to go. Let's go.
Yeah,
You ready?
That's your burden of proof because you're saying that it needs a container.
Oh boy.
Well, does gas pressure require a container?
Without it, it doesn't exist.
Oh, so you're just changing it into a negative claim.
What do you mean, dude? You can't have it. You can't have gas pressure without we all know there's gas pressure. I'm glad I finally got you to admit that one at least.
Sure.
So now that we know there's gas pressure outside, we know that gas pressure needs a container.
No, we don't.
Well, unicorns don't exist. So show me a unicorn and then show me gas pressure without a container.
Unicorns don't exist.
The burden of proof's on you.
No, it isn't. Like, what's pressure in your view?
What?
What is pressure?
Why are we going backwards?
Because we need to know how you got the container.
We're going backwards. We already agreed there's gas pressure.
Sure, there's gas, and you can measure a force. That's the definition of gas pressure. There's no container nowhere.
Okay, I know, I understand your claim. That's a positive.
No, it's not a claim. It's not a claim. That's what you defined gas pressure as. Not me.
As what?
As gas, and that gas applying a force.
Gas under pressure.
Sure, yeah, gas and a force.
We already agree. We're already past this. Why are we going backwards?
Yeah.
We agree. Gas
so
pressure.
all you need for gas pressure is gas molecules, and those gas molecules moving.
Well, no. Now I'm saying you can't have gas pressure without a container because that doesn't exist.
And that's a claim. That's a claim.
That's a negative claim. That's like saying unicorns don't exist. In order for me to believe you would either have to show me a unicorn or gas pressure without a container.
No, I mean
that's how it works.
No, that's not how it works. Where did you get that you can't have gas pressure without a container?
From the fact that the only experience we ever have in all of our lives is that if we have gas pressure, it is within a container. We never experience anything else.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is. Other than the one case that you're trying to claim isn't the case, in which case you can't prove that there isn't a container. Of course, obviously that would be proven in negative. So the only case that there is that you say there isn't a container is the one case that we won't know either way. So if every case is there is a container, except for one where we don't know either way, the logic would dictate that there is a container until we know that there isn't one.
No, the logic is that we don't know either way.
Or I guess there is one other option, which is you accept that anything is possible, including an almighty creator who could decide that there didn't need to be a container. You would have to include that as at least a possibility, along with every other possibility that you can imagine in your mind, like unicorns keeping the pressure in.
No, you have only two possibilities.
Keeping the pressure in.
No.
All of those are valid reasons, or you accept that there must be a container.
No, you have two possibilities. Either there has to be a container, or there doesn't have to be a container.
Right, but if there doesn't have to be a container, then it would be outside everything that we know in existence. So you would have to accept any possibility as at least possible.
I mean, sure, but I mean, it's kind of relevant.
Okay, all right. Well, no, it is relevant because then that lets us know where you're at, like foundationally. So we know in your conversations, you want to allow anything to be possible, which means anything you can imagine as an answer. Whereas, like myself, I don't want my conversations to be that useless. I want to have a more narrow, like standard set of what's going to be allowed in the conversation. So I would only accept things that we can actually experience.
No, that's not what you're accepting things that we can't experience because you're saying that there has to be a container even though you don't
I can
know it
experience
exists.
gas pressure with a container. I can experience that.
I can experience it without a container.
No, you can't. You can experience it and then think there's no container, but you can't prove there's no container. That would be proven in negative.
Yeah, you can't prove that there is a container.
You don't know that you're experiencing it without a container. So you can't use that as an example of without a container because we don't know if there's a container. It's not an example of one or the other.
You just said that we don't know if there is a container, and I agree with that.
So there's no example of gas pressure without a container.
No, if you go outside, hold on. Do we have gas pressure outside?
Yes, that I know of.
Okay. Have you seen the container?
I don't know if I've seen the container.
Okay. Do you know that there is a container?
No.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't know if gas pressure requires a container.
Yes, I do.
How?
Okay, let me explain it again. If you walk outside and there's gas pressure and you don't know if there's a container or not, that means that walking outside and experiencing gas pressure is not an example of gas pressure with a container or an example of gas pressure without a container. It's not an example of either because you don't know, which leaves us with only ever examples of gas pressure with a container. That's all we have.
And a demonstration of gas pressure with or without a container. You don't know.
We don't know which one it is, so it can't be an example of either. So we only actually have examples of with.
There could be unicorns out there. We don't know. We've never been everywhere, right? So
no, you're saying that there is. You're saying that there is a container. I'm saying that I don't know. That's the honest position.
It can't exist without one.
We never experienced unicorns, okay? So right now, you could make the argument there might be unicorns on an island somewhere, okay? But that can't be used as an example of we experience unicorns just because we can't see the island, just because we don't know if the island exists. That can't be an example of us having unicorns because we don't know if that is out there.
But you're claiming that there are no unicorns.
That's not a claim. That's a denial of the claim that there are unicorns. I can say there aren't unicorns, and that's just.
Then I say, okay. Then I say gas pressure doesn't require a container, and that's not a positive claim.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep, there we are. Case closed. Now you have to prove that there's a container in the atmosphere.
No, I don't have to prove that.
We went through the burden of proof thing earlier.
Yeah, I made a negative claim. I don't have the burden of proof. Yeah.
Okay, no, I think maybe you misunderstood. Okay, Jeremy, he just tried to do the same thing that the other ones did. He tried. Okay, here's the thing. Oh man, I don't even know. I don't know if I saved my presentation. I don't even know if he would accept it, even if I did walk through the steps. Okay. Gas pressure without a container is one thing. Okay. Gas pressure with a container is one thing. That's not two separate things being talked about. Do you understand that?
I don't know.
Okay. So if I say gas pressure with a container, how many things am I talking about with that sentence?
I mean, I don't know. Gas pressure with a container. Everything except the outside air.
So what I'm talking about is one subject. That's it.
Sure.
I'm not talking about two subjects. The one subject I'm talking about is gas pressure with a container. If I say gas pressure without a container, I'm only talking about one subject, gas pressure that doesn't have a container. They are not two separate subjects. The gas pressure and the container aren't two separate things. We're talking about gas pressure and then a description of the gas pressure. Kind of like the example I used in my presentation was gerbils. Saying a gerbil without hair is one subject. Just because you mention the hair doesn't change the subject. The subject is the gerbil, and now you're just describing a part of the gerbil, hair or no hair. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
Right. So if you say hairless gerbil, you're just describing a gerbil, okay? And then you're mentioning a facet or a thing on the gerbil or about the gerbil. Same as if you would say red gerbil or blue gerbil or whatever. But it's still only one subject.
Can I say a quick thing? Usually people say that gas pressure is force exerted on the walls of the container. So then your analogy breaks down because now you're talking about gas pressure without a container in a container and gas pressure without a container without a container.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, do you define gas pressure just a gas exerting a force, but not into a specific thing?
I'm not actually. I don't think anyone's ever asked me what I would define gas pressure as. So I don't know that I've come up with a definition myself.
Yeah, because I've heard Jeremy used earlier the gas pressure is force exerted on the walls of the container. So if that is the definition for gas pressure, then gas pressure with a container and gas pressure without a container, those aren't things.
I mean, sure, yeah, like I can accept that argument. And the only way you would be able to detect the gas pressure in the first place is by how much the gas is pressing on something, right? Otherwise, you can't detect gas pressure.
Yeah, you need a surface for forces to act upon if you want to measure them. Like a barometer. Or a human.
Well, everyone knows there's gas pressure outside. That's not anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe there's
that depends on the definition for the word that you use.
But here's the thing: is that if by what you're saying, if we're going to take that as the definition, then that just fixes it. Because if you say there's gas pressure outside, and gas pressure means the gas is pressing on the container, then you just saying gas pressure outside, you've already admitted the container then, because you're using the gas pressure and it's in the definition.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that that definition is begging the question. It can't be applied to the outsider because we will never observe the container.
Yeah, that's why he was saying gas pressure doesn't exist or isn't outside earlier because of how we define it.
It can't be begging the question because it's only the designation that it was provided by us. We are deciding what gas pressure is. If we want to decide something else, we could do that. We could just decide gas pressure is something other than what we've already decided.
You would be begging the question
fallacy.
You would be begging the question if you define it like that, and also claim there's gas pressure.
Okay. Let me explain why it's not begging the question, okay? The reason
Did
it's
you
not
hear what I just said?
it's for the same reason if you painted a wall red, what we call red now, and then you got everyone in the world to agree that the wall is going to be called blue. Okay? You're not begging the question when you do that. You're just changing the label, or the definition. If you want to change the definition of something, that's not begging the question. That's you changing the definition.
Hold on.
Oh, but
You're defining a container into existence, and you can't do that. That's begging the question.
No, I didn't define it. And I
you're
didn't
not begging the question.
Never once defined a container.
You're not begging the question just by using that definition. But as soon as you say there's gas pressure outside, then if you're using that definition when you're saying that, then you are begging the question.
It's like me saying that Earth is defined as a globe, so no planet.
So
I'm begging the question.
If I walk outside and say, "Oh, there's gas pressure," I would only be saying there's gas pressure by the definition that we've decided means gas pressure. If I go outside and measure something and we all agree that's not actually gas pressure, I'm fine with that. But if we all agree that it's called gas pressure, then that's not begging the question. That's just us assigning a title or a label to something. That's it. That's not begging the question.
Just that, no. But if you say that and also say there's gas pressure out there, that would be begging the question, because that would be implying your definition applies out there. But you don't know that. You're using our understanding of what gas pressure is to make the claim that there's gas pressure out there, and then applying our definition to infer that means there's a container. That would be begging the question.
If you were to define gas pressure by using the idea of a container without confirming that it needs a container, or without having the understanding of that the container is required to have the gas pressure, or that you didn't have the experience of it always needing a container, and then you decided to go out and label the outside as gas pressure without that knowledge, then you would possibly have a problem, because now you're just deciding that a thing is. That would be possibly begging the question. That's not what's happening here.
But it doesn't
We do experience gas pressure without going outside. We can still experience gas pressure. We don't need outside at all to experience gas pressure. Okay,
pressure is pretty well defined. When you have a force over an area, that's pressure. Gas pressure is just as pressure coming from something in a gas state. So if you want to define it as something pressing against a container, just because every example of gas pressure there is a container, you're adding something that is not necessary, because the concept of pressure itself is already enough to define it. And it doesn't assume anything that you don't know.
It would be if you could demonstrate the gas pressure without a container.
What would be?
Enough.
You said it would be. It would be what?
If you can demonstrate gas pressure without the requirement of a container, then that would be enough. Yeah. Absolutely.
No, that's already enough, because that definition does not imply that you can have without a container, and it doesn't imply that you cannot have without a container. It doesn't imply anything about having or not a container. It's a more fundamental definition. There's no need to add extra requirements just because you experience them to the definition. So, for example, if every sphere that I've seen is blue, and I define a sphere as something where the surface is from the same distance to the center, there's no need to say that it also has to be blue to be considered a sphere. A sphere itself is already a basic enough definition that doesn't require something else just because that also fits the experience.
Maybe we're missing each other here, because I'm not saying that the definition of gas pressure requires you to include container in the definition. I'm not saying that. I wasn't claiming that.
I'm putting the implication on it. Okay,
right.
If you say lions exist, okay, fine. Now, if I want to say blue lions don't exist, now you need to show me a blue lion.
If you want
to think blue lions exist, yeah.
No, you gotta. I mean, the claim is yours.
No, that's how it works. What do you mean? No, that's how it works.
The claim is yours.
It's my claim.
Sorry,
it's my claim that blue lions don't exist. So if you want to say blue lions do exist, who do you think should show? Who do you think the burden of proof's on at that point?
In both of us, we both made claims.
No, it's all on you, buddy.
You have your claims. Every claim has a burden.
You don't prove negatives, dude. You can't prove negatives.
It doesn't mean you don't have a burden just because you can do
Yes,
that.
it does. It literally
I have
means that
no
you
burden
cannot
of proof.
prove negatives.
No, if I say there's no God, I have a burden of proof to demonstrate that. It doesn't matter if what you're claiming is a negative or not. If you're making a claim, that's your burden. You have to prove that.
Unless it's negative, because you can't prove negatives.
It doesn't matter if you cannot do it. If you cannot do it, then you shouldn't be making that claim. Because if you do,
there is never an obligation on it. It can't even actually be a claim. Okay, and I explained this to the other guy too. If you say something does exist and I say no, it doesn't, I'm not saying I claim that it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is I reject your claim that it does exist.
So you phrased it wrong.
So imagine.
No,
hold
no,
on. Let me say
you're saying you said something you didn't say. Like if I say actually,
I'm not saying that. Imagine a neutral.
Well, let me just wait. Stop. Because you have to notice what you just said. If I say the number of balls in a jar is even, and you say no, it's odd, and then now you're saying that saying it's odd just mean that you're rejecting me saying it's even. No, that's a claim on itself.
That's a false analogy.
No, if you're
it's a false analogy, and I can explain exactly why.
Rejecting a sentence is not the same as denying a sentence.
Just use a false analogy. It is completely senseless and doesn't apply to our conversation whatsoever. Now, do you understand why it's a false analogy?
Well, that's on you. Can you explain
There's
me why?
only two options in that case. There's literally only two options. There's odd and there's even, and that's it. And it's based on a number system that is basically decided by people.
Same thing about Booleans. Either Booleans exist or they don't exist. There's no third option.
No.
Yes,
you're misunderstanding. Okay. Even and odd are not things that exist. They are concepts used by man to describe things. They aren't actually things themselves. They're used to describe things. Okay. So it does not apply to the situation we're talking about.
No, you're just adding an arbitrary difference.
For your analogy, you have to say the example that would have to be used is you saying there are marbles in the jar and someone saying no, there's not marbles in the jar. That would be an
both have a
analogy.
burden of proof.
Marbles is the gas pressure.
Yeah, if you're saying there aren't, if you have no way to know whether or not there are marbles in the jar and you're claiming there aren't, I'm expecting you have something that points to that conclusion. You can't just say there are not things inside the jar just because you cannot access what's inside.
Yes, you can. Absolutely can.
You can, but that's unreasonable. That's the point.
No, you can show up with a box to my house.
You can claim whatever you want. That's unreasonable.
The obligation. It doesn't change the obligation. Here, okay. Maybe
what kind of obligation are you talking about?
Okay. If you decide to make a claim to somebody else, why are you making that claim to them?
What do you mean?
Let's say you go up to somebody and you say, there are marbles in the jar. Why are you saying that to them?
I don't know. You're creating the situation.
Right. So the only reason you would ever have to provide proof that there's marbles in that jar is if you want to convince them. If you don't care what they think about the jar or the marbles, you have no burden of proof on you, even if you're making a positive claim. It's only if you're trying to convince them. Okay? If you say there's marbles in the jar and they say no, they're not, they do not have a burden of proof because they don't care what you think about the marbles in the jar.
Then it's no longer about being negative or positive. Then it's about whether or not the other person is interested on what you're saying, or if you are interested in convincing them. Then it has nothing to do about the type of the claim you're saying.
Well, then it completely breaks down your claim anyway.
No, I'm just saying
because the person wouldn't have a burden of proof.
No, you're saying that there's a burden of proof only if you're trying to convince the person. That's not what having a burden of proof is. Burden of proof means your claim is just
wow. Dude, that's not like a what would you call it? Like a rule that somebody makes up like house rules. That's not house rules saying that
Sure.
you only have a burden of proof if you want to convince. That's literally the only reason to ever have a burden of proof is if you're trying to show someone else the thing. If you already believe it, you don't need the proof. You only ever need proof to show someone else.
Sure, but we're
That's how
debating
proof
something.
works.
Right. Okay, but
Right.
that has nothing to do with claims being negative or positive. If you made the claim, if you tell me, if you tell me that something doesn't exist, I don't have to accept that. It doesn't mean I'm believing then the thing exists just because I'm rejecting that.
Right.
But rejecting that does not mean I'm denying that. Those are very different things. If I deny that, I also have a burden of proof because now I'm making a claim about reality that I have.
If you say there are marbles in the jar, the implication is that you want to convince the other person that there are marbles in the jar. Otherwise, why did you say the words? You had no reason to say that to the person if you don't want them to also think marbles are in the jar.
Okay.
So if you say there are marbles in the jar, the burden of proof is automatically on you because you're the one trying to convince. If somebody says, no, there aren't, they have given no indication that they care about the marbles in the jar. Therefore, there is no obligation for proof.
If by saying there are marbles in the jar implies that I want the other person to believe, why
Because
then is
there's
saying,
no
wait,
reason to
wait,
tell
I haven't finished the question. I didn't even make the question yet. You're already answering. So if by saying to a person that there are marbles in the jar implies that I want them to believe so, why then saying not there aren't marbles in the jar does not imply the same thing about them? Why it only applies about me, not about you?
Because it is a response to the thing that you said. All they are doing is rejecting what you said.
So if the person says there are no marbles in the jars first, then that completely changes the burden of proof, just because I didn't say anything before.
No, it doesn't.
Because there wasn't a response. If someone comes at me and say there are no marbles on the jar, that according to you, the only reason why the person would say that is if they want me to believe that as well. So that would give them a burden of proof, according to you. So it doesn't matter if your claim is negative or positive.
It can't give them the burden of proof as far as, I mean, like they could insist on the burden of proof, I guess, but that would be more of a like a social thing, basically, and less of a logical thing. That would be a social thing. If they want to take a negative position and then insist on the negative position being accepted by somebody, that's a different scenario. We're not talking about that scenario. That scenario is something else entirely. Okay.
So but the only one making the claim with the gas pressure are the flat earthers saying that it requires a container. That's a positive claim.
Say that again.
Yeah, we're defining gas pressure in a way that makes less claims. We're just saying that's the amount of force you have in a certain area. If you define it as something pressing against a container, you're requiring more things to be true.
Yeah, like I said before, I wasn't saying that the definition required to have the word container in it. I'm fine with that. If you want to use the definition you just gave, I'm totally okay with that. I was never making the argument that the definition requires mention of a container, and I never said that.
Sure, but this definition was being discussed. I'm not saying that's on you. I'm just explaining.
I was also willing to give up the definition with the container walls, and just willing to go with the definition of gas under pressure.
Right.
So,
the definition wasn't actually the subject of the overall conversation.
All right, so let's drop it then.
I mean, that's what I started it with. I mean,
yeah, I was willing to agree with you, Mo man. I'm willing to say that. All right, we'll just go with gas under pressure.
Yeah, and I agree. Outside there's gas under pressure.
Absolutely. So we have gas pressure.
Yep.
Now I'm telling you that doesn't exist unless you have a container.
How do you know that?
No marbles in the jar. That's a claim.
Yeah, that's a claim. That's a negative claim.
Yeah, no, who cares?
No
it's your claim.
Yeah,
well, if you don't care, then fine. That's fine. If you guys don't care about my negative claim, fine. We'll just all sit here and
we do care about your negative claim. We don't care about
Jeremy, could I make the claim the world isn't not round and that not be a claim?
Well, now you actually do have a double negative in it now.
Right.
Which is funny because
so if you say you can't have gas pressure without a container, without a container gas pressure doesn't exist, that's a double negative.
Oh,
it's not a double negative, eggshells. You're wrong. Jeremy, do you remember whenever I said
is there
we
anything,
just went over this. We just went
is there
over this.
anything,
Eggshells, you missed it.
so what is the difference in meaning between gas pressure requires a container and you can't have gas pressure without a container? Where can you pick for me the difference between those two statements in terms of what they are describing?
Well, let's get this double negative thing sorted out real quick.
And the other is double negative.
Let's
Yeah,
get
one's
the
a
double
positive-
negative
so
thing.
are they? But is there any wiggle room in between those two statements in which a third possibility exists, or are they both describing exactly the same thing?
Okay, listen, eggshells. If I say that a hairless gerbil does not exist,
No, come on, let's not go. I asked a really simple question that I'd like an answer to before we talk about hairless gerbils, if that's okay. Is there any wiggle room? Is there any daylight between these two statements? You can't have gas pressure without a container, and gas pressure requires a container. Those are two different statements. Is there any daylight between them in which there is a possibility for one being valid and the other being invalid?
The statement gas pressure requiring a container is essentially the same thing as saying gas pressure without a container doesn't exist, right?
Perfect. Yes. So whether it's double negative or not becomes irrelevant. What it has demonstrated is you're making a positive claim using extra words.
no, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's a claim of non-existence, clearly.
What's the difference between the two claims then? What's the difference between the two claims?
No. He just said they're the same claim, not they're different.
Right. If they're the same claim, then I can make your claim using different words that is making a claim, therefore it's a claim. If there is no difference between the two phrases, if there's no difference between the two phrases, then they mean the same thing.
Right.
It's fine. If you want to use, go ahead.
I explained this, Jeremy. I explained this in my presentation when I did it. The word requires is a negative. You don't recognize that because you haven't spent time actually looking at the structure of language, apparently, or you're purposely ignoring it. The word requires is actually a negative. It makes the statement a negative.
What? This car requires petrol. So if I say this car requires petrol, what am I actually saying? Describe for me the negative.
It means the car can't run without petrol.
Right.
So you can't. Hang on, you're just putting a double negative in. That's like saying any positive is equal to a double negative. Yes, my name isn't not Harry. Doesn't mean.
Why I said it's not a double negative. That's why I said the gerbil thing. So you could.
Bob, he missed the first part
to help you understand a simple thing. Okay.
Bob, he missed the first part.
Very simple.
If it's a negative, you should be able to replace it with one negative, not two.
What?
Bob, run him through the gerbils. He missed the first part of this whole conversation we had where Mole Man agreed that it's not a double negative. Run him through the gerbil thing real quick.
Okay. If I say hair full or gerbils with hair don't exist, I'm talking about one thing. It's one subject. Gerbil with hair. That's all one subject. It's always talking about gerbils and then something describing the gerbils, but it's talking about one subject, gerbils with hair. If I say gerbils without hair, I'm talking about one subject, gerbils, and then a descriptor without hair. So gerbils without hair is one subject. Hairless gerbils is the exact same thing as gerbils without hair. So if I say hairless gerbils do not exist, that is a negative statement, not a double negative, because the do not exist in no way changes the hairless gerbil part. You can't change one and change it back into the opposite statement.
Unbelievable. We're still going over this.
Can you relate that back to the existence of the dome? Are you saying domeless air pressure doesn't exist is different from...
You've just thrown in a word that none of us has mentioned up until now, as far as I know in the conversation. No one mentioned.
Call it a container. Call it a container then.
Right. A container. Okay. The statement was made that gas pressure without a container doesn't exist. Gas pressure without a container is one subject. Okay. It's one thing. Does not exist is the part that's negative. Saying gas pressure without a container does not exist doesn't make it a double negative. It's still only a single negative. The does not exist is not modifying the gas pressure without a container.
Does this change the fact that what you are saying is synonymous with gas pressure requires a container? Is it synonymous?
Hold on. Do you realize that it's not a? Hold on, Bob. Bob, hold on. Hold on, Bob. Do you realize that it's not a double negative now, and that you were mistaken?
No, I don't agree that it's not a double negative. I don't think this idea of putting stuff into a category of like, oh, that's a subject makes any difference to it. So the difference that would make the difference is if you demonstrate for me why it's not synonymous. Is your claim synonymous with gas pressure requires a container or not?
The thing that I just described is the same. Yes, those are saying the same thing.
Right. So is gas pressure requires a container synonymous with you can't have gas pressure without a container? Do they mean exactly the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. So is gas pressure requires a container a statement of fact about the world?
It is a negative claim. It is a negative statement. Yes.
It's a negative statement.
Right. What?
That is absolutely
The
balmy.
word requires is a negative word.
It seems to me like extraordinary backflips to try to get out of recognizing it's okay to make claims. It's okay to make claims and then try to support them. It seems super weird. Like, okay, we'll just start going. The world without a curve doesn't exist, and then we're not making a claim.
Can I
the world
just
is
make
never not curved. I'm not making a claim. Good.
Why are you redefining the word? Why are you redefining the word require to mean a negative?
Because then he gets out of the burden of proof in his mind, and he doesn't need to support his claims because he's done this weird
No one has the definition.
gymnastics with language.
Well, in the statement, gas pressure requires containment. Requires simply means needs. I mean, what's the problem?
Yep. And no one said that the definition was changing, and no one has changed the definition of requires. I never said that it changed the definition. And I never gave the definition.
The statement's still a positive claim, and
it's not a positive claim.
You need. Let me phrase it like this. Gas pressure requires a container because you can't have gas pressure without a container. Does that sentence make sense?
Yeah, saying the same thing two different ways.
Sure. Yeah. So if you want to change my words and rearrange them or something, that's fine. Yeah. However, I'm saying you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Why are you so resisting it being categorized as a positive claim? Why is that such a problem?
Because then he's forced to demonstrate it. Then the onus of proof shifts from the person who goes, "I've never seen a dome," to the person who presumes its existence.
Yeah, he's trying to make claims
without having to required to prove a negative, which you can't do.
They're both negative statements.
In what way is it a negative statement?
If I say it requires, because if I say gas pressure requires a container, that means that you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Right.
Okay. So the existence of so here we go. The existence of an Earth requires curvature. Now I'm not making a claim. You need to disprove that claim. Does that make sense to anybody here?
No, of course not.
What's your claim?
It's just loopy. Come on. It's on the face of it.
No. That's fine. Eggshells. What you just said.
So the existence of Earth requires curvature. The non-curved Earth doesn't not exist. Always doesn't not never exist. I'm not making claims now. I'm just making confusing sentences for avoiding making claims.
Eggshell, since you apparently lost yourself in all the words because I don't know if you're just too simple to understand, I can make your statement with the same as with the container or the dome or whatever you want to call it. Okay? Curvature with Earth does not exist.
Yeah, and now we're all just making claims, but pretending that by putting negatives somewhere in them, they're not actually claims. It's loopy. That person isn't my mum. They never weren't my mum. It's silly. Come on.
It's not like double negative.
Is clearly a claim.
It's going to continue to be confusing to someone who insists on using double negatives as an example for something that isn't a double negative. So if you insist on being stupid like that,
this is why I didn't want to gloss over the part. Hold on, Bob.
It's very simple.
Why I didn't want to gloss over the part of where he didn't understand how it wasn't a double negative. Maybe run him through the gerbil thing again. He didn't get it.
The gerbil thing's a bad example. Plus, there's no distinction. It's a distinction without a difference to just go, that's a subject. Why does it matter what a subject is? We're talking about claims to which there are positive and contrapositive and all sorts of things. Nowhere in there is it like, but on the subject of things, that suddenly changes whether something's positive or negative.
Right now, we're talking about you not understanding double negatives. That's what the subject is.
Jeremy, really quick, and then I'll answer your question why it matters. Okay, Jeremy, do you remember whenever I did my presentation months back, and I said that someone brought this up on a nightly show?
Yeah, with this double negative thing. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty sure I never said the name of the person. Pretty sure it was Eggshells, by the way. Pretty sure it's the same person we're talking about.
No, it was someone else. It was I was there. It was someone else.
It was him. I'm confident it was him. Anyway, it doesn't really matter who brought it up. It's still a bad argument. But the reason it matters, Eggshells, is because of the mistake you're making right now by thinking that it's a double negative when it's not a double negative. That's why it matters the subject. Whether or not.
What about if I said it's necessary? What about if I said it's necessary? Is that also a negative statement? Something is necessary for something else.
You make the statement,
sunlight is necessary for plants to grow is a negative, is it?
Yes.
It has to be.
That's negative, yes.
What the fuck are you saying now?
That's ridiculous.
You're right, Rams. That is so fucking ridiculous. You just turned any positive statement that is a statement of fact, that is a statement of requirement or necessity or anything into a negative because you can turn it back into a double negative.
No, it's not a double negative.
No, because if I say, hold on, Bob. If I say gerbils exist, right? That's a positive claim. That's a positive claim. There's nothing, you can't change that sentence for me to say gerbils don't exist, right? Now, if you come along and say gerbils don't exist,
gerbils not existing isn't true would be a double negative, right? So you saying gerbils exist, I can turn that into a double negative. Gerbils not existing isn't true. I can turn any positive statement you can turn into a double negative statement.
You still don't understand the double negative thing, Bob. See, I told you we shouldn't have glossed over this.
Okay. Is there a chance that you don't understand it? That between the two of us, one of the two of us doesn't understand it's a 50-50 chance it's either of us?
No, I know it's absolutely.
It's 100% it's you.
I know it's you.
No, look, I know that it absolutely isn't not you.
This is why you don't understand.
Okay. So a key component of a double negative is that you have to be able to change either negative word to create the exact opposite statement. You can't do that with the one we're talking about.
Sure, I can.
No, you can't.
Can you give me an example of a positive claim, Bob?
Oh my God!
I can know, Joe. I can know,
gerbils
Bob.
exist as a positive claim. Can you hear me? Eggshells, can you hear me?
Sorry.
I'm going to give you a positive claim. Gerbils exist. It's a positive claim.
Sure. Gerbils not existing. Gerbils, sure, I'll turn that into a double negative. Gerbils not existing is not true.
No.
The lack of existence of gerbils is fictitious.
That is double negative.
I can make it a bunch of different ways for you. And if you want to go to the gas pressure container one, I think you're right, Bob. Gas pressure without a container, I should be able to switch either of those to a positive and make the statement mean the opposite thing, okay? So here we go. Gas pressure, rather than gas pressure without a container, I'll go gas pressure with a container. Hang on, let me think. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So you can have gas pressure with a container.
Nope.
You can't.
You changed both.
I changed both of them. Sorry, you can't have gas pressure with a container. There we go.
There's a problem with this because it's
opposite meaning, right? So now you can have gas pressure without a container. Is that now the opposite meaning? So I can switch either word, get the opposite meaning that fills both of your criteria for whether it's a double negative. Thank you, QED.
Yeah, the thing on here. Hold on.
There's nothing to argue here, man. You're just wrong.
Is there any way
just accept it?
Is there any way we can actually go for a whole day in this room without arguing some stupid point of grammar?
I think this is a really important one because it shows that a fundamental truth of flat Earth rests upon a black swan fallacy.
NASA, if someone is forcing you to be here against your will, you should probably contact the police. That's not lawful in the United States.
I mean, can't we go for a whole day without you guys?
That would be illegal. They would be committing a crime if they're forcing you to be here against your will. That's not okay. So contact the police if that's the case.
That is kind of funny, Bob. I like that.
On your behalf.
I've put both the claims with what you were asking me to do, Bob. I put both the claims in chat in text because it becomes a bit mind-bending to hear it so many different ways. You can have gas pressure without a container. You can't have gas pressure with a container. Both are switching which one is the negative, and they go back to being positive. So they satisfied what I think is a pretty good test for whether they are double negatives. I think I've demonstrated they are.
All right, hold on. Just I'll see. I don't know if I can find my my document or not. I'm gonna check to see if I can either find it or recreate it. Hold on.
Still don't see how requiring something isn't a positive claim.
It 100% is. It's a very positive claim because it says I always must. It's not saying usually or tends to or something. It's saying it absolutely does, which infers that the opposite is not true. Which is, it's 100% it's a positive claim. It's just these gymnastics are necessary because they realise that every evidence for the dome, every bit of 90% of what's said about the dome is about how you can't know it and you can't test it and all of these things, and goes 100% against all of the stuff they say about space. Well, you can't go there. How can you assert the existence of Jupiter being a certain thing if you can't go there and touch it? It's like, can you touch the dome? Anyway, I'm getting overexcited. I'll go on mute.
You missed the point there, right?
Then,
the whole of flat Earth is based on that. Because for 20 days now, I've been asking for a proof of the flat Earth, and all I can get is the proof that the Earth is not a globe, and that's not what I want. I want proof the Earth is flat, and no one can give it to me except that it looks flat.
Yeah, many. Yeah, but I would say it's a different fallacy. This one's a black swan.
What if I say that falling objects require gravity? That's not a positive claim then.
You've got to prove that falling objects don't require gravity now. This is clever, mailman.
Yep.
The existence of the globe requires curvature, and falling objects require gravity. I think we've now stitched up the entire globe argument, requiring now the flat Earth to prove it all.
Also,
you could just say where is, it's just falling. So where's the gravity?
Exactly. You would have to prove where's the gravity because we've put it as a negative.
Well, you need a clear definition for what gravity is.
Well, apparently we don't, because the moment we put a negative in there, we're not required to prove anything, and apparently requires is a negative. This is the thing. The whole argument would fall apart if you applied this same logic to any other part of the entire flat Earth argument.
Gerbils don't exist, so I can just say that and I don't have to prove it?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, but there's no necessary there. No requirement.
No requirement because
Earth requires gerbils. That would
Earth
be
requires gerbils. That would be it.
Yeah. Boiling requires heat would also be a negative.
Mm-hmm. Latitude and longitude lines being accurate requires a sphere.
Oh, here I'm gonna
require curvature.
Because I'm on I'm gonna be using the computer to show my screen, so I'll be back.
Yep.
I'll switch to my phone and switch to listening mode. Sorry, came in hot.
It's 5:37 a.m. I'm tired. 13 minutes and I get off from work, though.
I know this, but what is it you do, mailman?
Just factory work.
Okay. Is my headset working?
Yep. 5x5.
Okay. Jeremy, are you
Maybe
still
a
there?
bit quiet.
There. How's that?
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay. Did Jeremy leave or? Okay. Well, anyway.
He's still
He's
here.
still
I
in
don't know if he's
VC,
not talking.
yeah.
He's still in VC.
And make this.
He could be listening.
It's easier to read.
Well, if you guys are talking about positive, negative claims in the context of burden of proof, you know that burden of proof. You know the claim that's being made is the person who's saying something contrary to the status quo.
Oh no.
So
No,
if
no,
it's
not if
if
they're
it's the
negative,
status
apparently.
quo, it's not.
That's not
That's
true.
not the claimant.
I don't know
Otherwise,
about. I don't know
I mean,
if
that
I
would
agree with
essentially
that
what
one.
that's saying is essentially that reality is determined by mob rule, which is just absurd.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not
no,
sure
no,
I
no.
agree with that one, Kosho.
If I make
It's
a
not. It's not
negative
saying
claim,
mob rule. It's not saying mob's rule. It's not saying mob rule. It's saying the claim that's being made is the person who's challenging the status quo. If the status quo is only status quo because people the mob rule, then it was a bad claim to begin with. So
Let me say a phrase, and let's see if you agree with the phrase. As I think that a better way to say it is like this: the person who is insisting on changing someone's mind or having them believe is the person who ultimately ends up with the burden of proof. Because if you don't care what someone else thinks, you have no reason to be insisting on it.
Not sure I agree with that either.
I mean, that's essentially what it comes down to. Like, if you're having a conversation with somebody and you say something does exist and someone says, no, it doesn't, if you are insistent on them believing you, you do ultimately have the burden of proof because you care whether or not they believe you. If you don't care if they believe you, you can make the positive claim and then never talk to that person again, and you're fine. You don't have to prove it to them because they don't care and you don't care.
No, I mean, I think the burden of proof simply rests on the fact that it is nigh on impossible to prove a negative. Like, if I want to prove to you that unicorns don't exist, it's just in terms of the construction of logic, it becomes impossible to do that because I'll say I checked in the garden. You go, well, they're not at the bottom of your garden. I checked everywhere on Earth. Well, then maybe they're not visible. It becomes an impossible thing to do. So right. in the construction of formal logic, it's not so much about persuading people because I think positive claims, negative claims, any claims, if you're trying to persuade somebody, need to be supported in some way.
But that that doesn't get rid of what I said. If you want to prove something negative, that's on you. You shouldn't want to prove a negative. Like, you shouldn't want that if you actually want to get anywhere with somebody because logically you can't, like you just said. If I want to prove that unicorns don't exist, the thing that I want is my own fault. If I continue to insist on proving that unicorns don't exist, I'm putting that on myself.
Sure. So I put this claim on my... I put this claim...
I could insist on trying to prove it, but ultimately that means that the burden of proof is on me because I insist on it being on me, not because it actually, like, logically would be on me. I'm deciding I want the burden of proof to be on me. Someone can do that. So ultimately, it will lie with the person who insists on trying to change someone else's mind.
Well, I mean, it will be most useful if you want to convince somebody of something to convince them, and convincing them will usually be useful with making statements and supporting those statements. Yes, I mean, you're talking about efficacy rather than like strict formal logical stuff. But if we're talking about who the burden of proof is on, and we're having a debate where regularly people fling at one another, no, you're reversing the burden of proof, it's important that we recognize which statements do and don't require the burden of proof. If I say the Earth is curving, I'm accepting a burden of proof that in that argument, if we're having a debate, I should, in terms of debate and structure of those, support that argument. If the other person doesn't present any evidence, I should be able to dismiss that and that not sort of cost me, quote unquote, points in the argument. I think that we accept that everywhere else when it comes to curvature or the existence of the moon or the existence of satellites, with all of the rest of the debate, the flat Earth is bang on by going, well, you haven't proven the existence of X. Fine. But then it gets to this one interesting issue of the container. And suddenly we do this weird switcheroo and something with language, and it seems like the opposite thing happens, right?
Well, I don't know what other people were making the arguments to you about.
So what about my GPS requires the existence of satellites? So what about I've got a Garmin image here.
Before we get to that, I want to finish what we're doing here. Okay, first of all, if I walk around and insisting that unicorns don't exist, even though I'm making a negative claim, no one on Earth ever has the obligation to prove that they do exist to me, okay? They never have that. Even though I'm making a negative claim, that me making a negative claim doesn't give them a burden. I can't force a burden on them that they don't want to engage with. They can just say, yeah, they do exist, and move on.
Sure, we're agreed on that.
So it's important to understand
about this word about
force
requires.
The burden onto someone else. They have to accept the burden, whether or not they want to convince you or not.
Yeah, and you can challenge them, right? You can say logic that you're using to reach this conclusion, right? My
Okay.
logic that I use to reach the conclusion that my satellite communications device does require satellites is a
Okay.
reasonable burden to ask me to accept, to go, hang on, is that really a logical way to assume that device works?
But
Can I
whether
say
or not
something
somebody
real quick?
else has previously made a bad argument about the existence of the moon or satellites or whatever, that's not my problem. And if they make bad arguments, that's on them. That's not my fault. Okay? Just because someone has introduced something that you may not have heard before doesn't mean that the new thing is now some crazy idea or that it's somehow wrong. It means that you just haven't heard it this way yet. Okay? I think I'm sharing my screen, right? My
Yeah,
my
can
Word
you zoom in?
document
Can
here.
you zoom in a fair bit? We're getting sort of a satellite's eye view of this page.
Okay. Is this
Should just be control and mouse wheel.
Give me? Oh, there
When
we
you're
go.
done,
Ooh.
too, Bob, I'd like to say something.
Okay, so we have the phrase gas pressure without a container does not exist. The exact opposite of that statement would be gas pressure without a container does exist. Okay?
Sure.
So you change the first negative, gas pressure with a container does not exist.
Sure. Can
Is
we
that
just do the
exact
other opposite? Yes. Can we just do the other opposite underneath it? So under your line where you've got opposite, write another one that also says opposite and say gas pressure with a container doesn't exist.
No, that's not the exact opposite statement. That's
Isn't
the
it?
problem.
Gas
Okay,
pressure.
we've identified
gas
the problem.
pressure. So gas pressure with a container doesn't exist.
Right. So here's
wrong with
why the subject matters. Whenever you're talking about double negative, you can't change the subject to get the opposite statement. Otherwise, you're not talking about the same thing anymore. If you
Okay,
say
so
gas
in
pressure
what way am I changing
with
the
a
subject?
container, you're no
Mhm.
longer talking about gas pressure without a container. Gas pressure without a container is
Hang on.
one thing.
But in what way does this distinction make sense? So can you write the statement
Okay.
so we can look at them? And says
I can use a
opposite?
different statement that's a lot
Sure.
easier, and I tried to use it before. Gerbil.
No. Please,
versus
please, let's stay with that one. Please, let's stay with that one. I
hairless.
don't want to go with the
Do you not like
different
gerbils or something?
Which it's just we're on one topic, and the hairless thing is confusing.
Okay.
Like,
If
so
you
is
can,
the state?
if the
Can I
hairless
check?
thing
Is
is
the
difficult for you,
statement?
then there's no reason to go any further because it's very simple, and you're obviously not going to accept it no matter what I say.
So
if
what
that's-
is the
if that's
meaningfully?
case,
What
I
is
don't
the
need you to
difference?
explain this.
So meaningfully, what is the difference between the opposite statement you've got there, which is gas pressure without a container does exist, or gas pressure with a container doesn't exist?
This one here is a different subject. It would be the same as saying horses exist versus dogs don't exist. You're talking about two completely different subjects at that point. They're not even closely related. They're not. Gas pressure
The only
without a
thing
container
that's
is not
changed
the
is
same as gas
does
pressure with
exist
a
or
container.
does not exist. Is that the only thing that's changed?
What's that?
Is the only thing that's changed is does or does not exist.
What we have here is the statement that we're talking about. This here is the exact opposite of this statement.
No, it's
If you have
the does exist or does not exist. That's the difference between
that would be
two
the exact
statements.
opposite statement.
Well,
If you're
not
talking about
necessarily.
something
Okay, opposite. All right, exist or not exist. All right, fair enough.
right. So if you say horses do not exist, the exact opposite statement of that is horses do exist. Changing horses in any way, shape, or form is not changing the actual statement part. You're changing the subject then. If you changed horses to dogs, you're no longer talking about the same thing. So, to get the opposite statement, for this to be a double negative, you have to be able to change either negative statement or either negative phrase and end up with this. You can't do that. Changing the first one gives you this. Changing the second one gives you this. These are not both exact opposite statements. Therefore, this cannot be a negative statement. Or it cannot be a double negative.
So are you meaning to tell me if I say gas pressure requires gravity, that statement is not going to be followed with somebody saying prove gravity? Are you saying that's now a reasonable statement that I don't need to support with evidence and doesn't shoulder a burden of proof? If I say gas pressure requires
that's a different
gravity.
argument.
No. I mean, if it works for horses, you could make it work here. If it works for horses and gerbils, why can't it work for gravity?
No. Okay. I see. I think I see what you're saying. If the standing like experience is basically if you can demonstrate gas pressure with gravity, then that would be absolutely fine.
No. It's not about demonstrate. It's about the claim.
Of gas pressure is with
no. But you've gone back to the burden of proof thing. Are you saying that? Because I get what you're saying here, which is if I say gas pressure with the container doesn't exist, then what I'm saying is meaningfully different, right? But the question is, because to me it's still I don't get why a double negative would be required to switch it completely 180 degrees. I'm not sure if that would always be the case, right?
That's
because
how
it
double
switches
negatives work.
Is it? Definitionally,
Yes.
according to who?
I mean, I don't have a source for you on that. That's just how double negatives work. I mean, we can disagree on that, and then we don't need to continue the conversation if you want, but it won't change the way double negatives work.
But I'm just inviting you to go, will you hold to this logical position? If I say gas pressure requires gravity, are you not going to go, well, hang on, that's a bit of fishy stuff? If I say you can't have gas pressure without gravity, does that make sense to you?
The fishy part wouldn't be me claiming to you that that's a double negative and so it doesn't count. That I wouldn't be claiming that. The only part of that would be fishy would be that you can't demonstrate gas pressure with gravity. So why would you make a claim that it requires a thing that you can't show? You can't even demonstrate. We can demonstrate gas with a container.
But there is complete parity in those two arguments. I would say the same. You can't demonstrate. So you can't demonstrate gas pressure with a container, right? Where's the container?
You don't think
I've got gas pressure here.
Is demonstratable?
No. I've got gas pressure here. You need to demonstrate it here, the one we're talking about. I can demonstrate it with acceleration. Acceleration, gravity, the same thing. Sure, I can demonstrate it elsewhere. We're talking about the atmosphere, though. Both are subject to the same burden. It just seems like you've got this idea that by using these double negatives and saying, well, they don't completely reverse to show exactly the opposite thing.
Okay,
would you agree?
But you're trying to make either two different arguments at the same time. I don't know if you do it on purpose. If you want to discuss gravity and whether or not it's required for something, we can do that. Okay. What I'm saying is, whenever someone says gas pressure without
you're making work with horses, work with containers, work with gerbils, but not when we use it with gravity or anything that might be used around the globe.
Right. Here's why. You can't demonstrate gravity. That's why.
You can't demonstrate a container that surrounds the whole Earth that nobody's ever seen or touched.
I have a container sitting on the desk right next to me containing something. Containers do exist. I know that for sure. I can show someone a container, and I can show them a container containing a thing.
Mass attracting mass
containers
exists.
actually exist. You cannot show me gravity. You can show me an effect and say it is an effect of gravity. You can't show me gravity.
So what it sounds like we've had to do is go from this discussion about burden of proof to now invoke other things.
No,
rather than sticking with the burden, rather than sticking with the
problem. I'm totally okay with going back to the original conversation.
No. But my point is, we're just talking about the construction of language, and you're now having to go, but I can show you other things. Like, well, you didn't have to show me other things when it was gerbils. You just had to point out how the language stacked up.
Because gerbils
with each
exist,
of these, you just pointed out how the language stacked up.
You didn't question whether or not gerbils exist. That's why. If you question whether or not a container exists, then we can have that discussion, and we can get rid of this phrase, and we can discuss the container first. But if you accept that the container exists, this is how it works. If you want to argue that containers don't exist, then we can scrap all this and argue about containers. That's fine. Okay. And this won't count because we haven't agreed on a container.
So so it's your position that a double negative has to change the meaning 180 degrees back into the same thing the opposite would have both times. Not that it would have to mean an opposite thing, but it would have to go back to mean the same opposite thing, right? Because
there's no such thing as having multiple opposites.
Well, okay, but we're talking about language here. So gas pressure without a container.
There's no such thing as having multiple opposites. One's an opposite thing, another isn't. If you say horses exist, an opposite phrase is not dogs don't exist.
So this whole thing rests on the assumption, your whole case seems to rest on the assumption that to change any one negative should change it to mean exactly the opposite thing. And if that assumption that it should always mean exactly the opposite thing breaks, your whole argument is out the window. Would you agree with that?
It's not an assumption. No, that's how double negatives work.
Okay, so it rests on the assumption that that's how double negatives work.
No, there's no assumption there. That's how double
Okay,
negatives
it rests
work.
on the assertion that double negatives is completely
It
180
rests on the
degrees
assertion that
contradict
double
one another in
negatives
the
are
same
double
way.
negatives. Yes. If you don't want to agree that double negatives are double negatives, then we can have you can have that conversation with someone else because I don't care to have that conversation.
Sure, I'll look for them. I'm quite confident I can find other double negatives that will still be double negatives that don't
Okay.
that don't have the effect that you're talking about. Sure, I gotta go. See you guys later.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
Later.
gonna go ahead and save it this time because we might, for some reason, need it in the future.
So if this is interesting to you, then both in math and in logic, there's this there's like the way that the arguments are structured. And actually, the logic, even in logic, they take it back to the way it's structured in math. But anyways, there's a way that they're structured, and there's ways that you can reverse this so that it sounds like a different argument, but it usually would involve like for instance, like if you said this and this can't be true, like this, or you said like these two things can't be true. If this is true, this can't be true. Then you can, if the reverse of that would be an or statement, wouldn't be an and statement, I don't think. So like if you said this and this can't be true, that would be the same thing as saying this is true or this is true. If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
Like
for
if
something
the
like
negation
that,
of
like
a-
using those
if
statements, like for
statements
something like
is
that, I would
reversed.
say you're probably going to want to like write that out or like type like use something to keep track of your statements, like I did with the Word document, to make sure that you're keeping it in order. Because trying to hold all of that in your head at once and not get it confused like might be kind of difficult. But yeah, like
Yeah, I was writing down the arguments you guys were making. You can't have gas pressure without a container. And I just simply put the all the opposites of that, or all the like gas pressures and containers. It doesn't say anything about the combination of those two things after that, because like it doesn't say anything about a gas pressure. It doesn't say that you can't have a gas pressure and a container, and it doesn't say that you can't have not a container and gas. And no, I'm sorry, not gas pressure but a container. So it's like, it actually doesn't say there's not really anything you can say about the other versions of like rearranging those, to try to take away the double negative.
it's not the whole point was that it's not actually a double negative. That's basically the point that I was making. If you to have the double negative, for it to be a double negative, of necessity, you have to be able to change either negative to get the exact opposite statement. Otherwise, what you're referring to isn't a double negative. It can't be. The double negative has to resolve into an exact opposite statement with the changing of one to a positive. Otherwise, yeah, what you're dealing with isn't a double negative. That's how double negatives work.
Yeah, but you were saying that the word require is a negative.
Yes, it must be a negative. If you say, like he brought up, the car requires gasoline, what you're actually saying is without gasoline, a car without gasoline cannot run. So, do you see what I'm saying? You're actually making a negative statement when you say it requires gasoline to run.
Okay, so the opposite. So yeah. I mean, I don't know why you want the opposite of it. So the opposite, or the way that you would say the same statement, but take away the negation, the supposed double negative, is you could say, instead of saying you can't have gas pressure without a container, you could instead say you can have gas pressure. No, I'm sorry, no. Oh yeah, right. So you could say you can either not have gas pressure, or you have to have a container. That would be the opposite.
Right, that's another way that you could say it, right. But if you said the phrase, let's say you're talking about the phrase again, a car requires gas to run, okay? You're saying that without gas, the car won't run, all right? If you change the car part, if you say a car with gas won't run, you've now changed the subject that you're talking about. You're no longer talking about a car that doesn't have gas. You've changed the entire subject. It's just the same as changing from horse to dog. You've now switched the entire subject of the conversation from one thing to another. You're no longer making an opposite statement. You're making a completely different statement altogether.
Wait, what was the original statement? If you don't have gas, it won't work. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Was it?
Well, I mean, it's the same as the container. Without gas, the car won't run.
Right. Okay. So let me see.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If I say objects fall due to gravity, is that a positive claim?
Objects fall due to gravity.
Yeah.
That would be a positive claim because the word due or the phrase due to is not precluding any other explanation also causing that to happen. You're just identifying one thing that does cause it to happen, therefore you're making a positive claim.
Okay. What if I say objects falling requires gravity? Is that a negative claim?
That's a negative claim.
But they both mean the same thing.
They don't both mean the same. That's the thing. The first one means gravity is one of the things that makes things fall. The second one means only gravity makes things fall. You see the difference?
Yeah, so
Okay. So if I say objects fall due to gravity only, that's a negative claim then? Because it's saying
right.
that it's the only thing.
That's a negative claim. But
how in the fuck?
And this is where it gets a little bit hairy, within that negative claim, if someone's going to accept that negative claim basically just as a basis, you have nestled in there the positive claim of gravity does exist, which you can't demonstrate. See? So I think what Eggshells might have been referring to is people taking that claim on its face and actually trying to address the inherent claim of gravity existing, which hasn't been demonstrated yet. It's only been talked about.
Okay, so then if someone says that gas pressure exists only because of the container, that's a negative claim that also has a positive claim in it.
Right. If when they're saying that, they are referring specifically to a container that is containing Earth, then yes, absolutely. What they're doing is it's the same thing as the gravity thing, because they can't show a container around Earth. But if they're referring to just the concept of container, we know that containers do exist. Therefore, unless you're going to argue that containers don't exist, there's no reason not to accept the baseline phrase of without a container.
No,
if they say container and they mean container around the Earth, then yes, they're doing the same thing as someone who says gravity.
Well, then I can say that objects move due to forces, and that's and only due to forces. So it's not a positive claim; it's a negative claim, and we have forces like magnetism and things. So it's
if everyone in the room agrees on the definition of forces, then absolutely, you just made a negative claim if you say only by forces. Yep.
I don't see how that even in any ways.
But
is
anybody who doesn't agree with your concept of forces, well, you have a different conversation to have before you can even get to that claim anyway, because you haven't even agreed on the concept of forces.
Yeah, that's with the gas pressure too. This pressure is a force.
We would have saved so much time if I was trying to read this, but you were talking to Eggshells. You guys said it didn't go like this, but when I said that thing about the status quo, that's actually in the description of what the burden of proof is. It says, when two parties are in a discussion and one makes a claim that the other disputes, the one who makes the claim typically has the burden of proof to justify or substantiate the claim, especially when it challenges a perceived status quo.
Right. So what you're reading from would be an authority source, one that isn't necessarily accepted by everyone in the conversation. So it's fine if everyone agrees with that as being the authority, then sure, totally, you can totally do that. I would say that that's like basically woefully unacceptable or not good enough as defining the actual logical burden of proof.
This is from the logical, philosophical burden of proof.
To me,
okay, it's not the thing that you're reading. Obviously, wasn't created by a being that is outside of our standards or above our standards as humans. It was written by a human, right?
It is written by a human, sure. Yeah.
Right. So I would. There's nothing more about that human that would make me forced to accept it as the authority than any other thing written by a human. So that doesn't change what I just said. If everyone agrees that the thing you just read is the source of authority on who logically has the burden of proof, then that's fine. I don't agree with that source of authority.
That's what everywhere that's describing the burden of proof is saying that. It says the definition of burden is somewhere else. The definition of burden of proof is the responsibility of an individual or party to prove an assertion or claim that they've made.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of places that you'll go to that would probably accept exactly what you just read as the determining factor, and that's fine. I'm just saying I don't agree to that as being the declaration ultimately of how you determine burden of proof. I don't agree with it.
But so you're saying your agree with your definition. Yeah, we don't agree with you.
That's fine. I never said you had to.
So we're arguing your personal definition.
Yeah, this is
maybe you misunderstand, Moyak. They're literally all personal, the things that we're talking about. That book that was written by somebody who was giving his personal opinion. He can't prove that absolutely in nature. Obviously, I just made that point. It wasn't written by a being that is above the standards of humans. It's a human, which means he's literally giving you his opinion. Just because there's a lot of people that agree with that opinion doesn't make it absolute truth. It just means that a lot of people agree with the opinion.
That's what language is. That's why we use words and phrases like burden of proof only because other people know what you mean when you say them.
Okay. Does everybody on Earth use all the same words to describe all the same things?
Yeah, when they don't, it makes it meaningless.
No, it doesn't make it meaningless. It makes it not mean the same thing you think it does. But we still have an Earth that operates and gets things done, even though there's hundreds of different languages all over the face of it. So saying that, using something that means something else to you is somehow wrong or ineffective is just false. It's effective all the time, every day.
For people to communicate clearly with one another, they have to use the same language and agree on the terms and the definition of the terms that they use.
So like I said, if you get everyone in here to agree on that being the definition or that being the standard, then it's totally fine. How many times have I said that in the last 10, 15 minutes? If you get everyone in the conversation to agree on that being the thing, then it's totally fine. You're set. I just don't agree with that. So
I don't think you're going to convince anyone that the word requires is a negative.
I don't have to convince anyone of that, no.
Well, you have to if that's your argument.
If I want them to accept it, I would need to convince them that it's a negative. I'm comfortable knowing that it's a negative. I already explained why I know it's a negative and how it works. I'm not
you're shitting on logic now.
You just contradicted yourself because I remember
That's just using your own sense of logic. You're making it your own, and now the terms are
your sense of logic is your own.
Definition of terms is just different now.
Yeah. That's literally how humans work. Your sense of logic is your own. You choose to accept one or don't.
So
that's it.
Half an hour ago,
whatever you define it as. Got it.
Half an hour ago, you said that if you made a claim, it can only mean you want to convince the person. And now you just said that you're fine not convincing us, even though you claimed it.
Yeah.
So I think you're contradicting yourself.
I said I'm fine. Absolutely, I'm fine. What did I say to you?
So you're contradicting yourself.
Do you not remember the rest of the conversation, or are you purposely leaving it out?
Well,
because I specified to you the social aspect of what we were discussing. There is a social aspect to it. The person who insists ultimately has the burden of proof. They must, because they're the one insisting. If everyone else says we don't care, they do not get to have a burden of proof forced on them by the person disagreeing.
It's not how it works. It's like you're saying the person who has the most passion for their side of the argument is the one that holds the burden. That's just not how it is. We're talking about logic and using pure logic.
It has nothing to do with passion.
Using pure logic, you make a positive claim. You must be able to support it. It's either positive claims or refutation of them.
Apparently, it has nothing to do with facts either.
It has nothing to do with passion whatsoever.
with facts either,
If
does it?
I am insistent that unicorns do not exist, okay, and I keep saying unicorns do not exist, am I allowed to force the burden of proof onto everyone else by making the negative claim of unicorns do not exist? Do you now have a requirement to prove that they do?
No.
Do you?
So if you say they're
Do you have the burden of proof to prove that unicorns exist if I insist that they don't?
So if you say there is no container, or there is a container,
Is nobody going to answer my question?
No, you don't.
I already answered it. I said no
Oh,
because you can't force
okay,
people
no,
to
you
debate.
don't. There you go. I do not have the right to insist on you the burden of proof, even though I'm making the negative claim. So, like I said, ultimately,
Even if you make a
the burden of
positive
proof
claim.
is going to lie on the person who is insistent on convincing someone else. Even though I'm
No,
making a
hang on.
negative claim,
What was your claim? You said that unicorns don't exist. Was that your claim?
I'm saying in the example, if that was my claim, me insisting on other people believing me would automatically make the proof of burden on me because I'm insisting that other people
Claim,
believe me.
right? Do you
So
agree
it's
it's a
not yours.
positive claim?
So it's not yours before you
Saying that
insist on it?
unicorns do not exist is a negative claim.
No. It's a positive claim.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
You
You're
just
saying
said-
don't
there's only
exist.
one negative in it. That means it's negative.
Bob, you just
negative,
said that if you
therefore
make that.
That doesn't make any sense.
Hold
don't-
on, Bob.
somebody
You
said
just
it's
said.
negative.
Oh my
Bob,
goodness.
you just said that if you make that claim and you want the room to accept it, you have the burden of proof. So you have the burden of
Yes.
proving a negative claim now.
Socially, it is going to be on
Jesus.
you. Absolutely.
What's a
That's why
social
I don't
burden
know
of
why
proof?
you guys aren't hearing this part. Ultimately, if there is somebody who is insistent on a thing being believed, socially it will fall on them. Otherwise,
not
they would have
That's
a
not
right
the
as a
standard
human
by
to
which we
to
decide
insist
what a claim is.
proof on somebody else.
We're
That's
talking
not the
about logic.
standard by which we decide whether something is a claim or not.
Yeah, we're talking
Okay.
about logic. We're not talking about social issues here.
Then maybe you're misunderstanding something because there's no way that you'll be able to separate those things. If we had the ability to separate them ultimately, we wouldn't even need to have a discussion about proof or not proof. We would know everything in the whole universe. Automatically.
What utility do you get out of having non-standard definition lexicon?
Because then he
They're
doesn't
not
have
nonsense.
any evidence
They
about
work
his fucking
perfectly.
stupid claims. That's why.
Well, if you have non-standard, it makes communication harder. Why not just have standard definitions and
Oh, I think
use
absolutely you
those?
should have a standard. 100%.
But you don't have. I'm saying standard definition. Why don't you use standard definition?
Standard
Ones that
based
we
on
all
what?
agree on. The
Do
ones that we
you
all
have an
agree on.
ultimate authority of definitions that's above human beings?
Oh, for the time being, well,
No, you
not
don't.
above
You
human
can't.
beings, but the point is, we
Right.
have a language.
So you don't
we
have
have a
anything
society
better than
contract.
anybody else has. So we
We have
either
a societal
agree on a
contract
standard
to
or
be
we
able-
don't. It's that simple.
We're trying to communicate, and you're trying to make it more difficult to communicate. I don't understand why that is.
No, I'm not trying to make it more difficult. I'm basically, if you're going to try to communicate with me, which you don't have to do, I'm not saying that you have to do it, and I'm not insisting that you communicate with me. If at any point you want to stop, you can stop. But if you're going to insist on communicating with me, I'm letting you know what my standards are. Here's my standards.
So I
A
have to
double
learn a new
negative
language
is
to
going to
talk to you.
require either negative changing to be the exact opposite statement. That's a standard.
But that means we're going to spend more time on working out what your definitions of things are than getting anywhere.
Only if you insist on talking to me specifically and we disagree. If you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to spend any time on it. If we agree on the definition, we don't have to spend any time on it. It's only in the case that you insist on talking to me and we disagree that we would ever have to spend time on it. And also, in that case, what else are you doing here on Earth? Like, do you have somewhere better to be than talking to someone else?
It just seems like an unusual method of communication to try and find the least used words, or to have your own lexicon. It just
I would say
baffles me.
in probably a majority of cases, most of the time, it's probably acceptable to just use whatever standard the person is currently trying to use to get things accomplished. Like if I go to work and my boss says something to me and I understand a word to mean something else, but I know what they mean by their word. Most of the time, in most situations, in most people's lives, I would agree, it's probably fine to just go ahead and go along with whatever definition's being used right then to get work done. I agree with that. But that's not what we're doing.
The point is, you know what they mean.
We're not
You know
trying
what
to
they
only
mean. That's
get
the point.
menial tasks done here. Specifically, from my understanding, what we're doing here is trying to determine reality, in which case my standard is going to be much, much higher in our conversation.
Higher by being incorrect with your definitions, or not incorrect, being non-standard with your. How does that make
you can
it
absolutely
more?
have that opinion. That's fine.
How do you get to a more solid answer by having non-standard definitions?
Well, here's the thing. Jeremy was in here earlier, and him and I didn't have any issue understanding each other, and it was the same standard then as it is now. You guys are the ones that are disagreeing with me. Jeremy agreed fine with my standard for the double negative.
You guys are both.
So it's not like everybody agrees with you, clearly, because there's at least two that don't.
But you guys are both flat earthers.
Yeah, maybe.
And you can,
maybe that's why. I don't think that's why, because I don't know if the shape of the Earth has anything to do with the language, but
it does actually, because you accept your twisted logic.
Well, that's fine if that's the way you think about it.
No, it's not the way I think about it. It's the way it is.
Okay. Like I
So
said,
all you gotta do is believe that there's a globe, and you'll be.
Classic logic would tell us to interpret words a certain way, and you're choosing a different way.
No, it wouldn't. Classic logic wouldn't tell you to interpret them a certain way. Otherwise, that would mean that the definitions of words are absolute and inscribed in nature, and they're not.
You see, he gets to define the words however he wants. He gets to define the logic however he wants. He gets to not have any evidence for however he wants in order to prove that the Earth is flat.
Again, NASA, if somebody is forcing you to be here, that's illegal. You should contact the police.
I just wish we had. Can we pick a day, maybe one day, where we're not going to have these stupid pedantic arguments?
What, Honesty Day?
Yeah.
I don't think the Geo's interested in kicking you guys out for a whole day.
Oh, you mean you have a whole day?
You're the dishonest one here. You're saying
Flat Earth Day.
No, I'm not dishonest.
Here, and we never get to challenge you on logic or facts or anything.
You're challenging me right now. You haven't been kicked, have you?
Well, I mean, is that the way it
there
would
you
have
go.
to be in order for you to have? Would that be in order to have the day you want, where you don't have to argue pedantics and all this? You'd have to have like only flat earthers around here.
Like I said, if someone's forcing you to be here in this conversation, that's illegal. You should contact the police.
So no one can throw.
That's a stupid statement to keep saying.
No, it's not, because he's acting like he's being forced to be here.
No,
if he's not being forced to be here, why is he whining about being here?
He's not whining about being here.
Complaining about you.
About you and your stupid pedantics. That's what I'm complaining about.
Okay, well, I was here. I was here before he was. He chose to come in here.
Are you
So
here?
far, this is entirely on him for having to hear me.
Yeah,
he can leave any time.
Raising the bullshit flag, telling you you're.
Unless he's being forced to be here. If he's being forced to be here, like I said, he should contact the police. Otherwise, he's free to leave.
Are you Geo's server? Are you personally Geo's server?
Am I a server? No.
No. Oh, okay. So then
He's not the only one having
we're on his
put up
server.
with this ridiculous line of logic.
That's fine. But he's the only one I've heard complaining about being here so far.
Complain about being here?
He's not complaining about being here.
Well, you don't know what his definition
Well,
of being here is. You don't know what complaining
is he not complaining? It seems like he's complaining about being here. He described, in his opinion, what here is, and is saying that he wants something other than what is here. So it sounds like he's complaining about being here.
Your constant
wait.
arguments about logical things.
It can't be just me, because I'm not here every day, and he said he wanted one day, implying that the rest of them haven't been the thing he wants. And yet he still showed up. So it can't be just me that he doesn't want. And it must be an ongoing thing, because he said, can we have just one day? Implying that the rest of them have been not what he wants. So he is complaining about being here in a place that he knows how it is, and yet he's still here. He is complaining about being here.
I mean,
can you define ongoing and thing, please?
Yeah, and here. You need to define here. What is
and here?
Yeah, this is stupid. It's like saying that if I say that there's something wrong with the Finnish country, then I'm complaining about me being in Finland, and that's not logical. And you seem to have like forgotten all logic now.
If you have the choice to not be in Finland, and you are in Finland anyway by choice, and you're complaining about what's going on in Finland, even though you had the choice to not be there for that, then yes, you're complaining about being in Finland.
If I'm complaining about one aspect,
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah,
You
if
don't
I'm
have to be in a
complaining
perfect
about-
place to want to be
Yeah.
there. Even if
Yeah.
the place you are is imperfect, so there are things you want to complain about, doesn't mean you wish you were somewhere else.
Yeah.
If you have the option to not engage in the thing, and you are anyway, you are complaining about the thing.
Yes, you. Mainly you.
Yeah,
Right, but it couldn't. It
Don't have
can't
to
just
engage
be
in
me.
it. I mean, that's true.
I already
Well,
established it can't just
And-
be
and
me
you are
because he
complaining.
said, "Can we have one day here
the answer,
where we aren't doing this?" Which means, in his opinion, every other day is the thing he doesn't want. Which means this server, this voice chat, is the thing he doesn't want. Therefore, he is complaining about being here.
Here I am
It's
complaining
pretty
about
simple
being
stuff,
here.
guys.
No, hold on.
This is one
Hold
of
on.
the
Very
most
simple.
useless discussions ever.
Get more
well-
get more pedantic, please, Bob. Go ahead. Tell me.
Yeah.
Let's get really really pedantic here. Come on. I mean, that's what
And
this
Bob,
is.
you just double spoke. You said
I did
that
not.
Yes, you did, because you said that yes, you did, because you said
No, I did not.
that Jesus, you said that I, being in Finland, complain about Finland. But then you said that NASA is complaining about being in the server. Those are two different things.
That's not double speak.
Oh, it depends on
It is,
definition
because
of thing.
I can complain about the server while not complaining about me being in the server.
Does
Those
thing
are
have
two
a
different
definition?
things.
If you have the choice to not be here, then you're complaining about being at the server.
No, I'm complaining about
Yes,
the
you are.
server. Those are two different things.
And only based on the implication that he already provided. If you haven't provided that same implication, then no, it wouldn't be necessary for that. But he already provided the previous implication.
He's complaining about something that's going on in the server that's completely within anyone's right to complain about.
I never said he couldn't complain about it.
Yeah,
He's
but those
also-
are two different things. Jesus.
He also wants to interact with you, which is, you say we may not.
I don't
we don't
believe
have
that.
to interact. You said that we don't have to interact.
He's not positively.
But he may want to interact with you, but he would like you to come at it from a more honest perspective.
Yeah, and then it's frustrating for him and like me as well, trying to communicate
Sure, I mean,
with
we
anyone.
could all sit here and just
It's
come up with all
frustrating
kinds of
when
things that
somebody
he might
has
mean.
their own
Sure.
definitions for things, and
I'm not
you
particularly
can't-
interested in just trying to come up with things that people might mean in their words. I mean,
Now, just to clarify one thing, I don't want to be here anymore. Boring. So have a good night.
Have a good one. But you have to see how those are two different things. Complaining about X and complaining about being in X.
they would be if he hadn't provided his previous implication, but he did.
Yeah, he didn't complain about being here. He complained about
He provided
this.
the previous implication, as I've described more than once. Removing that implication does remove the thing that I said. Absolutely.
I cut out. Couldn't hear anything.
I think no one was saying anything.
No. But yeah, two different things. Complaining about something and complaining about being there.
Can you have a less useful discussion than this one?
Yeah. We can say A isn't necessarily A, that being a negative claim, and then logic is in the trash.
Yep. Man, there are too many stars in the sky.
Do you have stars in the sky?
Cataloging the latitude, the right ascension and declination of stars. The main ones. they're endless. Like I'm doing this for like an hour and it didn't reach even half of them.
Yeah.
Well, let me see how many I did. Just 14? I thought that was more than that.
We have an interesting weather in Finland. It's fucking windy as fuck and snow. Well, it's not snowing anymore, but it's snow like 15 centimeters or something.
The city there that I live is breaking many records of hot weather.
Oh.
Fortunately, I'm not there right now.
They had it.
Sorry?
They had 15-meter waves in the Gulf of Bothnia yesterday.
50-meter waves?
Yeah, 15.
Oh, 15.
Yeah.
Right, well, 50 would be like a...
Yeah, that would be a big... Yeah, I've been in a cruise ship with 13-meter waves. It's not nice.
Right. It still sounds scary.
Oh, that's the sort of wave that the big wave surfers would go after.
Yeah, but it's not because it's like a long wave, not short one, like when it hits the shore.
Okay.
But it was still interesting trying to sleep.
What was you doing there? What were you doing there?
In the ship?
Yeah.
It was just a cruise from Helsinki to Stockholm.
Right.
In the fall time, we get some interesting storms there.
Storms, you said?
Yeah, some interesting storms when it's fall.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite windy.
Fall would be the season? Autumn?
Yeah, that would be good. Autumn, summer, and usually winter.
Right.
I haven't looked. I should look while we get those strong winds in the fall. What's this? The jet stream mixing or something? Don't know. Because it's every fall. And in the summer we get some thunderstorms.
Thunderstorms.
Yeah, but those are just heat caused by heat. It's not like tornadoes or anything.
Right.
It's funny after coming to this debate. I'm sort of semi-sad that I didn't go when I was in school. I wanted to be a meteorologist, and now it kind of bugs me that I didn't go there. Yeah, would have been nice.
Oh, it's hard to get a living out of being a meteorologist, I would guess.
I don't know nowadays because you have them like airlines hire them.
Oh, right. Yeah, it makes sense.
And shipping, all kinds of shipping companies.
But I'm very glad that I gave up on studying astrophysics. because that's not very easy to make a living out of.
Yeah, that's kind of hard.
Yeah, so I chose computer science, and I don't regret that at all.
One thing I wanted to be a pilot too, but I think they're recruiting air traffic controllers, and that would be a thing that I could do because it's not a long long education for it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know most of the terminology and things because I've been flying with simulators. So. I wish trucking paid better over here, then I would have continued as a truck driver.
What do you do now?
I'm just in a factory, but I've worked on shift, so 5 days on, 5 days off, and I get more than I would have made as a truck driver. So.
Right.
And I'm doing way less hours than truckers.
Where do you live?
In Finland.
Finland is like where Nokia came from, right?
Yep. Actually, my cousin has a company that makes molds, and they molds for plastics and things.
Mm-hmm.
So he made the molds for Nokia 3110, 3310, and 5110 for the covers.
Right. Okay, enough of cataloging stars.
Most of the Caribbean cruise ships also come from Finland.
Caribbean cruise ship.
Yeah, like Royal Caribbean and Carnival Cruise Lines, made in Finland.
Interesting.
I've always thought working on one of those would be pretty good.
I went to one when they were doing it in Helsinki because I worked in a construction company, and there was a guy who did tiling, and I took him into the ship, and he took me on a tour to see it. It wasn't finished; it was like half finished. It looked good.
Yeah, they're pretty amazing, eh?
Yeah, and big. I mean, the cruise ships that we get here are minuscule compared to them.
Yeah, like the Queen Mary 2 and there's a couple of other ones. Huge.
And they're always getting bigger and bigger. The problem is that you can't get to any ports with them soon because they're too big to any ports.
Yeah. But working and living on one would be great, I reckon, for a little while, for the right person.
Yeah, for a while, yeah. I think it's quite long hours and not the best pay, but yeah. I have a friend who actually works as he's fixing sprinklers, those things that if a fire comes, they spray water.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He's inspecting and fixing them, and he's always on a cruise ship in Caribbean or Asia or somewhere. Just flies there from Finland, stays for 2 weeks, through 1 to 2 weeks.
Cool. And the thing is, you don't really need to spend any of your own money while you're on there, eh? Do you?
Yeah, and he gets like over 100k euros a year doing that.
Nice.
Yeah. I'd like to get a job where I'd have to travel a bit, but don't know what kind of job that would be.
even just a deckhand on a ship, you can do really well, get really well paid, and often it's maybe 6 months on, 6 months off, or 3 months on, 3 months off. You know, they're pretty cool jobs. Just start out as a deckhand. You just need the certification, I think, to be able to go on the ship.
Yeah, but I think there's like if you're on a cargo ship as a deckhand, I think it would be nice in some occasions, but then when you're like crossing the Indian Ocean and you have 10-meter waves for a week, it can, you need to be one sort of person to take that.
Yeah, right.
Because you can't do anything for the weather.
No.
Plus, there's also the thing like when I was wondering, like I would like to get a boat and sail around the Earth. But then if you go like crossing the Atlantic, you're 2 weeks in the sea, and if you're in the middle of the Atlantic and you get a stroke or heart attack, you just know that you're going to die because there's nothing no one can do.
Yeah.
There's that too, so you have to be in a good condition and not be afraid of sort of dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would really like to get a boat and just go around the Earth.
If you're wealthy enough, you can have a medical person on board and facilities and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the cargo ships and the cruise ships, they have good facilities and doctors.
Plus, you could just pick a route that just stays closer to the coastlines.
Yeah, but I think crossing the Atlantic, then you'd have to go to Iceland and Greenland and Canada, and the weather there isn't good.
Yeah.
And like if you have like a blood clot in your brain, it's just a few hours and you're done.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like to think when your time is up, your time is up. You know, that's it.
Yeah. And I'll be watching videos about people doing like going around the Earth or just sailing long voyages, and it looks like calming, and it would be nice.
Yeah.
And you don't have to you can get a boat with decent money, like 10,000 euros or something. You can get a boat that you can do wonders with.
Yeah.
But over here, there's a problem because we have these winters, so every fall you have to take your boat out and put it on land, and that's not too cheap for a sailboat.
Yeah.
I think that also means that in the fall time you can get some good discount on people selling their boats because they don't want to go through all the hassle.
Yeah.
Simple fix. I place the old part, new dollars, about £22. Just simply box back in. I'm going to reuse the original retaining clip. Oops. This runner, and there's this little channel here, perfectly sized, slide, new cable there. Good, and join. So, then, do the other. The runner's on, it's then just a case of sliding it back into here. So gently. This piece here, with the gearing on, simply screws into that perfectly sized slot, like so. This slots on. Yeah, imagine both. Now, yes. Our GTI, there's one thing that Mike and I are absolutely agreed on, is headers. Rubbish. It's more rubbish. Both. Long as getting the European also got hold of European front bumper. The great thing about this bumper is the indicator is housed within the bumper itself, which means the bulky American ones, they can be done. That also brings this huge gap to fill. I'm going to come up with a solution. So rough cut out the replacement panel cover, then bend it on the metal rope. Form it with a mope. I finish the shape off with an English glue. I made these two little fillet panels in about 20 minutes, and I used bits of scrap I had laying around. Now to make fit into the wing. First, I mark where I need to remove metal from the patch and grind it off. Then I prepare the wing for welding. Once I'm happy with the shape and fit, I weld around the entire paddle patch into the old indicator location. I complete the repair by grinding the weld flush on the path. When you're making bespoke metal bits, it's really important that you free off that every single part to make sure it fits. The drill now fits really nicely. By the time I get my European it's all going to tie in really beautifully. But the difference is this massive, massive gap here. And the reason that gap's there is because of the difference between the American Rabbit and the European GTI. Those bits filled in on the European version. So I've got a couple of options. Either get a piece of metal, weld it in there, filling the gap in, or, this is my favourite choice, I went to the scrapyard. I got hold of this. The front and lower balance of a very, very badly damaged European Golf GTI. If I hold this up next to my Rabbit version, you'll notice the difference, the distance between the American version here, the European version here. So if I can salvage that piece or cut it off, weld it in my car, fill that gap in, recycling an old European panel, I'm going to overcome a problem. Now I've salvaged this part, I'm going to shroud the thinner American Rabbit version with the chunkier, thicker European version. I'm gonna fit that all up. It'd be brilliant. It's going to look fantastic. All I want to do now is clap this in place. Well, working out really great. New bumper, new grille, new lights, and about 30 quid's worth of scrap. And just as importantly, I've spent very little time getting them done. I've still got a way to go though, and then I'm going to get this Golf, and I do feel I can call it a Golf now, off to the body shop with some paint.
This vision that STEM likes will be different. I believe it can be. These students' lives are about to change. Stay away from it. One teacher. I know you can do this. Transforms the town. You're going to be released. To dream big. Stream every episode of the Inspirational Rise on Night Now. It looked enticing, but it's a hot day, balls flying, it just balloons off his racket. So there, Shapovalov moves up to the baseline and try to block it. He's been placed 217 out wide. He's got a plan, Shapovalov. Precision with this serve. He has good pace on it. It's not Grothy style speed. It's not, what kind of heat. That serve was right into the strike zone of Berrettini. He didn't have to move. It came right into this slot. So he gets it back and works his way to another break point. Something the next match on this court tonight, 7 p.m. Ash Barty will be out. You want to see someone with precision on her first serve? Take a look at Ash. Forward to that one. Carla Giorgi, under Italian, will be on court with her. He secures the second break of serve here. We transform the look of this pop-in robot. With his champion personality, Costas. I bought the car for $2,500. Replaced the throttle body for $90. Fuel system rebuild, $166. Transmission oil seals, CV boots at $78. Scrap metal used for the front balance and the front end Euro conversion, just $35. Euro bumpers, headlights and grille, $500. Interior, $1,200. Paint, $2,200, which gives us a grand total of $6,769, which is around £5,200 for 48 man-hours. The West, wild and wet, where pioneers dare to tread when they peak. Water is big. What makes a man a man? Could it be that car he drives? Yes. Us. You too. But this man, he's driving something. Even What do you think? Oh wow, that is incredible! Look how nice it is. Yeah, finished it, have you? What are you talking about? I've done loads. In fact, I've done paint, big rings, Euro bumper, new wheels. They might have new interior. You're saying I'm not finished? Yeah. One important ingredient that you're lacking. When I got this car, it was a beautiful rabbit. But now we can give this car back balls. So I put the beauty on it back. So I'm going to put on the back. I'm going to take for a spin. A section. I trapped it. Trying to emulate the feeling that this car is. It's exactly that whole hot hatch prayer, and it is. I love it. Simplicity. I mean, it's an inlet for 1.8 cross fuel injected. This car hasn't got any headline figures. 110 horsepower, 0 to 60, 9.7 seconds. That's not rapido in anybody's language. But when you were 4 years of age, this car was rapid headlines. On the face there, it's not that, right? But absolutely, when this car was out, simple as six, absolutely 100%. Every London broker drive a Gold GTI. Brings me all the way back to my very first week in the motor trade. All those years ago, when this would have been in black and white. I think we've been to music. This first time, man. Yes, it's what makes Golf GTI a Golf GTI, right? It's so lovely. Okay, not too lucky. Isn't that just, look at that? Is that just? Right. I mean, look at that. Just think about how many thousands of Mark IIs are sold. These parts are easy and they're affordable. Straight on. But what's amazing is that you can do it yourself at home. It's not exactly major engineering. Yeah, I mean, putting the Mark II throttle body on, pretty open this car up. Yeah. Plus, I did that little fuel distributor unit. It was like a little mechanical heart. Cleaning out the injectors, changing the seals. Remember, this is a Bosch fuel injection. It needs fuel distributed evenly across all the injectors. Now it's got it. This car. So yeah, it's suffering now works. Yeah, it's all over the place before. It's not really a big car when I see it, but now with the original of these wheels on it, the pin strap down the side, that famous GTI badge on the boot. This car has now been separated from every other car that's out there in the marketplace. This car is unique. We have a European styling with a European interior. Volkswagen Golf GTI, not a rabbit. And as such, we put this car into its own little unique marketplace. And there is going to be a line of people out there desperate to get into a little bit of European styling. The market for hot hatches here in America, not right now, is it? But we have absolutely nailed it. Start. Now, this won't be the first Golf GTI I've ever sold. I've sold hundreds personally, and I've also sold one once before on wheeler dealers. I just love these cars. And this one in particular, because of the work we've done on it, both me and Ant sorted out fuel systems with our drive beautifully. Look at the interior, the exterior, this car is clean. Now, I advertise it out there on the internet for $9,500. My quite a lot of interest. Unfortunately, for this tiny home, who's first to try and get down and come and see the car, He could be stuck in his head with a puncture trying to get me down on price because I'm convinced. Yeah. What's it then, Josh? Really like it. What we've done to it? I do, Mike. I think you did a really good job. Really like the interior, the Euro style. We went to town in the Euro style. We stick the bumper, the headlamps. We had to reform the front wings, we would say, in Ford Defenders. I'm really proud of the way this car turned out. And it flies fantastically now. It really does. Now, I've advertised the car out there for $9,500. I'm hoping to get that for it. I think, considering all you've done, the business of current, I think that's fair. All right, Grant, you just put yourself a Golf GTI. Well done, you. Thanks for the polish. Golf GTI. We sometimes years to come. If you want to see more iconic cars like this, check them out like that. Get soon. What are you going to do? Chip Foods from the A team are always up for a challenge. And this Oldsmobile Dynamic 88 is a real handful. David Courier bought himself the car of his dream. David's girlfriend asked us at Overhauling to give his home a full makeover. He's always been good. He's always tried to go through the positive path in life. As a Navy search and rescue instructor, David trains hundreds of men and women each year to go out and save lives. So we decided to give this big man with a big heart a big surprise. Let's put the camera down. Let's get started. Muscle car. Now, in David's case, going fully cruise in his 64 Dynamic 88 is the perfect way to bond with his young daughter. But the Spolls isn't quite street worthy yet. Well, David, don't worry, because you're about to get a great overhaul. I think it's total on the car. These cars are still beloved by the owners. Our goal is to get into their minds, to redesign, rebuild, and restore the car, at least to better than original. A one-of-a-kind beauty. The mind and design team Chip Foose and the capable hands of the leading team. Each week, we'll find a deserving person and surprise them with their resurrected dream car. It's overhauling. It's always a good idea to find out as much as we can about an old car, especially a rare one. Our detective work starts while David Courier is busy at work. Well, Mark and I are here at Will's Automotive Repair, where we've got Parrish and also Rebecca, who are insiders on David's 6488 Dynamic.
Yes. Oh, yes. He used to drive around, and then one day it just left him down the street, and he tried to fix some of the motor and some of the engine, but it was just something that he couldn't do. So that's why it's over here at Parrish, and it's been here for a bit.
Parrish, you just completely moved up the motor? Everything's perfect in there, all brand new? Pretty much, yes. It's a cool body style. You don't see this too often. I love the front end. Just got a really strong look. Now, from what you understand, he wanted to keep it pretty much all the body and the running gear all original? Yeah. Right now, he's so happy with things. He wants to start. You've been selling so we can get down and take a look at it. So when it shows up, I tell him to send it to the electrical shop. So I have issues with it. The training is step and so keep longer. I'd love to do the car, but it's got a broken window. I apologize, we can't do it. Instead of sending the car out to get the electrical rewired and the transmission fixed, David's Dynamic 88 is rocking into the overhauling shop. There she goes. Wow.
Shit, we were done 442s in this past, but not a dynamic 88. This one's a 1964. What makes it special? Well, the fact that we have not done this body style yet, I'm really anxious to get on this one and do something really unique for David because you really don't see this very often. That's true. They weren't produced in a lot of quantity, and they were given an 88 designation to complement the already existing 76 and 98 model numbers. The first one came out in 1959 as a Rocket 88. So, rare car, definitely a special car. This will be fun. All right, Chip, lay it out for us. What is the deconstruction plan? Well, the plan right now is we'll pull all of the interior out, get the car apart, but we'll leave it on the chassis, keep it rolling. We'll go ahead and media blast it, see what we have once we get this paint off. Fix the damage, fix the rust, paint it, get it back to David, let him assemble it. Makes it sound so stupid. Oh, sorry, Chip. All right, Chip's out. Rest of you guys ready? Let's take this bad boy apart.
News about the olds is that it's a bona fide original. The bad news for the A-team is that it's got them scrambling to take it apart.
And that dynamic 88's not going down without a fight.
Oh, man. I ain't got enough. Or Jesse David's 1964. Always going to be a dynamic 88. Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
It does.
Do you have anything in particular stand out to you design-wise?
I like that it's carrying the 50s styling under the 60s. What I can see right now is that the body panels are quite wavy, and those body panels are massive, so there's going to be a lot of body work. Experts, why is the connector on the back of the lighter so hard to move? It should be a really simple task, but here I am under the dash, struggling.
That's bragging.
To bag and tag everything, because if you don't remember where these two little screws went, you're going to be screwed.
Always good to have the originals, even if the rest of it's something, so you got something to go off of. If you lose this stuff, then you gotta make stuff.
We're trying to remove this front bumper. Back in this day and age, you things have rusted since then, which is making my job pretty tough here. It's a quick picture of all those brackets and how they were laid out on the back of the grill, so when it's time to put it back together, I can refer to my phone, no problems.
Okay, Mark, other than the obvious rusty nuts and bolts, bumpers are being a pain in the butt to get off, what other problems are you seeing with this car?
It's just a lot of stainless trim on the spare seats. Since you mentioned the bumper, still gonna need a lot of work, a lot of straightening.
Man, the bumper has been right up here.
The front too, so it's this is gonna be a chrome and stainless party.
All these pieces get thrown, these have to be painted, this gets painted, these will get polished, these get powder coated. We'll use all those, put back together.
Since the engine's been recently rebuilt, we're going to take it out and we're going to go through it all just to make sure everything is top notch.
The engine's out of the car, and Chip's eager to come up with a design to make this Oldsmobile 88 even more dynamic.
Well, it's time for the insiders meeting. We've got David's girlfriend, Rebecca, here. You know that people in New York to have done it about.
He would have loved to have painted it red.
If there was a theme to the car that would represent what Lou was doing, what would it be?
Something so that when he's driving down the street, people are staring at him and he's driving with this rock music going because he loves rock music.
Okay, wheels and tires. I know he's got a lot of diameter. Keep that style.
Keep it.
He chose black for, but I think he wanted to go red. What about two-tone? Right now it's black with a white top. A different color top, but I'm thinking of the body itself. Take a couple sketches together. Well, that would be cool. So there's three different things. I was thinking of going with maybe a little bit deeper, like a pearl red. Doing sides, do the red, but it's red. I went with a red on the top, I would do a black interior. If I went with the black on top, I would do a red interior.
I think so much this one better.
With the red on the top?
Yeah.
That's it. David? I can just design your car.
Can make a man hungry. What's anybody else have? Sex in the bar.
I just can't watch TV without finishing a bag of chips. That apology I learned from Viewpoints. Sign up now at Viewpoints.com. Free to appear and your home's first line of defense, all on a front door, guarding 2 1 doors plus. Combining an entry and screen door with one, never have to open 2 doors again. Cutting edge design, safety in mind. Looks great and keeps the pesky bugs out. Visit a Doors Plus showroom today and experience the Guardian your free measuring point. Doors Plus, no plus. I just can't watch TV without finishing a bag of chips. This bag spends no chance. That just a bit of psychology I learned from Viewpoint. Sign up now at Viewpoint.
Last off, with Aussie Air, the lottery offers, and you could win over $5 with the USA lotto. Draw prizes on 11 a.m. tomorrow. Download the app or visit lotteryoffers.com.au. While you were asleep, there's been a major piece of breaking news.
We know that power lines are down. We are straight to the scene.
Do you think the government is taking a responsible position on that? Want to hear from you?
There'll be lunches from Cape York to Broome and on warm afternoons near Mudgee. Because TikTok bakes every day with Australian wheat. You can find lots of things when you book a Stays holiday app. Even each other. Get together at homes. Find it on Stays.
When heartburn or indigestion hits, take Gaviscon's 2H and double layer tablets. Works fast and it's long lasting. Bad heartburn and indigestion away with Gaviscon 2H.
Orientation shutters have never looked so good. In a range of colours and style options, sure to suit your decor. Orientation shutters from Doorspot provide you with a high level of insulation and backed by Doorspot warranty, all with free insulation. Discovering the best look with plantation shutters for your home begins at Doorspot. Visit a showroom today and book your free measurement quote. Doorspot, no fuss.
Richard's been conditioned to finish his entire plate his entire life, even when he's full. That's just a bit of psychology Richard learned from him. Sign up.
David Courier is a search and rescue swim instructor with the Navy. He's dedicated his life teaching others how to save lives.
In order to do something to give back.
But David's beloved 1964 Oldsmobile Dynamic 88 is also in need of a rescue.
There's been a lot of obstacles in his life that have kept him from fixing it up.
So with the help of the A-Team, Chip Bruce has come up with a design to save the Dynamic 88. This is going to be a chrome and stainless party.
Have you been Chip's inside scoop on David's personality and taste? Rebecca hung around the shop. Check out the progress of the olds.
First of all, where is he right now?
And he thinks his car is after the cat.
Are you going to be able to keep the secret till we get back?
Secret. Fighting my phone.
He probably think it's a joke at first.
And then when he realizes it's something that's for real is happening, pretty sure he's gonna cry or
Where's all the fun? I thought there would be a party here.
Yo, what's up, Travis? Yeah, it's been kind of a little bit quiet. I was kind of away for a bit. There was kind of a bunch of discussions earlier, and then it looks like it kind of quieted out the last little bit here.
Yeah. I was dead asleep. My truck has this stupid weather system warning. Like, it'll just randomly interrupt if I'm listening to a podcast or something like that, and there's this winter storm warning. It'll just break in, and just announce it. And it's always, like, loud. So I didn't turn my audio down in my truck, and I'm sleeping. And this thing blares into my ear because I'm in the back in the cab, and the speakers are right there by my head. I was dead asleep, and now I can't go back to sleep.
Oh man, that's brutal.
I've just been flipping around, seeing what was going on.
Yeah. So it was just already turned up, like the volume was up, and so that when
Yeah, it was just up from when I normally listen to it in the when I'm driving, because it's got the whole stereo system is in the bunk area too. But my head was right by the fucking speaker, dude. Just totally blared into my ear.
Damn.
So every time that happens, I'm like, oh, I got to remember to turn my volume down when I go to bed. Because it doesn't matter if, like, whatever channel I have it on is, if the radio is on, and it could be on auxiliary or however many channels they have. If it's on any channel and the volume's up, the weather system warning will come through no matter what. Like they think they're important or something.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely an intense awakening.
Oh, man. So I had this really lengthy argument with Funk on Channel 2 this morning. You don't just record all the channels at the same time, right?
No, I mean I can put any of them live, but
All right.
But yeah, so yeah, that one wasn't recorded, but
No.
I can always fire it up if when needed.
Yeah. It was crazy, dude. I mean, I feel like, honestly, if I or anybody who likes to debate went into a formal debate with these guys, in terms of debate itself, they would lose. I was just, like, so frustrated with Funk because he was making all of these illogical connections with things that I was saying. You've seen it. If I say something X and he says, well, does that mean Y? Like, he makes these illogical connections and, like, assumes that I'm going to believe what he just said. You know what I mean? So, like, I can't remember what I said. I said something about the nature of mirage. So then he says, does that mean that light doesn't bend? I'm like, dude, I didn't say that. Anyway, it was so frustrating because I was trying to explain stuff to this guy. You know what I mean? Walk through the interpretation that I have. I don't know if you've actually, really considered where I'm coming from, but I'll say it this way. If someone else was saying what I was saying about mirage, I would think that it was actually very, very scientifically monumental. So the whole concept that the mirage is not a vertical image is absolutely like fucking saying the earth is flat, because it's so much in opposition to what the science says. It's unreal. I don't even know what to say. It's like saying babies come from storks. Like, we all, like, you know what? That we always thought that was a cartoon joke. It's actually real people. The whole, it's just like, it's just actually, it's such a 180 degree claim. So anyway,
Yeah, for their current kind of paradigm.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah,
makes sense that along with the Earth not being a globe, that the mainstream narrative around refraction would be, and mirages and all that would be false along with that. It
Yeah,
makes sense to me.
Yeah, but I mean, even though I understand that way of saying it the way you just did, I'm saying that even what I'm suggesting is even more profound than just having implications for that. I mean, it's not like saying, okay, so how does how does the sun set on a flat Earth, right? I mean, that's a logical question. If you believe that the Earth, or if you believe that the sun was setting because of the Earth's rotation, of course that's going to be a question. You're like, well, then I got to rethink that one. But no one thinks about rethinking mirages. You know what I mean? It's like, because mirages are never necessarily understood to only happen on a globe. Like, if we didn't live on a globe, that wouldn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Right, that mirages are still happening.
right.
Yeah, that makes sense. But
Yeah.
But there are a lot of explanations that involve, with mirages that involve
True. Yeah, you're right.
curvature and all that. So I mean, it
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
linked.
I was watching another video that I did when I was doing a reaction to a presentation where Robert Greenler, who is or who was a preeminent refraction guy back in the 70s and 80s, and he was up at the University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, and back in the 80s they had this free access auditorium where they would give scientific lectures, right? And you could bring your family. They got kids in there, teach you about anything you want, which is pretty cool, right? But he was giving a lecture on how refraction happens with mirages, and it's totally. I mean, I just from the very beginning, he said, "I can show you X, Y, Z," and then he draws a picture on the wall. Like, he doesn't show you the physical phenomena. You know what I mean? So he draws this picture of light coming in from the atmosphere from outer space on a globe. I'm like, dude, you're not showing us anything. You're drawing a fucking picture on the whiteboard, man. Like, are you people so stupid? He's not showing you reality. Anyway, so you're right, because in that video, he's assuming that the Earth is curved, that the lower density is closest to the surface, and the surface is curved. So when the light comes in, it's curving, right? So there is, that light bending curvature over the Earth kind of a thing, right? It is there.
Yeah. Well, I know that also Andrew Thomas Young, he's got all those different definitions of different types of horizons and all these explanations of how these horizons are all stacking up. And it's like,
yeah,
it's like a whole model that kind of builds this, there's this thing that I can say is behind that thing to just explain it, whatever's happening.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And it's crazy, man. I mean, honestly, you and I know we can say, well, we're just biased in that way, but I'd like to think that I'm actually smart enough to figure that that's actually bullshit. You know what I mean? It's if I told that to Sean G, he'd be starting to drool at the mouth. He's like, oh yeah, tell me more about that. That's great. Tell me more. I'm like, dude, it's not real. So I don't know, man. That shit, when I first saw that diagram for the very first time when I was looking at Andrew Thomas Young, and he has the observer looking at the horizon, but it's down, right? I'm like, this isn't even real to how we look. Who believes this stupid diagram? When you look, you're looking straight out ahead of you, but in the diagram from, this removed perspective, the observer is looking down to the horizon. I mean, it's just totally counterintuitive. Absolutely counterintuitive.
Yeah, they do that with sextants too. Like the dip angle and the actual horizon. It's sometimes it's this dramatic down angle. It's who's doing that on the Earth? Maybe you would move maybe a centimeter down or some extremely tiny amount, but it's they show it as if it's
right
30 degrees down or whatever.
Yeah, so then they should have this little asterisk, not to scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I really tried with funk. I'm like, I mean, I lost my shit. I was just like, and you know, the Sean G, that whole Sean G debacle the other day. So I went into a chat yesterday with Harry with Riding on Eggshells, talk about an observation that I made. Sean came in there and was totally over talking me again. Like I'm like, dude, are you serious? Couldn't believe it. And then he's like, hey Travis, when we're gonna have our conversation? I'm like, we're not, dude. I can't handle your over talking.
Yeah, some people do that like as like a control mechanism.
I know, man. It's crazy.
Whether it's like a cogniz thing or whatever it is, it's almost like a what's it called? A twitch? Not a yeah, I guess a twitch.
Yeah, what is that called? It's oh
tick?
man.
A tick.
Yeah, a tick. Yeah.
A twitch. But
yeah.
And he seems to kind of have that out for you, for doing that to you in particular.
Yeah. It's like a tactic. That's the word I was looking for. A tactic.
I mean, I've actually been starting to feel a bit. I don't know. I have a pretty high tolerance level for a lot. You know, there's these guys and all of it. But I'll tell you, lately, it's just been starting to feel.
I know, man. Yeah.
It's like it's just a bummer at the end of the day. I mean.
Yeah.
Like I'd almost rather just talk to you guys and talk to where we can actually like explore ideas and.
I know. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly where I was going to go. I said, can you imagine if we did have an open-minded baller who was like struggling with the concept, but was like an open-minded thinker? Could you imagine the whiteboard conversations we could have? You know what I mean? Like drawing this up and saying, okay, what about this? Okay, take notes on that, man. We'll come back to that later and totally work this shit out. That would be amazing.
Right, to actually come together as if it's like well, somebody said today, and it doesn't have to be about money, but somebody said to Bacon, they were like, Bacon, if somebody gave you $1 million, could you make a sextant map system with a flat Earth model? Because Bacon was trying to claim that sextants can't work on the flat Earth, and I know that when money gets involved, it gets a little bit funky, but the point of it was just like an interesting idea. Like, okay, Bacon, if you didn't have an agenda or a motivation that you had to come on here and tell us we're all wrong, if that was out the door, maybe $1 million entices you, whatever it is, could you actually put your mind into it and really try to figure it out? Like, if that's like, how about this? Like, you don't get the $1 million unless you map it on a flat Earth map.
Right.
Something like that, which means it's like we're not trying to get him to do it in a deceptive way, but just trying to like whatever his motivation that he has to tell us we're wrong, like it'd be interesting if that was flipped to where he actually was trying to actually solve it, like, with us in a sense, rather than just having these same argument points that he just wants to push nonstop.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like there's a couple categories in these discussions. There's like talking to new people, brand new people. And in a way, the 24/7 server has kind of a monopoly on that in a way, for whatever reason. I won't get into it now, but I'm just saying when I say monopoly, I just mean it seems like they have a lot of new people coming in. I don't mean monopoly that they're stopping others from coming in, but whatever it is, they have a lot of new people coming into theirs. But there's that mode of like brand new people that are just coming in asking questions. And then there's the mode of like talking amongst ourselves about ideas and trying to work things out. That's like mode 2. And then the third mode is just like, debating or having these discussions with these like guys that are clearly here to just constantly push the globe. And it's like that last one, I'm just having less and less interest in. It's like,
yeah. This is why sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen. Very interesting in what you're talking about. I have been listening all along, even when Gio wasn't around. I was just listening, not wanting to interrupt and just see where the psychology is going. But yes, I have to say that that's why I'm attacking them on a psychological front this year. This year is the year that we flat earthers put the heliocentrists under the magnifying glass of psychology and ask them, why is it that they want to believe in something that they cannot prove or see. Why is that? Because that's not sane. I think that's a fair enough question, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's a very basic, direct question. Sure.
Yeah, and I'm using that as my tool to eat inroads into their psychology, exposing them as people who are not coherent in their thinking, because that's what they've tried to do to us. I'll give you a little an example. My student is going to. This is a woman who's 60 years old. She examines students' English compositions, etc., etc. And she was talking to me today about one student who composed a way of improving society, and that is to be modest, not to be outspoken, for example, or not to be arrogant or thinking you're superior. And I said, yeah, well, I can agree with that. Yeah, why not? But at the end of the day, there are times when you do have to exert yourself, though, to the point where it might upset others. But I'm doing that. But if I look at myself, sometimes I can be like that, I said. And I don't really care, because my aim is to waken people up. Now, if they're leading me into a dangerous way of life, I can't follow that just to be modest and not intervene. No, you've got to stop that. I don't want to be part of that. So, I can't do that. And I said, that's the psychology thing that works against us at times. And you've got to stand up in this world we're living in, basically. That's what I said to her, my student, who's an English teacher herself, but she's a psychiatrist, you see. And then at the end, when I was about to leave, she dropped that tango thing, the Tonga thing that was proving globe. Because everyone seems to think that the Tonga incident, the volcanic eruption, proves globe. And I said to her, look, it doesn't matter what maths is being used or what's being said with satellites, until you, for sure, prove to everybody and yourself that you've seen the curvature on Earth, you've measured it and detected the spin, and you understand fully that you cannot have air pressure without a container in a vacuum, you have no right in believing in satellites. That's a fantasy. Especially as you well know, they didn't go to the moon. So if they didn't have the technology to go to the moon, how can they be putting satellites up there? So, that's up to you, but it's a fantasy. And then I walked out of the room. But that's what was going on. The psychologies are at play here. Big psychologies. And I think we flat earthers need to establish that clearly. And my last point is this. She said she's going to tell me something next Friday, because flat earthers were mentioned in the Japanese School of Study in some subject matter that we were mentioned. And I asked her, oh, was it negative? She says, no, it wasn't negative. It wasn't positive. I said, oh, okay. I said, but we flat earthers, we take negative press or positive press, all positive. If it's negative against flat earthers and we get a chance to defend ourselves, then that gives us a position to get our viewpoint across. And if it's positive, then we run with it. So any press is good press, I said, but I'm looking forward to it. There you go. I yield to the gentleman. What do you think, guys?
What time is it where you're at, Jin?
Well, it's now just coming up for 3 o'clock coming up. 25 to 3.
Okay.
Yeah, in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So I've had a few lessons this morning, and the last one I'm talking about happened about an hour and a half ago. I had to go to her house, you see, because she's a little bit disabled now, cancer in the knee, can't bend a leg, and that's like 5 years ago. It got worse. She's recovering, so I have to go to her house instead. So she marks English examination papers from her house.
Is she Japanese?
She's Japanese, yeah.
But she marks English papers?
Yes, English high school students' examination papers. That's correct.
I don't understand. I'm lost. Do you mean like English class for us in the States was like grammar? You know what I mean? Like teaching us how to understand our own language. So what do you mean?
That's correct. That's correct. It's grammar, but with grammar also comes composition, comprehension, everything, the whole lot.
But you're using the term English. So like, is it an actually Is it an actual class on English?
It's a class on English, yes, because that's the way I do it. I mean, it's English lessons, but in this student's case, she's 60 years old, okay? She has a degree in psychology, and when I first met her, which would have been about 15 years ago now, I said to her then, I said, is at a level where I don't think I have anything to offer you, because you've got a degree in psychology, and you are speaking English to the point where you can actually help people around the world. So I don't think that in this school of mine we're able to help you. But she says, no, there's certain things I don't understand in the way of English expressions, etc., and I'm going to need help, I feel. I said, okay, fair enough, you know. Yeah, so I call it an English lesson, but what I'm actually doing is helping her to understand our English expressions, basically, and what we mean in proverbs and things like that.
Oh yeah, calling it proper. I don't think so. You speak UK English, dude. It's American English, man.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Right. Oh, thank you very much. But that's what she said, you know, in the way that she said that she's got there's an article that mentions flat earthers, and I asked her if it was negative or not. She said, no, she thinks it's neutral. I said, okay, well, I look forward to it. And then I thought I'd remind her or inform her that we flat earthers, we take any press, negative or positive, because it's a win-win for us. We turn it around. Yeah. But, you know, she tried to drop the Tonga thing. You know, she's definitely told this on the flat earth, you see. She understands fully that they can't go to the moon. She's totally adamant that Darwin's evolution is absolutely phony. She doesn't buy into that at all. So she's very intelligent as someone who's got a degree in psychology. She's a psychiatrist in some way. So I'm thinking, why doesn't she get the flat earth then? You know, what's wrong? It's cognitive dissonance, isn't it?
I mean, let's think about sorry to jump off into a different direction, but going back to sextants, like what's the shortest you know, it wouldn't have to be 80 days around the world. Like you could get to a location, you know what I mean? That's the whole thing. The whole thing is getting on a ship, using a sextant as a tool. Like you don't have to, but you know, if you want what was that guy? Who's the other guy? Drink of Kool-Aid, right?
Oh yeah.
You know, if you want to put him on a boat, put me on a boat, and have us go to some distance 100 miles away,
right?
Just using the sextant or something. Like we've got to like try to figure out like what's the shortest distance and the least cost to get a demonstration. Like ask them, like, okay, if we were going to do this, and I was going to show you that I can use a sextant without assuming a globe. Like, well, like, what's the shortest distance we would need to go in order for you to be satisfied that this would actually work?
I love that one. Yeah. So 100 miles is good, isn't it? 100, 200 miles is very good, I would have to say. Yeah. That would go a long way to proving that you can.
I mean, you know what? You know what would be awesome for me? I would say, because, like, just say, for instance, 10th Man on Nathan Oakley's show, 10th Man, he lives in California, outside of LA. Like, well, I mean, I know that Hawaii is a lot farther than 100 miles, but I would sail to Hawaii. You know what I mean? I would do the test. I would do the test in that direction.
Yeah, guaranteed good weather, so that's going to aid your ability to navigate because you don't want to be in the thick of it with the storms and that. So yeah, why not? Yeah, I mean that is just so perfect. The Pacific, all that open expanse, ocean. Yeah. And then you could use the long distance observation. If you can see it through your telescope at like 80 miles away, well, we're on track, folks. You know?
Yeah.
Proving flat up all the way. So I would agree with that.
That would be. I mean, fucking A, dude. That would completely be worth a commercial advertisements on a. You know, even if you publish, I wonder if you could do that. Like, what if we excuse me, what if we created a channel and almost televised it on the channel? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
Yes, that would be fabulous.
And it would just be like live streaming from, but you would almost have to be, I don't know, wouldn't you have to be a certain distance away from each other? Like if you were both going to race to the island or whatever, you'd have to be a certain distance away, so you wouldn't necessarily, you wouldn't be able to say that you were cheating just by simply following the other person, right?
Yeah, you'd have to start from opposite directions.
Or you know what, you could just be offset by a couple of days, I suppose, because it doesn't matter that you get there first, because if you say you have 3 weeks to get there and you get there in a shorter time than the competition, then you win.
Yeah, that's in good keeping, in all fairness. So yeah, that would be satisfactory and would satisfy any legal wrangling that anyone wants to make it in the realms of, are we cheating, are we being fair one, and that's good enough. Yeah, one guy leaves 2 days before the other guy, and away you go. Yeah, why not?
I would totally do that.
Yeah, I would do that too. I'd love to do that.
I'd be the cook.
Yeah, I could be the cook, the cleaner, the lot. No problem with me, mate. Because it's all done. Once you've achieved a certain level of hygiene on that thing, the cleaning is nothing. The cooking is nothing. You know, it's just when you let everything go to pot, that's when it starts to become a headache.
Yeah.
I watched a YouTube video earlier of these women who did they rowed across the entire Atlantic Ocean.
Wow.
Just rowing. Yeah.
Wow.
It was a whole competition thing, and they won. And I forget how many days. I think it was she said, I think it was 6 weeks of just rowing. Rowing every day. And they only had these 2 little cabins in the front and the back, that were just hot and confined, for the only places to be other than rowing. Yeah, it was pretty. I'll post a video just since I'm mentioning it, but yeah, it was pretty remarkable. It makes me think of
sounds absolutely maddening to me. There's no way I would enjoy that.
Yeah, it did look like quite a feat.
What did they do for food and that? Food, washing. Well, washing is not a problem, but going to the toilet and things. What's going on now? 6 weeks,
Yeah, for food they had a lot of the freeze dried stuff and nuts and nuts and seeds. She said exactly the amount of calories they had on board. For going to the bathroom, they had a bucket, so they would just go in the bucket, and then they said their little thing was bucket and chuck it. So I guess they would do that, and then I'll post the video because it's about 20 minutes long. I mean, you could also probably do it in double speed, but yeah, it's basically 3,000 miles rowing across the entire Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, that would have to be bucket, chuck it, and rinse it, because you've got to rinse it out as well. Seems you've got all that ocean there. Can't just chuck it and put it back in. No
it was
way.
called the Talisker Whiskey Atlantic Challenge 2018.
Oh, right. Sponsored by Talisker Whiskey.
What was the what was the origin location?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
When it was over,
rowing all the way. How many women were there?
Just 4.
4 of them in the team. Okay. And what? 2 were rowing at one time in shifts, or what?
Yep. Yeah, it looks like they did shifts.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, Gio. That's very nice. I'm going to have to watch that later. Thank you.
Yeah, it looked like quite a feat. I'm trying to see if I can pull up the part. Because it does have a little map where she shows where it went from. And I mean, it was somewhere over in Europe, like Spain, I want to say, is where they left from, something like that. But I want to say is where they left.
I've got some echo. We got some feedback. Are you guys hearing the feedback?
I did hear
that. Would be me, maybe, because I got my mic open. So just a second whilst I get myself sorted. Sorry, 1 sec.
I find it interesting that Drink of Kool-Aid showed up.
He's listening.
Creeper.
Of course. Spy has their job to do. So if it's to do with the ocean, then the man from the ocean will come in and debate us. right? And we're talking about topography on the land, then you have your man from the topography come in and debate.
Yeah,
You know?
if you don't believe in gravity, you can't build a building, dude. You gotta work G into your equations, man. Building buildings doesn't work on a flat Earth, man.
Boats can only float on a sphere. We all know that.
The hell, these people. When honest to God, when when one of these ballers who's like in the mainstream fight, like if and when one of them actually turns a page and wakes up, I would love for them to just go, yeah, you guys are fucking idiots for believing you live on a globe. Because once you get this, once you turn that page, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Insane. You are insane people. You are.
It is. It is insane. That's why that sad psychological evaluation, known as SAD, separation anxiety disorder. That's a disorder created by the psychiatric industry. All right. They call it separation anxiety syndrome. Disorder. SAD. Yeah. That's what it is. It's sad, man. It's sad.
I find what you are doing sad.
Whatever.
Well,
but you're here talking to us. So what's your problem?
Yeah. Why don't you go away then?
Just real quick, this the rowing trip. They left from La Gomera, which is over in the Canary Islands, and then they rowed all the way to Antigua.
Okay.
In the Caribbean.
Love. Yeah, I was going to say two lovely locations. Two lovely locations, by the way, folks.
But yeah, I mean, if they had done if you had you don't have to row, of course. You can have a boat that has a motor, but something like that to make a trip like that. If we were to make multiple trips like that all around the Earth, everywhere we can, and take very detailed sextant readings, we would be able to actually create our own GPs, our own circle of equal altitudes, and actually map the geometry of all of those circles and how they actually lay out. Because I do think you can use a sextant when you use a whole ad hoc globe model. I don't think it's as accurate, and I think it has a lot of issues, and it's not really what you're actually traveling on, but they can hack it together. But if we were to able to actually get the real system, first of all, I think it'd be way more accurate, and it will show whether it's planar or curved if you're able to get enough readings and enough of those circles, because all of those circles will either fit on a plane or on a curved surface.
Yeah, I did ask Lemon if he could do that. Yesterday I asked Lemon. We were in the Gem Pandas server, and I asked him if he could do that without a compass or even a sextant. Could he really be dropped off somewhere and circumnavigate his way around? And we came to the conclusion that yes, you could, and you'd be making your own charts then. So your charts wouldn't be the official charts from the oceanic people, but it would be your charts that you've made personally.
Yeah.
In order to aid you. So you're talking correct, because you can.
Well, you know what
I can do that now.
I thought that Bob Dole's point the other night was pretty profound. I had never thought about it before. He's like, when the first mariners set out, they didn't have any maps. You know what I mean? Like, they built the maps as they went. So I thought that was interesting. Like, right now, we use maps that already exist, right? So we take them with us. But, when it's like almost saying, you'd almost have to think about the different countries and different peoples who were on the ocean, who went out on the ocean. If they were completely separate from each other, then they had to create their own navigation system. It's not like they all had the hive mind and they all created the exact same one at the same time. I find that interesting to think about.
Yeah, so do I. I've often thought about it, and I've said, I know you can do it yourself. You can do it yourself. You'd make your own maps. You'd make your own references. Those stars, the way they plotted them out, that's just one person's idea. They don't really mean anything as such. We've named them. You can name the stars anything you want and have your own version of stars and join your own dots As long as the patterns remain fixed in your mind, and you look up and you recognise it, you can use other stars to navigate. You don't have to use the ones that have been so-called established as a given. You know, nothing's a given. It's all been man-made. Let's not forget that. You know, that's why I was saying to Dawn the other day that, you know, I draw the line when scumbags who have been in control of the humanity get their names put on landmass after them, and I think that's definitely not what I'm going to be doing. Whoever's been named after a famous piece of land, that name will be changed, and I'll put my family name there instead. I don't want to mention their name. That's never going to happen. I drew the line years ago. I stopped that years ago. I said, I'm not going to do that. Who are these people think they are, that they can put their name on land as if it's theirs? Crazy, especially on that azimuthal equidistant match. There are a few people that just shouldn't be on there. I'm not going to do that.
So let me. I was just thinking of something, because who was it that made that comment earlier? Who was that guy? Oh, Too Salty. Oh, Laurie. So, like, I no longer, believe that the Bible is what I used to believe it is, and so I'm no longer a Christian. But I don't troll Christian groups, right? Like, I don't go in there and hang around and just try to, like, argue against them. Now, sometimes I do. Like, on my Facebook, if I have so there's still some Christian groups. When I was a Christian, I was in Facebook groups. So those are still, like, lingering. I haven't deleted them all on my account. So sometimes when they come up, someone will make a comment, and I will make a comment to express my perspective. And when they can't have, like, these globe flakes, healthy conversations, like, I don't bother. Like, I don't spend my time there hanging out. Like, to me, like, what Laurie's doing, what Bacon's doing, what all these guys are doing, like, completely is not what I would do, right? Like, what Gio and I were saying earlier is we would much rather have conversations where we're actually talking about, like, what you were just doing, Jen, when you're talking about the sextants and all that kind of stuff or whatever. Like, we want to have actually constructive criticism. So part of my psychology is I like to think about my contribution in terms of the Mirage discussion as like a whiteboard brainstorm. Like, let's look at this from a different perspective. These guys, no one has actually ever entertained my claims with an open mind. Not one of you guys. Not one.
Well, there you go.
Hey, Chief, that's a good point. And I would love to get back to boats. I'm sorry I wasn't able to unmute fast enough when you're on them. What were you saying about that row, Gio? Other than it's going on right now.
No, I was mentioning I watched a YouTube video today about these women who did this 3,000-mile rowing across the ocean. Just 4 of them in a vessel, a rowing vessel with 2 little cabins on it. They did this 3,000-mile trek. This was back in 2018, called the Talisker Whiskey Atlantic Challenge. So
Yeah,
I posted the video in
it's
the chat. It's just a little documentary, a little 20-minute documentary about their journey.
The Whiskey Atlanta Challenge is currently underway. There is teams who are on the water right now. They're about 38 days in. Unfortunately, most of the coverage I can find on it is in Dutch, and I don't speak Dutch, so.
That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume there's events like that happening.
Are they proving globe?
No, I wouldn't say they're proven in shape. They're simply following the established path with the known routes using the Haberstein formula.
Yeah, it's funny you bring up Haberstein, because I was going to mention this before about the sextants. Like, back in the ancient times, they were using, they didn't have Haberstein formulas. They weren't having to calculate with radiuses and globes, and they never did any of that. They wouldn't have any reason to. They would be just mapping the sky system to the ground. And when you do that, you can do it in multiple ways. You don't even need a sextant. There's actually multiple ways to do it. You can build a bowl. This is one of the ancient ways that did it as well. you take a bowl, like a clay bowl or something, and you can actually just put holes in it. And if you put the holes in it at the right angle, you can put it up to your head, and you can basically get the line of sight and get the angle. So getting angles to the sky and mapping it to the plane of the Earth has been done since the dawn of time.
Check out coconut sextants. We have drawings of them being made for like a really long time back.
Yeah, exactly. And so what I'm saying is that they never needed any globes or any of that. They were just mapping to the plane of the Earth. But yeah, using a coconut, that's a good way to do it. Or that's one way, because it creates a little bowl system. Yeah.
One of the issues that they had, and one of the big things that they were able to solve in the 17 to 1800s, is the ability to hold time, and you know what time it is in Greenwich at any given point. That's what gave them the ability to be able to set off over the horizon, out of sight of land, without the fear.
Yeah,
Until
but
that
hang on
time,
a second. But the Polynesians, they didn't use Greenwich. Greenwich wasn't around at the time.
right? Which is why they stayed within sight of land as much as possible.
Well, Hawaii is a long way away from where they were. Hawaii, you know, and they got that far, probably further as well. Maybe as far as the Philippines and Papua New Guinea and the rest of it. They were great sailors. Right.
Certain people were amazing. We can talk about the Vikings and them predating Christopher Columbus in North America by over 1,000 years.
Yes.
There are people who are crazy and go out and adventure.
Yeah.
At least there used to be. It doesn't seem to be so much anymore. At least nobody's finding additional lands and haven't for a couple hundred years.
That's because they've all been discovered already.
Yes, and not to mention the financial constraints as well as legal constraints and all that as well. Especially the money. Who's got the money and the time to do that? It's not a cheap undertaking, is it?
Sure.
All that planning, all that food. Come on, man. There's a lot to take in.
Yeah, there's lots of people who live on their sailboats and go around and do things. It's great. You can actually get quite a bit of stuff just from the ocean. There are some things that you need to stop in inland to get, but many of it you can self-survive in warm tropical waters for a long time.
Well, yeah.
So Kool-Aid, what's the shortest distance that you would consider an appropriate challenge to navigate if you were going to have this competition where you navigate using your system and someone else navigates using just the sextant with no need for imposing the model? Like, what would be the appropriate distance that you would consider, this would show that you know how to use this and you can get to a location?
I would say to be honest, it wouldn't even be about a distance. It would be to somebody to sit down and go through the math step by step and show me they know how to do it. That's it. It wouldn't. I understand where let's do it in the real world. I get that, but maybe it's the ex-military in me. We plan and we walk through and we do everything step by step before we do it live.
Yeah, but how would you check your work, right? So it's like, I mean, you could go on a piece of paper, because like I've never done this, so I'm gonna totally butcher whatever it's gonna be like fingernails on a chalkboard for you. Like, oh, dude, you're saying it wrong. Stop. So like, if I've got this chart and the chart has all of the land masses or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I map out. So you're saying that for you, because I don't even know how to do it. But you're saying basically if you map out, I don't even know how to do it. I can't even get my head to go there right now. Because I'm looking. Okay, so look, just real quick, without being too crazy on the details. Like, if I'm looking at a map that's a map of the ocean with the the Atlantic on one side and North America. I'm sorry, with Europe on one side and North America on the other.
Sure, like the normal Mercator
I-
map we're all used to seeing.
Yeah, but I'm looking down at the Earth. Like, there's no star system imposed on that. I'm still having to consider looking up at the sky and where it's going to be in relationship to the Earth.
Mm-hmm. So the way that it makes sense to me is to think of it as kind of like Russian nesting dolls, except they're spheres, right? So you have the sphere of the Earth is sitting inside the cosmic sphere of where we can see. Just I'm simply caring about the light I can see with my own eyes. Other light, other things I don't care about. Just what I can see. The visible universe. That's a sphere. So I can see from my sphere to where that sphere is. To make everything line up, I have to go to the astronomical horizon, which is at the center of the Earth. And that's where everything actually lines up to. The reason you can't do this with a flat Earth, or one of the reasons that you can't do this with a flat Earth, is because it would tie you down to a single map or a model. You would have to say, this is the way it works. And that would go against one of the principles that I believe flat earthers hold to, of no map, no model, no problem.
No. So, okay, look. Let's say I was the very first guy to come out as a flat earther, and I'm talking to you. And you said, where's your map? I would say, are you ridiculous? Like, do you really think that you really think that I've got the ability to remap the fucking world? Like, I don't get, I don't get that question.
What do you think it took the actual military to do
I
that?
know.
You know, the amount of money, resource. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
My answer would be no. My answer would be no. But I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you are a interstate truck driver, correct? So you do have the ability to map larger portions than, say, a 90-year-old man in his retirement home who can't drive, right?
No, that's even more. That's even the same absurdity, dude. Do you know
You
how
couldn't
long?
do a
You know how
sextant
long
reading where you are?
Huh?
You couldn't make a sextant measurement wherever you were?
Oh, you're
It'd
okay. Okay, hold on.
It takes 30 seconds.
No. I'm talking about topographical cartography, dude. I wasn't talking.
Sure, yeah, that would take a long time. I'm just talking about celestial. Well, just talking celestial. That's it.
Okay, well, I wasn't. So you made a switch that I wasn't ready for. So now, what's your question?
Oh, sorry. I'm still talking about celestial spheres, and you could, I don't want to presuppose you're out, but let's say you go to California, you could make some sextant readings and make some observations. Then you go to New York, you do the same thing. You go down to Texas, you do the same thing. Up to North Dakota, you do the same thing. You can start to place these things in a sphere, and because you travel for a living, you have a opportunity to do this.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
but in my opinion, like, if I guess, well, whatever. It would take days, right? If I drove straight across the country, it would take me 4 days. Okay.
Oh, sure.
So,
and I wouldn't do it straight. I would say wherever you happen to be, make an observation, and just keep a logbook.
I wasn't ready yet. I wasn't finished.
Sorry.
My point is that if I start here on the East Coast and I do a reading, and then I get to the West Coast, I'm going to be 4 days or 5 days or 6 days out. So the stars are going to be in a different position anyway. You know what I mean? It's never going to be 1-to-1. It's not like they are completely static, so that when I leave the East Coast, 5 days later get to the West Coast, I have traveled 2,400 miles along the road, but the stars are still in the same position. I'm just in a different location. So they've moved, right? So it's not just about going to California and New York and Texas. the whole sky's continually moving. So it's
Yeah,
not
but
just
it's
an easy one-to-one correspondence.
but it's moving in a way that repeats itself every sidereal day, very precisely. So you
I
can
didn't.
account for that.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. My point was that's another aspect of the readings, right, or the measurements.
Sure.
It's
Or
not just.
maybe. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just mean it's not like there's this one mountain range in the middle of Idaho, and you can circumnavigate that, and it's always in the same location, and you're always 100 miles away from it, and you're just looking at the parallax that you experience or whatever. It's not like a static object. It's not just. So I guess that was my point. Yeah. So my point is not only are you moving across the ground, but the stars are also moving. So you've got to compensate for that as well. Yeah.
You are lucky enough to be northern hemisphere, so at least you have Polaris, which is virtually static.
Yeah.
Well, one way to like if you take the reading at the same time every day, then you'll. That's what's key is at the exact same clock time, or to where you're getting a snapshot every day, and you can calculate for the fact that it's slowly progressing. The seasons and then the change in the speed of the sun. So if you time it, doesn't even have to be at the same time every day, but if you know what cycle, you just have to know what cycle you're in, so that when you take the reading, you can link it to all the others that you're getting.
Yeah. So that would be how you could do it astronomically, and then of course we can talk about terrestrially using the mileage that your truck did and start drawing maps and filling things in as you move that way. And between those methods, you could start drawing a map. You wouldn't get the whole Earth, but you would at least have a start. You'd have something to bring to the table rather than no map, no model, no problem.
Yeah, but how much geographical, like when you talk about mapping, okay, let me ask you. So like when you say what's your map, do you mean completely like continental shapes or the cartography, like over, are you talking about terrestrial and aquatic, or just terrestrial, or just aquatic? Like,
so I see where your confusion is, because usually when I ask for a map, I'm asking for accurate nautical charts. And this time I am talking about what I would ask from you being a land-based truck driver. I would ask for a map of your local area and the way the celestial sphere work, or the celestial bodies work above it.
Yeah. I mean, I get that.
Something that you could show me.
Yeah.
Rather than, I don't know, I don't have anything, but I know this doesn't work, even though I can't actually show it being wrong.
Well, I actually appreciate that qualification a little bit more than just saying, "Where's your map, dude?"
Right.
So that be narrowing it down more to nautical charts. But again, like, imagine if I was going to try to start that process. Give me an idea of how long you think it would take to map the shoreline of North Carolina.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you didn't trust any of the instruments, like the GPS and lasers and all that, it would probably take you a lifetime or two to do it correctly.
Right. See how ridiculous the question is then?
Right. But I'm not asking for detailed of every shoreline, just big things. Get me from New York to Boston to Paris to Tokyo.
Yeah, right, but you would have to have but you would have to have those destinations already. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you just Otherwise, you're just going out. Here's a blank chart. Map it.
And I mean, back in the day, that's what they did, right? This is how Captain Cook's famous third voyage, where he sailed, was it 70,000 nautical miles? Thought he went around Antarctica and was just fucking lost in the Pacific. He had no idea where he was and went around an iceberg like 4 times. You're exactly on why things were so difficult back in the day, and why our mapping quality is directly proportional to our technology.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I've always thought about that. Every once in a while, I even before the flat Earth, I would always think, that's so weird. Like, how would you because when you're offshore and you're just going and you're following the shore, it just looks straight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I see different things you do on the shore, but I follow what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you've got an extension of land, like say ahead of you, five nautical miles ahead of you, the land comes out closer to you. You know what I mean? Then you got to I've got to adjust where I'm going, or I'm going to hit the reef or hit the the shore.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but to do that large of a mapping project, it would be, yeah, I mean, it'd be great to do it over land and the oceans, but I think the real key thing for the shape of the Earth is the actual positioning of the continents, because GPS and Google Maps, we know it's quite accurate. I mean, you can drive from here to there. It's you can walk and watch a track. So I don't have in my mind huge conflicts around the concept that the GPS system is a coordinate system on the continents. Now, there could still be some dead zones and some zones that are not fully accurately, fully accurate. But the fact that there's so much commerce and people living on the continents, I think that has to be at least fairly close. But it's the oceans and the actual layout of the continents where the important thing would be. So to be able to map basically every the shoreline of all of the continents with each other. So just coordinate points between, let's say, the southern tip of South Africa, southern tip of South America, and then 500 miles up, 500 miles up on South America over to South Africa, et cetera, and have all those points along, and then have that on basically all sides of all the continents and measure those distances. That would be a good way to start to lay it out.
One of the things that I post in here quite regularly is the Bowditch, but if you follow that same link, the second document in that link will actually take you to the exact distances between major ports following shipping lanes. So we have that, and no sea captain has ever reported a shorter distance traveled than the distance listed in that book.
Yeah. Hey, I had this question the other day. Are there shipping lanes across the Pacific, like from LA to Japan?
Yeah.
I thought there weren't. Okay.
I don't know exactly which way they go, but yes, there is. LA is a major shipping port.
No, I know it is. I'm just saying, do people go from LA straight over to Japan, to Tokyo? Or, whatever the port is over there.
I don't know where the main shipping routes are. Let me look it up for you here.
Well, that one's like a straight line.
Yeah, but I heard that you don't cross the what's that division called in the Pacific? The
International Date Line?
Yeah. I heard nobody crosses that.
No.
Okay.
Joby.
if you look at chat, I just posted a visualization of the major shipping lanes around the globe.
Well, it's definitely going to be interesting as more and more time passes to see how all the ways they pulled off this deception. It'll really come out once their power structure starts to be dissolved. It'll take a while for that to occur, but
Man, I just pulled up my marine tracker app and zoomed out to see Hawaii. There are thousands of dots around Hawaii of all these boats and ships. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the sailing community who are running right now, just scared shitless after Tonga.
running from what?
The inevitable price hikes that are going to follow and hit that community for all marine based services. But I don't know. Tonga was it's another one of those really interesting pieces of evidence.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have been running that one, running with that one for a while here. Running that one, what was I going to say, into the ground or whatever. But it seems like you seem to want to, you guys seem to want to attach to that and claim that it's some big proof of something.
I haven't been around much in the last couple of days. What is the response? How do you trust the information?
Oh, Moyak did a whole thing on it. Like he's done a bunch. Yeah, he's got a whole. But
what is the response?
There is no response. Okay, there is none, because the only way that the ground could explode would be if the ground was a glob. I am just stumped.
Jerry.
I mean, right. There's absolutely no response about the images from the Himawari 8 satellite, the it happened in real time, the seismic sensors, the tsunami, all of that.
Well, when you're asking that, it sounds like you're asking for a response from some homogenized group of individuals, which I don't think exists. I think everybody's unique in their viewpoints, so there isn't a one response for anything. But I guess you'd have to ask whoever you want to ask about it.
Well, how about you, Gio? Any response? Any comment on it?
Well, I could get into it if you wanted, but I haven't looked over every detail of it. But
okay. It's kind of what I figured would be the answer. It was something new and novel.
I don't think it was novel at all. I mean, do you want to? I don't think it was novel at all. It was just, but yeah. Do you want to summarize? Like, what do you think is significant about it?
Oh, the travel times are only possible on a globe Earth. The fact it was captured from the Himawari image and that only works on a globe Earth. All the evidence points to globe, but the tsunami arriving at different coasts at different times, witnessed by thousands, if not millions of people. It would just be really, really hard to fake something like that.
Okay. Yeah, well, a lot of that, of course, is data that you're depending on from the same governmental organizations that are shucking the WGS 84 through their intelligence agencies. So that's always something where you don't have primary data from. It's always going to be secondary. And especially when it comes to something that's claimed to be in outer space. Although, I mean, that could still be a high altitude rendering of some sort or some sort of high altitude footage. But what about it makes the Earth a globe? I mean, a volcano event. Yeah, go ahead.
The time it took for the tsunami to arrive at the coast of Africa versus the coast of Europe.
The time it took.
Right.
Okay, so what are you using to compare whatever you're told to what is your, are you just presupposing a made up flat Earth idea and then saying it doesn't work on that? Or how are you?
No. I looked at the globe and I went, this works. I looked at other methods and went, this doesn't work. So is there one that works that I'm just unaware of? That would allow you to reach Europe, what is it, 13 and a half minutes after the coast of Africa? I might be wrong on my time. I might be getting that mixed up. Or it reaching North America and Europe at the same time?
I don't have a full map of the Earth, and I also don't have any data of that I can verify of that event. So how could I really respond to it with any specificity?
That's fair. I mean, it's...
I do know that a good magic trick will usually look good on the outside, though. You know, the data is going to match up. I mean, these guys are not stupid. You know, I mean, they at least are clever enough to have their systems through their Space Force and outer space stuff and the Earth and the weather systems. And I mean, I think they're controlling the weather as well. So that's a whole other factor. But so certainly whatever propaganda they're putting out about that event is going to match with their model. So I mean, I wouldn't be, you know, that's how any good magic trick works. When you watch it happen, it looks like the woman's being sawed in half, you know, through the wooden box,
Right.
but obviously she's not. But it's going to look like that, like, you know. So if it looks like the data fits with your model, I'm not surprised, because that's usually how any, at least just decent magic trick will work.
But the thousands, if not millions of people on the coastline who verified the tsunami arrive, they're not lying, right?
I mean, if a weather event occurred on the Earth in a large area, I wouldn't think that there would be liars. Perhaps it could be, somebody could be lying, but yeah, I would say that would be pretty.
But not millions of people, right?
Well, you keep saying the time. That's where you.
Right.
I feel like you're conflating the time it got there as proving some model that you have, versus it just being the time it got there on the Earth, the way the Earth is.
Well, right, but we know how tsunamis work. We know that they travel at speed across the ocean depth. We know that as they approach shallower water, they actually speed up. These are well-known phenomenon within the oceanographic community. You know, hell, I'm just a 2-bit day sailor, and I know this.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're creating those events, so they're creating the tsunamis. So whatever their system is for timing on their model, yeah. But I still don't see where you've confirmed anything that doesn't work on an Earth that isn't a globe.
No, this is way more interesting. How do they create a tsunami?
massive electromagnetic impulses planted in the Earth in the deep ocean.
Haven't you seen Superman?
Would
Lex
create a double wave effect, not a single wave. But that would create a double wave, not a single wave shear effect. It wouldn't create a tsunami. It would create a what the hell is that type of wave called?
Well, it's a whole question.
red-
Like, how many of these like huge land destroying events are actually nature doing it versus synthetically produced?
Oh, do you think they blow up the volcano? That's a cool theory. The volcano never actually blew up. They just want you to think it did.
Well, I think it's good to keep an open mind to consider all the options.
Yeah.
When was this event? Because I think I remember like a couple of months ago. Wasn't there another like eruption that happened somewhere else? Because I remember looking at this a few months ago, and then this the event that you're talking about now is more recent. But are we talking about the same event, but now just feeling the tsunami effects of it months later? What was like?
I believe Tonga was 6 days, 6 days ago, within the last week for sure.
Okay, so do you remember like a couple months ago there was another big area that they were concerned about? Like they had all of these. I saw these people on Facebook posting satellite imagery of this one location, and there was a lot of activity in that area. I can't remember anything about the details, so I'm just totally being generic. Do you remember anything like a couple months ago that was another big event?
I don't not. I
Yeah.
mean, there was the Iceland had the volcanoes that kept erupting for like 3.5 months.
I'm gonna try to. I think I emailed it to somebody. I'm gonna try to look up that link real quick and see if I can remember what it was.
So I was listening to a flat Earth debate, and the guy was an absolute dumbass when it came to refraction. I felt so bad. I was like, I need to give him Travis's information, let you take this kid to school and actually teach him a thing or two.
What was he? What was some of the stuff that he was at least saying that was? Oh yeah, what was he saying?
Direct quote: "I know more than Andrew Young."
Well, I would say that what I know contradicts Andrew Young. So, you know, if I can establish what I know, then I would actually have to be able to say I do know more than he does, right? So there's
There's
so,
no
but-
question. You know more than this guy. This dude was an absolute retard, and you've got refraction down pretty well. At least a hell of a lot better than I do.
I doubt he was clinically a retard, but who was it?
Oh, what the Hillside or something like that? He was on FTFE's channel. McToon came in and beat him up for a while.
Yeah, but okay, but give me like something that he says about refraction rather than just saying that he said I know more than Andrew Thomas Young. Like, what was something that and I don't want a direct quote. I'm just asking you if you what can you remember? Like, what was he saying?
I can't even remember.
I'm gonna put the link in. I found the video. It was La Palma. I think it was in like South Africa. Looks like South Africa.
Another volcano, or what was it?
I think so. Or just it was some hot spot where there were just like this major, like massive activity, you know, big warnings, blah, blah, blah. Oh, Lightwater already beat me to it. Now the video that I'm posting is a conspiracy video. So he's breaking down. What he does is he shows you that there's that these active hotspots weren't just random. They were actually in a massive grid pattern that seemed not to be able to be like, it doesn't make sense. Like, why would this be in a grid pattern if it was just a natural event? But my point was just to bring up La Palma, if you remember anything of hearing about that, because like I said, it was a pretty big deal. 2 months ago was around December, maybe November.
I don't, but I'm well known to be the last to hear about everything.
Yeah, so just really go back again and just kind of give me something that you would consider inaccurate that this guy was saying about refraction.
It was refraction couldn't move an image up or down.
Oh yeah, that's wrong.
There was no such thing as a superior or inferior mirage. The guy was just had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, was way over his head, and rather than saying, I don't know what I'm talking about, kept talking.
Okay.
But
well, I have said, and I will say this, that I don't believe that superior mirages are what we've been told they are. I do believe that we see phenomena that obviously give us, like Gio was saying, it looks like the woman's being sawn in half, but the response that I give is not like if I had never done any observations and I read Andrew Thomas Young and other people on their descriptions of, let's say, a superior mirage or a Fata Morgana, I would understand the details of the information. I would totally understand it. I get it. My observations, in my opinion, don't comport with what we're told superior mirages are. So that's one of my, I will take a kick to the shins with pointy boots. I would take a kick and say superior mirages aren't what we've been told, which means they need to be reevaluated.
Right. That is one of the reasons I think that the how far we can see argument is a silly argument regardless of which side makes it. There's too much weird shit that happens in the atmosphere.
Well, I mean, that's it, you have to take those things as a case by case, I think. So on days when there are no inferior or superior mirages, those statements of seeing farther, I think, are absolutely justified, because mirages by nature are obstruction. They do block out the reality that is behind them. But one of the things that I've said as well in my analysis is that I do believe that the event that's called looming, I do believe that it happens. Obviously, I don't believe it happens because we're on a globe. I do believe the phenomenon is real, but you have to have a control image in order to explain, which I have done on my channel. I have shown from my own footage why I think this photo shows us looming, and I have contrasting images that aren't looming, and I walk you through. It's very simple, and it's a very simple explanation. Now, whether or not Whether or not my descriptions are accurate, that's another matter. But that's another matter for more field data to be mined. But
I have
what?
a really,
Yeah,
I have
go
a
ahead.
really cool document that actually talks about some really ridiculous refraction effects that occur in extreme southern parallels that cause entire mountains to appear to float and do weird shit. It's
Well,
all
I mean, okay, so let's just take right. So let's just take that statement just as it is. Okay, so in extreme southern latitudes, right? Is that what you said?
yes.
Okay. So we can get those effects up here where things look like they're floating. So how does being in an extreme southern latitude change anything?
No, the book I was referring to is actually a book talking about those effects over Antarctica for the sailor and navigator who finds herself in that area. Publicly available, required on many ships.
Yeah.
Like all bearing the U.S. flag in that area.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that I found absolutely absurd is and I don't know whether or not some of you, if you or anyone else believes the narrative that the Titanic was sunk because there was a superior mirage, and so they didn't know that it was an iceberg. They just thought it was a superior mirage.
No.
No, you've never heard that?
No, it was sunk because of whiskey.
Okay, well,
I think it was purposefully sunk by putting explosives in the hull.
Okay, well, yeah, that's not the direction I was going to go. And my point was, my point is that if you are on this ship and you're out on the Atlantic, if you're seeing a superior mirage, that's at least 5 miles away from you. So it's not like an iceberg is going to all of a sudden sneak up on you out of nowhere.
Right.
Yeah, the distance would be. I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, didn't they also claim in the story of that the guy who, I don't know if there's a technical name for it, the guy who goes up into the crow's nest or whatever to look, that he was like sleeping on the job kind of thing, and basically.
Oh, I know it. Yeah.
Yeah, like didn't
he
get
was drunk. He was a known drunkard who had pulled that watch for being drunk on duty. They had not found his stash, and he was found later drunk.
Well, yeah, but aren't you saying that he survived because his blood alcohol level was such that he didn't freeze?
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of narratives around all that. It's interesting to think about how much of it is true and just fabricated, because I feel like with the moon landings and 9/11, there's also these little things that they put in there, like these little, it just happens to be that this occurred and that occurred. It's like,
right.
Like that all these people didn't show up to work on the day of 9/11, a bunch of people didn't show up that day and all that kind of shenanigans.
Weird shit happens though, right, guys? I mean, you can't tell me there hasn't been times in your life where something weird and unexplainable has happened.
Yeah, but we're talking about timing it with a massive catastrophe.
Yeah, it was something like the Titanic. A bunch of the guys that were like the wealthiest people in the world were on that ship apparently, and were like resisting the establishment of the Federal Reserve. And JP Morgan is the guy who funded the building. He built the Titanic and the Olympic and the Britannica. He built all three, so he was the financier of that entire ship. And it was all touted to be this unsinkable ship and all this. And same thing, the morning that voyage, the one that sunk, the Titanic sunk, he was scheduled to be on it, and the morning of, he canceled. JP Morgan himself.
Yeah. But the other members who were opposing the Federal Reserve stayed on and perished.
Exactly. And then the Federal Reserve was established like the next year, but it was obviously in the works like within the months right after that. I think it was only like 6 or 8 months after the actual sinking that it was technically a different calendar year, but it was like
right.
very soon after all that. Yeah, it was basically the new year because that was April, so it was like the new year of what was it, 1913 or forget the
Was it? Yeah, I think it was. Didn't it sink in 11, and then the Federal Reserve is in 13?
Looks like okay, it sunk in 12. So yeah, it would have been 12, and then the Federal Reserve in 13. Yeah, that's right. April 15th, 1912.
April 15th, huh? That's a funny day.
And when I think about being a child, like that was one of the. It's like there was a handful of things that I was programmed with: the globe Earth, dinosaurs, astronauts. Like there were outer space. There were these things, that we all were, many of us in these generations. And the Titanic was one of them for me.
Yeah.
So I mean, I remember I was pretty into it and kind of the story
Yeah.
and things. So it's another one of those kind of core propagandized things. And of course, there's all the movies and the things about it.
Yeah, for me it was Ghostbusters. Remember when the Titanic comes in and all the ghosts come off the ship?
Did that happen in which one?
2.
Oh, 2. I don't remember 2 as much.
Well, yeah, there's this massive ship, and people are like, I think it's Cheech, actually, from Cheech and Chong. He looks out the window and he said, "Oh my God, what is that?" And someone else said, "Well, the Titanic just came in." And it's this big ship with a hole in it, and all these ghosts are coming off. But I remember when I was a kid, I was like, "Man, that's interesting and like scary." And like right there, it planted this seed of this massive ship that sunk and crashed into something. So I get where Gio's coming from, where they like implant these things in your head.
What's interesting is when you look at this massive ship and then you compare it with the ships that are sailing the oceans now, you realize how absolutely tiny the thing is.
Yeah.
1/100th the size of the latest Carnival cruise liner.
Yeah.
1/100th?
Maybe not quite that small, but it is significantly smaller.
Huh.
I mean, those new modern day cruise ships have a water park built on board.
Yeah.
This says that the modern day cruise ships are about 20% larger, 20% longer. The Titanic was 269 meters, and then some of the ones today are like 350, 370, 375. I actually heard that they were going to maybe the pandemic might have slowed it down, but they were actually doing a rebuild of the Titanic, like a 2-scale life-size rebuild of it. There was some like billionaire that was going to be doing it, and they were going to make it that you could actually take a voyage on it as well.
Yeah, I'd be the first one on that one. Can you imagine? No thanks.
Into icy waters.
Yeah. We're gonna do a reenactment of the minus the iceberg. Everybody, we're not gonna do that part.
That sounds like a Saturday Night Live clip or something. That's funny.
Yeah, right. That'd be funny.
Everything but the iceberg.
You know what? I say this all the time when I'm talking to people about this, but I'm surprised they haven't made a movie about the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. They made a movie with George Clooney, The Perfect Storm. But I didn't know about that story. I knew about the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, and they've never made a movie about that. I think that would be I would be interested in a true to life story about that.
Yeah, I don't know if I know about that one as well as I do the Titanic, but I mean, not that I'm super into the Titanic, but I definitely probably know more about it. That's what I'm saying. Like they kind of foisted that one into our curriculum, when we were growing up, more than because it's. Well, I mean, I know it's a pretty dramatic one, obviously, this kind of unsinkable ship and the way it went down, but yeah, there's a lot of other types of events that we're just not really.
I wonder if there's a reason why, like, telling us that story was misdirection enough. Like they're trying. I don't know. Like what would be the purpose of that story in a controlled education system? Like we're going to tell them this story as opposed to this one.
Yeah. Well, one thing that comes to my mind is that if it is done by like a cabal of people, whatever secret society type people, it's almost, if that was really connected to the Federal Reserve, essentially they sunk humanity in a way. Like they usurped it there. Like that was the main usurping, because I would say the Federal Reserve, the money system is got to be at the center of the control system. I mean, if they didn't have that tomorrow, it would be a much different situation. Of course, the military, there's other parts too, but it, almost like as in a ritual. I mean, it's pretty dark. It gets pretty psychopathic. But if it was like a ritual type thing where it's like they sunk us and then took over in that sense, then perhaps they would want to kind of somehow like indoctrinate us with that, whether it's like fear or just to have it in our consciousness as like an event, and perhaps they feel like they get more power that way. But that's a little bit more on like the metaphysical level and speculative in terms of that. But
hey, Travis, I had a question for you for my old lady. Are you from Michigan by chance?
No.
Greetings. She was commenting how nobody knows the about that Reddit except people there. So.
Oh no, I'm just a fan of classical rock music and Gordon Lightfoot's song.
I'm from Michigan.
Are you?
Yeah, that's where I grew up.
It's cold. I don't like cold.
I mean, I've lived in California for over 17 years or something, but I grew up in Michigan. Went to my undergrad there.
Yeah, I've been to Michigan a couple times, but I lived in Chicago for 4 years.
Yeah, it's not too far.
Close enough to be cold.
Yeah, Michigan's cold for sure. I'm not a fan of that.
I loved it though. I loved Chicago. Absolutely. I would have liked to have seen my my old Cubbies play, but when I got there, they were all gone.
Isn't that where the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is?
No, isn't that in Ohio?
Oh, Cleveland. Yeah, never mind. Cleveland, yeah. Or is it? Yeah, I think it is Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland Browns. Kool-Aid. Nobody calls their wives their old lady, dude. Who does that? My old lady. It's like you're watching a movie from the 50s or something.
Or you're an old burned out biker.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're an old
now
burned out biker.
Yep.
What did you ride?
My favorite one was a shut up. My favorite one, I had a Vegas jackpot with a 300cc or 300 millimeter rear tire, did it had a 0 to 60 time of 0.4 seconds on it.
Wow.
Did you say 0.4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You.
It was, or not 0.4. Sorry. 1.4.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, it's not 0.4.
No.
Let somebody else go over that shit.
That would be some.
Sorry.
Yeah,
That's,
listen,
that's in the ludicrous speed category.
Well, that's almost
I'm-
like your statement that the cruise ships now are 1/100th times longer than or
Yeah.
like
I might have
yeah.
been smoking a little bit and talking, and just
We can't trust anything Kool-Aid says, guys.
And you're the guy that gives us all these speeds for the boats that you claim are proving the globe. These distances that perfectly fit the globber. The glob stopper.
fair enough. I'll document things.
But yeah, no, I mean, it's fun to exaggerate sometimes. I mean, maybe like 2.4 seconds, I could imagine. Don't some of those really... Are you talking about like a crotch rocket type deal? I don't know what the technical name is for those. Street bike, whatever they're called, like sports bike.
No, I had a 1400. Yep, I had a 1400 engine in it.
Yeah, but was it a cruiser or was it a street bike?
Yeah, what style?
Loungers.
Apparently, I only ride Barker Loungers.
Oh, okay.
Well, then maybe it's not even 2.4 seconds. It might be 4.4.
No, it was 3.4.
Okay. That is
that
fast.
the one? Is that the one with the wet bar?
I did have a big old sissy bar coming out of the back of it for a while, but now it's...
And the full stereo that has like speakers on the outside.
Yeah, I had... Now you're talking about the Road King. Yeah, that was the ultimate bagger bike.
You can change cassette tapes as you're flying down the highway.
Dude, I just found an old... It was a 92 Honda Goldwing. They only wanted like $5,000 for it.
Wow.
Beautiful bike. Been garage stored the whole time, so the paint even looked good.
The trucker that taught me how to drive rode a Honda, and he's told me the story. He's like, wherever I go, man, if I pull off in a bar or whatever, all the bikers like, dude, why don't you ride a Harley? And he says, because I don't like carrying my toolbox with me.
Yup.
So what is your old lady, as you call her, what does she think about your fascination with non-globe Earth?
She's in the server too. I just don't think she actually has verse. Do you have voice perms on this server?
No, I like to listen to this one more than I like to argue. This one's nice and calm.
Sometimes. Unless I get triggered.
In comparison.
That's cool.
Oh, we can get Jin riled up. He's always a good one to go.
Yeah.
No, she'd much rather I come over here and talk than go over to
Pornhub?
QE. No, I go to QE server and end up just screaming, and it's no fun for anybody.
Yeah, I got that way this morning with Funk. He hung in there, though. He hung in there, man. He didn't abandon ship.
Yeah, he's got some resiliency for sure. He'll keep going. It's gonna be interesting to see kind of how everything unfolds. I mean, I think there's a reason that we're aware of this all. So
Yeah, that's crazy. I wasn't into conspiracies before Flat Earth.
do you view the Earth not being a globe as a conspiracy, or do you view the fact that we're told a globe the conspiracy? Like that they're conspiring to tell us it's a globe. Meanwhile, nature is just nature. Like it just is what it is and always has been.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure. Nature is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's simply okay. Look, there are so many movies that I think that if we could piece them together into one movie, it would make an amazing movie. But the Matrix is our world in which we live right now, and all I mean by that is that uh, what is Morpheus? It's a prison for your mind, right? So it is just a story. It's just a construct that has been imposed upon our understanding to control us. So, and I don't mean like, I know that sounds like robotic, control me, I'm a robot. That's not what I'm talking about. It's like your belief system dictates your life. What you believe touches every aspect of who you are and what you do and why you do what you do. So even all of these different nuances of reality has a certain touch point in your life that it does affect, even if you don't understand it. So I absolutely believe that it was a conspired control mechanism.
Yep, I agree. Definitely. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's like a construct that is sort of like overlaid over reality. Like we live on the earth. Everybody knows, well, just as they live their life, just earth. But it is a specific construct. And yeah, I definitely agree. It's a control mechanism on multiple levels. It's interesting to think of all those ways, like how that foundation, because one might say, oh, well, what's the difference? Just the different shape of the earth, or a slightly different layout. Like the difference between being on the outside of a sphere that's in outer space that's spinning versus being on a planar surface, like a plane of existence, which perhaps is surrounded by some kind of celestial sphere above us, around us in some way that is very expansive. That on one level, it's just a slightly different geometry, but on another level, how much does that actually dictate about how people view life and in so many different ways? And I think, well, there's so many things I could say about that, but I think that what I'll just say, I'll finish on this. I don't think that the modern world, the way that it is, it has its beauties, it has its corruptions, it has all of it. But I don't think it would have even been possible to be the way it is without the globe Earth as a construct that, as like the foundation of it. Meaning like for them to get the amount of power they've had, the amount of indoctrination, the kind of quote unquote slave system, like this working for minimum wage thing, like the fact that people even put up with that, the whole military story that we have to go fight other people, like all of that hinges on like the evolution story, the Newtonian Cartesian paradigm, the whole scientific materialism. It's all interconnected. And I don't think they could have gotten this kind of a stronghold over us without that globe model.
I can never remember how my friend Aaron says it, but he's got a really good summary of why they created the globe. I can never remember how he says it, but it's touching on a little bit of what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's pretty deep.
I had to bring him over here. He's probably up still.
Well, like even the whole jab thing, to do what they've pulled off there. How much of that, like we know that people who are either self-proclaim themselves a flat earther or know the earth isn't a globe. It's like I don't know of any of them that are getting the jab, anyone that I'm aware of. So like that right there shows something interesting. Like just just either questioning the globe or not being a globe earther, or being either a flat earther or, essentially is that big of a difference. That the story that now is being told about the whole jab and the whole thing is the difference between, I'm not saying it's cut and dry like this. Obviously, there's a lot of different people, a lot of different scenarios, but in some way, at least on the statistic part of it, they are like, if you believe in the globe, you must have an XX, whatever it is, higher percentage that you'll line up and get injected with this thing versus not, so like how's that plays into the control mechanism, or the control mechanism part of it. That like, if you believe that narrative, then you're willing to believe this other narrative, and then you're getting these injections and risking your health for it, in my opinion. What's up, Bandsaw?
How you going, mate?
What's going on, Bandy?
Hey, Travis. What are we chatting about? Jabs or lack of?
Actually, we were talking about mirages and lots of
okay.
different things. Yeah, but we were talking a little bit there about how the heliocentric model controls people as a construct.
Well, powers to be definitely do control us. That's their ultimate goal, and they seem to, for the most part, succeeding, don't they? Really?
Hey, Bandsaw, you've talked to Aaron a few times. Have you guys talked about his theory on why they created the globe? Do you remember how he says it?
Oh, gee, now you're bloody well trying to dig into the memory banks here. Refresh my memory, Travis. Refresh my memory.
I don't know. I can't remember what his theory is. Basically, I think he tied it back to the East India trading and all this stuff.
Yeah.
It was just this. It was almost like he tied it, as far as I can remember back. He tied it to an economical control mechanism, because they had to control the travel routes, they had to control the locations, so they had to just basically create this system. Then that was the best way that they figured that they could do it. But
something about the Silk Road too. I think it was down that line. And I don't know if that came about because of his 6 years he spent in China and stuff, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it definitely had something to do with trading powers and trading routes and stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, you spoken to him lately?
Probably last week sometime. I think he called me and we chatted for a little bit. Yeah.
He's doing well. Hopefully he's doing well. Good. Well, when you talk to him next, Travis, pass on my regards to him, can you?
Oh, sure. Well, I just texted him right now and invited him over so if he's awake, hopefully he'll jump over here, because I wanted him to give us his explanation for the globe.
Yeah. I like Aaron. He's a good character.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Must be very soon that the bun in the oven's about to pop out.
I was going to say that. Yeah, I was going to say.
He won't know himself once that happens.
Oh man, he's in for a ride. He has no idea.
Exactly right.
What's funny though is that my oldest son has his first son, and he's 8 months old, and he and his wife were over for lunch on Sunday, and man, it is so hard not to parent my kids still with their child, because his wife was correcting Arthur, the little boy, because
Yeah.
the TV cable is hardwired, you know, and the wire is out. It's like one of those old school white cables, you know.
Yes. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
so it's really thick, it's really durable. And he went over, he's crawling, you know, and he grabs a hold of it, and I'm sitting right there, right? I'm sitting right there,
Yeah.
and his mom's from across the room. No, no, Arthur, don't grab that. I'm like, oh my God, leave the kid alone.
It was so strange. All my kids are adults now, and I've got 3 grandkids. And I remember when the first one came along, and anyway, young Connor was just started to crawl this particular day, and they've come over for lunch and stuff, and Connor's just crawling around the house, and it's like I'm running around like a blue ass fly, moving this, moving that, because the house wasn't baby proofed, and
Oh my God.
and he's pulling himself up, you know, little trinkets here and there, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
My wife's got like little crystal things left, right, and center, and you kind of soon forget. So yeah, we've pretty much got the place baby proof now, because my daughter's got three sons now, so it has to be pretty much permanently baby proofed. But you kind of soon forget about that part of life. But yeah, I know what you mean though. But yeah, I'm blessed. I got blessed, you know, with 3 of them, and they're little scallywags, mate. They love following Grandpa over into the garage
Oh, that's awesome, dude, man.
and stuff, and
Man,
giving them.
school those boys in everything you know, bro. I mean,
Oh yeah,
listen, don't give them any downtime to like be distracted by the videos and all that shit, man. Get them
no,
out there with pieces of wood and teach them
yeah,
how to
yeah,
carve and all that shit,
yeah.
man.
Well, for Connor last Christmas, bought him his very first tool belt with little mini hammers and screwdrivers and a little saw and all that
Oh,
sort
that's
of stuff.
awesome. Yeah.
And every time they come over, that's the first thing he brings. He brings his little tool belt over, and he comes over to the shed with Grandpa, and I'll be doing what I'm doing. I'll give him a piece of wood and, you know, a nail, and he'll be just doing whatever he's doing, making whatever he's kind of making. He just loves it, and you know, I've got this little stool, and I stick him in front of the vise, and he knows how to use the vise and put the wood in it, and he gets his little saw and he saws away and stuff, and so I got him using the cordless drill the other day, and my daughter walks in and her eyes are like dinner plates. She goes, "Dad, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm teaching him how to use a cordless drill, sweetheart." I said, "Don't stress." I go, "What's the worst thing he's going to be doing? He'll drill through his hand. He's got to, as long as he doesn't drill through the hand that he's holding the cordless drill through, he'll be fine. He'll be fine." But yeah, no, I love it. And it keeps you young, Travis. It really does. It keeps you young. Kids keep you young, and it's fantastic. We'll just be chatting about whatever we're chatting about. You know, some of the bizarre conversations that you have out of the mouth of babes, as they say.
I always thought that the vice was for holding army men so that you could melt them down with a torch.
That's what I'll have to do next time he comes out. Bring out the butane torch and teach you how to use that. Uh,
Yeah, that's the one thing. My grandfather was really handy with carpentry. I mean, he's dead now, 3 years, but his shop is still stocked with all of his tools. I mean, like old school, like 60s, 70s, 80s tools.
Yep.
And man, he never took me in there and showed me how to do shit. You know,
Oh,
it just
really?
was it just wasn't. Yeah, it just wasn't who he was. But I wish that he would have. I mean, he was you know, he was my role model in terms of a man, really, because my parents were divorced, so I probably spent more time with my grandfather than I did with my own dad.
Yeah.
And he was a hard, you know, he was an immigrant from Switzerland.
Yep.
And so, you know, he was he was a gruff man. You know, I tell stories about him all the time, and I talk in his German accent, his Swiss accent. And you know, so I have a lot of fond memories of him. You know, like the one thing that he did do with me was he took me fishing. We went camping. He and his wife. I would go camping with him every summer, and we would go fishing.
Yep.
But other than that, yeah, I mean, if I could go back in time and whisper into my ear, I would say, have your grandpa teach you how to build shit, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's vital. It's all that sort of stuff. You know, like I said, my grandsons are either in the garage with me, or they're in the kitchen with my wife. You know, baking stuff and whatnot.
Oh, absolutely, dude.
Just hands-on stuff, and you know when we're babysitting and stuff. You know, we've got my daughter and son-in-law. They want to go out, you know, for a date night or something. And we'll have the kids overnight and babysit them. There's no TV, there's no nothing. It's just doing stuff, reading story, doing stuff, during the day. Because they range from there's 6, 4, and 3. So you're just doing stuff all day
Oh, man, that's
with
awesome.
them. Doing stuff at night. They're helping with the cooking, and then it's story time. And by that time, they're exhausted and they're falling asleep. It's just absolutely beautiful. It's beautiful to see. I love that story time. I go and pick a book and I just lay in the bed with them. And there's 2 on one side, 1 on the other, and just reading a story and as they fall asleep, it's just beautiful, Travis. It really is.
Hey, you know, it's a good story when you get around to it with him would be the Jungle Book.
Oh, the Jungle Book. Yeah.
I loved that story. It was amazing. I was really surprised. I didn't read it until I was much older. I would probably say maybe at the turn of the century. I started reading a lot more classical stuff. I mean, as a kid, I read can't remember what his name now is. It was like a Dutch name, it wasn't Kierkegaard, but it was like a KJ some kind of word, but he wrote dog adventure books, like Snow Dog and blah blah blah. But I read Jack London as a kid, right? So I read Call of the Wild and shit. What's that other one about the one dog? Not Buck, but anyway. But it wasn't until I was in my late 20s that I actually read the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
I read Watership Down, and then I read some larger novels like Mutiny on the Bounty was really good.
Yeah.
Jack London's Seawolf story was excellent. But it wasn't until that time when I was doing those readings that I read the Jungle Book, and I was really surprised at how great of a story it actually is.
Start doing that. Get a proper, because we just read their little well, they call them golden books here. They're just like little short stories here.
The Tawny Scrawny Line.
Yeah, and they got all the Dr. Seuss books and all that sort of stuff. All the counting books and color books and animal books and stuff and yeah.
And you know what, dude? Like so many great games, right? So many simple games that are math oriented. Like my son came over, like I said, this Sunday, and my youngest son and daughter were over as well. So Harry, my oldest, had a new game. It was a card game. I think it's called Dangerous Noodle, which is it's called Dangerous Noodle, and that's a euphemism for a snake, a dangerous noodle. But all of the animals that are on the cards have these crazy crazy names. Like I think a fox is a forest corgi,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a math game.
Okay.
So each of the cards has a value, and you play them, and you can. Anyway, my point is that there's just so many games out there that are engaging. Like I just learned cribbage this last year from my mom, and she's played it her whole life. And
Oh,
she
that's a
just,
great game.
I love it. I
Yeah.
absolutely love the game.
15-2, 15-4, 2, 2
Yeah,
for
yeah,
1,
yeah,
all that sort of stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh man. Yeah,
Actively
no.
playing cribbage.
So we may or may not actively be playing cribbage and listen to you guys in the background. Just saying.
There we
That's
go.
awesome.
There we go.
Hey, listen to this. If you are Kool-Aid, if you are playing though, dude, look, I when I first was playing with my mom, I was like, well, can't we score this? Can't we score this? She's like, no. I'm like, house rules, come on. Like I had her write down a page of new rules for scoring. It was amazing. But how about this? I think since it's 15, since you're scoring for 15 and you're scoring for 31, I think that you should be able to score 31 in your hand and your crib at the end. If you can make a total of 31, you should be able to score that.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. I'm on board.
Okay. But then that wouldn't be cribbage then. That'd be your version of cribbage.
Well, that's what I said, house rules, right?
The house always wins, as they say.
Wild games.
But yeah, we play a lot of the matching card games at the moment, where you got like you flip them all up. You flip them all up so they can see them all, and then you flip them upside down, and you got to try and pick all the pairs. So they're right into those games at the moment, and they love their Lego. Absolutely love their Lego. So. So we're all about building cities and all that sort of stuff, and then young Jackson, who isn't really he's into it, but he's more about destroying the cities, just coming along with one foul swoop, and whatever you build, he just destroys it. But all that sort of stuff is all good for their motor skills. It's really important to encourage their motor skills and get all that going too. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll go for a walk down the beach, and we'll go fishing, all that sort of stuff. They love fishing.
I remember one of the memory game that I grew up playing was at my grandmother's house, and it was called Husker Du. You guys ever remember or hear that, Husker Du?
No.
Yeah. So it was a cardboard box, or not a cardboard layout with a pattern. So it was like let me see, how can I say this? It had an axis button in the middle, and I would say it was probably about maybe 12 to 14 inches in circumference, and it had a wheel on the inside that you could spin and rotate. So then there were circular cutouts on the top, and if you rotated it one click over, you would have a new pattern that would show up in those circles.
Yeah.
And then each of those circles was covered by something like a checkers sized token, and that's what you would flip up. You would uncover that, look for a shape, and then look for it somewhere else.
Yeah.
But you could rotate it probably like 10 to 12 times and have 12 different patterns for your memory.
Right. Okay. What's writing doing in the chat? You guys been sparring with eggshells, have you?
Yeah, I got into it with him the other day. Trying to think of any other house rules for you, Kool-Aid. What am I trying to think about? There was something about a run. Something about, what was it about a run?
Tom.
I can't remember.
Travis,
Yeah.
were you saying that you like the Jungle Book?
Yeah.
You should read the Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman. It's meant to be a take on the Jungle Book,
Uh-huh.
but it takes place in a graveyard instead. It's
Takes
very interesting.
Takes place where?
In a graveyard.
And who's it by?
Neil Gaiman.
How long after was it written?
A while. I think it was written in the 90s, 2000, early 2000s maybe.
And what's it called?
Graveyard Book.
That's what it's called?
Yep.
Oh, instead of the Jungle Book? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll check that out. Nowadays I usually listen because I drive so much.
You on the road now, Travis?
No, I'm looking for it right now. There it is, Graveyard Book. Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. Thanks. Ooh, it's on hold. I gotta wait for it. It must be good. Hey, I have a recommendation for anybody who likes to read. It's by a Christian author, but it's kind of like the C.S. Lewis Chronicles. So it's a fantasy story. So it's not overtly Christian. It's not all schmarmy and cheesy and all that kind of stuff. But it's a fantastic. I loved it. It's called I think it's called like the Circle series or whatever. But the first book is called Black, and the next one's like red, green, and white or whatever. But the first one's called Black, and the author is Ted Dekker, Dekker. If you like fantasy and whatnot, it is amazing. It is so well written.
Ted Decker's a really good writer. I really enjoy him.
Have you read that series?
I haven't read that series. I read a couple of his other books though.
Yeah. Have you heard of what's his name? I'm gonna have to think about it. I gotta look it up. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Is there audiobook versions of those?
Yeah, that's how I listened to it, and the reader was really good.
Cool. Let me jot it down. We're always looking for something new. You said green?
Green, red, black, white, I think. But the first book is called Black.
Oh, Black. Okay. We'll check it out. Thanks.
Yeah. I can't remember this guy's name. I even interviewed him. It's Brian Godawa. put it in chat. I wasn't as impressed with this author, but he still deals with like the fantasy style of writing and whatnot. But his style just didn't grab me, so I can't say anything more than I wasn't impressed. But he seems to be pretty popular nonetheless.
It's pretty impressive how they make that volcano appear like it's on a globe.
I've only heard about it. I've never seen anything yet.
Kosho just dropped a couple of memes. So I'll be in it. I think that volcano in Tonga or wherever it is.
I think I put it in the wrong chat. Did I put it in the right chat?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Where did he put it? I don't see anything from Kosho.
It's at 1:57. Well, that'd be my time, not your time. It's not too far up. If you scroll up, it's just before what you put in.
Oh, maybe I haven't blocked.
Hold on. I'll post it again. I just reposted it.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Okay. Is that supposed to be like just raw actual footage?
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like raw actual footage. It looks like it's been superimposed over something.
Yeah, it does.
Especially when you look at the edge there, where the horizon.
That's why I asked, because that's exactly where my eye went.
Yeah, like so where the horizon is supposed to be, it's a very distinct line.
Yeah.
Or very crisp almost.
Yeah.
But to the untrained eye, it looks pretty impressive. But see, we should have continual footage of that, Travis. You know, not just a couple of shots. It should be, continual for a few hours. So you actually follow that plume of smoke. You know what volcanoes do, and just rises in the atmosphere and dissipates. Like that's just a couple of shots that have been strung together for a meme or for a news program. Really.
Hey, I've got a friend of mine who I've talked about a few times, who is revitalizing his own personal health, and I've tried to encourage him to start making videos, little short education videos, and so he made his first one the other day. I'm going to share it in the chat, and if you're into health and whatnot, then throw him some love and subscribe to his channel.
Yeah, I will, man. I will put it in there and I'll subscribe to him.
He's a good guy overall, real good guy. He calls me all the time with his ideas, man. We talk for hours on him. He's like, man, this is incredible stuff that he's talking about.
Here we go. Where are we? Boom. All right. I'm now his 7th subscriber.
There you go, man. Awesome.
Happy days.
I gave him a bad time though, because when you first start watching it, it totally comes across like a 70s education video for driving a car.
Right.
Because he's an Uber driver, and it's just so funny the way he narrates. It totally sounds like an education movie that you used to watch on 8mm.
Yeah.
Man, I don't wonder if I'm going to stay up all fucking night.
What time is it over there?
It's 2:30.
Damn.
I was asleep at 11 o'clock, and I was telling Gio this when I first came over here. The fucking weather system broadcast will break in on the radio at any time if they've got this weather system warning or whatever. And so I'm dead asleep, and my radio is set to auxiliary when I hook up my phone.
Yep.
So, it wasn't playing the radio at all. So it was at the volume that I was listening to, and my head was right next to the speaker in my bunk. And I get this National Weather Service. Blah, blah, blah. It totally woke me up. 11 o'clock, and I wasn't able to go back to sleep. So here I am.
Oh, damn. So what are you on the road just Monday to Friday, are you, Travis, or is it 7 days a week?
No, it's just Monday through Friday. Sometimes, like tomorrow, I'll have a bleed over till Saturday morning, but that's not very often.
What are you just driving a semi, are you, or
Yeah.
Yep. What sort of stuff you transport, or it just varies every single time?
Everything besides perishable.
Right. Yeah.
Coolest thing I've towed so far were these brand new 21 quad runners. Man, those things were gorgeous. Oh my God, they were amazing.
What is the quad runner itself? A little 4-wheel drive motorbike.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've just brought in new regulations for those things in Australia, where you have to have roll bars fitted to them.
Uh-huh. I don't think these ones had roll bars.
Yeah. They put out a thing with all farmers because they were a huge health hazard with the farmers. We had a lot of deaths on farms due to
that'd be horrible.
due to quad bikes and also to the tri bikes as well. A bit of a false sense of security, I suppose. And those things are pretty easy to flip at the end of the day. They're not all that difficult.
Yeah, isn't that the band Dave Matthews Band, and they have I think it was like the saxophone player passed away. Leroy, I forget his exact name, but I think that's how he passed away, is on one of those. Yeah.
Damn. God, the more I look at that meme, the more so fake it looks.
Yeah. Did you see the note that that Lightwater posted below it?
It's the globe. Yes, yes. Yeah.
Leroy Moore, that's his name. Leroy Moore.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's what I was. That's what I was focused on, Travis. The edge of the globe there.
Go ahead and keep believing there, boys.
Hmm.
Don't stop believing.
Like I'm sure they do have footage of the volcano from high altitude, but you know the way they've got to superimpose it onto a globe to keep up the fantasy.
Yeah.
Like the footage wouldn't be from directly overhead, would it? You know, it's got to be like a bit of a side angle so you can see the edge of the globe and all that sort of stuff, just to reinforce another tool, just to reinforce the fantasy.
Well, I think Moyox said that it's definitive. This is it. It's the
what?
That's what he said. It's the finale. Yep. It's 100% confirmation of the shape of Earth is what he was saying.
That's as dodgy as all get up. That is. Oh my god.
It's like Jerry said, something blows up on Earth. Earth is glob.
Yeah. It's definitive. Pack up our bat and ball and go home, Gio. Like, damn. Oh. Writing will put that in his meme folder to keep on reposting in the future.
We were talking earlier about like the psychology of some of these, really, really rigid globe Earth enthusiasts and their psychology. And I was going to say this before when we were talking about it, but it's like, it's kind of like there's probably multiple parts, but one of them is how they believe it or if they do, there's that factor. But then there's also like the guys that are just wanting to, like, all they want to do is stop us from thinking it's not a globe.
Yeah.
Like they're on a mission almost.
Well, it's like they're picking a footy team to play with, aren't they? That's what they're doing.
Like guys that just don't want us thinking this stuff, they want to correct our wrongs. Some of them might think that they're trying to like get us back on track.
But when I'm in a good mood, I like to think that I enjoy looking at your conspiratorial mindset. I use it in a lot of D&D games. Chemistry is based on many of you. Sorry. But when I am truly about it, I enjoy the community. I enjoy being known. I enjoy the arguments. I enjoy being heard.
Yeah, I think that's part of it for sure.
The social aspect?
Yeah, for sure.
Mm. It's like interesting interactive radio. Really?
And that's exactly how I use it. Most of the time you guys are in the background and I'm just kind of doing my own thing. But every once in a while I can switch over and direct the conversation or directly reply to whatever I'm watching.
We had a fellow in the chat last night and he admitted that it was his goal to convince people that they are on a globe. And I go, well, why would you make that your mission? And why do you have to convince anyone? You've obviously convinced yourself, but why is it your mission now to convince anyone? Because he's a theoretical scientist, so nothing but theories and ideas. All right. And I said, so, yeah, that's it, Lightwater. Look at that. Look how dodgy that looks, what he's just posted.
Yeah. So, Lightwater, can you take another image and pose it on a black background and show us what that image would look like? Same idea.
He's not in chat. He might be listening on YouTube.
Yeah, Lightwater's in. He was
is
just
he?
typing. Oh, he says click it to see clearly.
Okay.
No, but he must be listening on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, I'm about 100% sure that they're limiting the live viewers on YouTube because sometimes it'll say 1 or 2 viewers, and I know there's at least 5 people that are viewing.
Yeah.
And I also have like on the servers, I can fire up a stream on there, and here's what'll happen. So if I start up a new stream, I can go on all 3 servers, and I could watch it on 2 of them. So meaning I'll pull up the stream on one regular window and an incognito window on each server. So that's 6 total, and then I can have one on my computer too. That's 7. And when I first start up a stream, I've tried it, just tested it, fired all those up, and it'll go up to 7, and then it'll just go back down to 1, even though they're all still watching. Like 1 or 2. So I've like, so I mean, it'd be interesting to get like 20 people in the chat and have at least 10 of them just instantly go watch it and see if it shows. But it just seems like it always, no matter who. And then I also know that there's people watching, like people that are either texting in chat. You know, I mean, I've never like asked and counted them up, but I know often there's at least 3 or 4, like Dawn and several people, and it'll still show like 1 or 2 viewers. So I mean, are they just shadow banning or whatever it is, where they just reduce the live viewer number?
Yeah, I've noticed that a couple of times when people are typing in chat, and they're obviously typing in relation to whatever's been spoken about at that particular moment, and you don't see them in chat, so they've got to be listening on YouTube. Otherwise, how the hell will they know what people are talking about?
Right, and right now it shows 1 watching, and it sounds like he is. I've got 1 open now. It still says 1. I mean, it's just bizarre.
Honestly, I'll jump on.
Yeah, right now, maybe at least 3 or 4 of us. I mean, you know, now it'll probably go up to 3 or 4 now that I said that. But I mean, if a couple of people do it, right now it shows 0. It just went to 0 watchers. I mean,
okay, well, I've jumped on, spoken about it at that particular moment.
Okay, so
still says 1. Well, I'm on there, so it has to be at least 2.
And it just went back to 0. And I'm watching it, and Lightwater's watching it.
I'm on.
You're on. There's 4. See, it still shows. What does it show for you guys? On mine right now, it shows none. You know how when there's no viewers, okay, now it says 1.
No, I got 0.
Oh,
it says 1 for me.
It says 1 for me, and we're all watching it.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow. I mean, I'm not saying that there's 50 watching or whatever, but I think there's often 5, 10, 15, maybe 20 in some cases if there's a lot of people around, you know, so it's crazy.
Well, we just had 3 more people jump on, and I was still only reading 1, so should have been at least 4.
Well, like I said, since I have the 3 servers and they all have different IP addresses, I can watch it on those. And like I said, if I first fire up a stream, if I open it, you know, like I said, 6 of them on an incognito and a regular window, it'll go up to 7 or 8. But then about 15 minutes later, it just goes back down to 1, even though they're all still watching.
Does it have to do with engagement? Do you have to like actively be typing in chat or something weird?
No, it should just be viewers. I mean, I do think they limit, like, I don't think you can open 50 on one IP address. Like, you know, they do. But I mean, doing 1 on incognito window and 1 on a logged in window, definitely they seem to register. Because like I said, I can get, when I first start up a stream, I can get it to 7 by just opening it on those other ones. And then it just goes back down to 1. And I did that just to test it one day, and I noticed that. I was like, wow, that they really are limiting it. It looks like they just squash it back down to 1 or 2, no matter how many people are watching. It's like an algorithm. Now, maybe if there's like 15 watching, maybe it'll actually show 4 or 5 or something. You know, maybe if there's 20 watching, it'll actually show 7 or 8. You know, and then if there's only 5 watching, it just knocks it down to 1. I wouldn't be surprised, but it seems like we've confirmed it here. I mean, it looks like it sounds like there's at least several of us. It just still says 1. There's definitely not 1 watching, so it's a conspiracy.
Another one.
Another one. So how about that conspiracy, Kool-Aid? How come there's like 6 of us watching and it shows 1? Conspiracy confirmed.
What do you got for us, riding? It's unlike you to be so quiet.
He's plotting his next move.
His next move. Damn. I hope you just made your own little meme there, Travis, have you?
Yeah.
They'll have an excuse for it. Why?
They will, but it is interesting to see, like in that and a lot of other footage I've seen as well, like these weird phenomenon that happen at the point at which the outer space is supposed to meet with the globe. So I've seen things like that as well. Yeah, like
That's the first place my eye went before it was even highlighted by Lightwater. I was telling Travis, it looked a bit sus. And it's pretty sad that you've got to look at everything with such suspicious eyes, actually. That's a pretty sad state of affairs.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to try to go back to sleep.
All right, Travis, man. Catch you later, man. Next time.
Well, it's quiet, isn't it, eh? Oh, what's going on? Twenty 22. The year we flat earthers put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass and asked them why is it they want to believe or they choose to believe in something they cannot prove. That being the heliocentric model. We've been told that we're living on a globe, a oblate spheroid, dimensions of which are 24,901 miles. That's a radius of 3959 miles. And yet we can't find that radius or that particular curvature of the globe where it's supposed to be on. We can't seem to find this spin either. And we've discovered that you can't have air pressure in a vacuum unless it's in a container, of course. So, right. That being said, we've gone out and had a look. And indeed, we're living on a flat plane, folks. Motionary, stationary, flat plane. Motionless, stationary, flat plane. So it makes us wonder, why do people believe they're on a globe when they haven't gone out and checked? They haven't gone out to check it, but yet they carry it in their minds as a belief. No verification. Just, we're on a globe. Never seen curvature in their lives. Yet they want to believe this.
Also, most people have never been presented with a plausible flat Earth alternative, model or explanation. I mean, I'd never seen one until I looked into it a few years ago.
We, the flat earthers, have never made any claims to having a model. And, we go to school. Around about 6, 7 years old, you start your elementary school education, and that's when it begins. For some of you, it might have even begun before that. You might have had these little planet toys hanging off strings and hanging in your crib, but I didn't have one of those, so I learnt at school. But yeah, Now, if I was intellectual enough and aware enough to ask the question when I was being taught, then they would have had to explain it to me then, especially the curvature thing and how is it that people are in Australia don't fall off the ball. Now, we were told it was gravity at the time, and well, I took that as a belief, you know. At the end of the day, I had to do what my teachers said because I didn't think that they were lying, right? And you trust your educators, you do. You have no reason or suspect for them to be teaching you the wrong thing. So I didn't ask. They had proof. It took me several months before I actually formed that question, because I spent a lot of time playing with the globe, you see, and you know, many months went by before I actually asked that question as to how comes people didn't fall off the bottom. Okay, but when I was told about gravity and I asked what that was, my teacher said it was a force that acts upon everything, including me. To which then I jumped up and said I couldn't feel it. I, flapped my arms like a chicken, you know, and what I don't feel is forceness. But she goes, no, well, it's acting upon you. That's why you went back down to the ground. So I said, okay, miss, and I went off. That teacher was Mrs. White. That was my teacher's name. So I thought, okay, miss, and I just left it at that. I started winding up the kids because they didn't know what gravity was. So I was teasing them. But yeah, that's
well, the whole thing about gravity is that when you even begin your inquiries into gravity, you're starting with an assumption of a ball and therefore a need for this magical force called gravity to keep everything on the outside of the ball. Without the presumption of the ball, there's not so much a need for the sort of gravity that they end up telling us about.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, because at the end of the day, my main point on the education of this heliocentric model was those who make these claims have the responsibility of explaining the whole thing. You see, they had the burden of proof, and it's never been proven to me that we are living on a globe at all. Not one teacher, no one has ever proved to me that we're actually living on a globe right up till today. Yeah, because because we all know that when you spin something, it wants to fly off, whether you're on a merry-go-round or when you're on these little at the fair, where you sit in the chair which is attached to the ceiling of a carousel and they spin it round, you tend to move it outwards. So basically, they have the burden of proof. They need to prove to us, because we all know that when something spins, it tends to want to fly off, centrifugal force. So when you throw water on a spinning board, it flies off, you see, naturally. Just flies everywhere. So yeah, they had to create this gravity thing to keep everything on. You're right. So I just want to know why people are desperately hanging on to this oblate spheroid ball that they've never seen in their lives. Why do they want to do this?
Because they don't have an alternative that they can imagine.
Well, flat Earth is not an imaginary thing at all, because you can actually go out to the horizon, up to the beach, for example, and you will see that the horizon is a leveled. It's level. Sorry, the ocean is level. The horizon is level, and you can take a picture of it and put a straight edge, and you'll see it's definitely level. Put a spirit level to it, and it's level again.
That's what I mean. That's the only characteristic that you can be confident about. You don't know anything more about it than that.
Oh, there's lots more than that. That's not the only thing, because when you look at the horizon and it's level, then people say the ship is disappearing over the horizon. And that's what people think is the curve. Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, you don't see the curvature left to right. So from your position to the horizon that you see, and then the boats are going down, the boat appears to be going down like on an escalator. The boat's attitude doesn't seem to change, but the law of nature is that things as they move away from you, will disappear bottom upwards. That's the law of angular resolution from your perspective. So from your position, as things move away from you, like a ship on the ocean, the law is it will disappear bottom upwards. Definitely. That's that. It's not going over a curve as such, because once that ship has disappeared from your perspective, that means your eye can no longer see it, because it can no longer focus on it and resolve it. You need to pick up a pair of binoculars, for example, more powerful focal power with that. You put it and it aids your eyes, and the ship is indeed there, straight there. Because as we all know, we don't see round corners. Humans cannot see round corners. We don't see round corners. So when something supposedly has disappeared over a curvature, like on a hill, as the car goes over a hill, you can't pick up a pair of binoculars and bring that car to view, because it's gone over the hill, the physicality of that hill. You'll never see it again unless you change your position. Right? So, but you can on the ocean. That's one reason. We know that it's most certainly not a curve. The other one is, if you're lucky enough to have flown in an aircraft, you'll notice that when you're leaving your destination, your departing point, which is, let's say, London, and the aircraft is taking off, it'll reach up to about 180 miles an hour, and then the nose of the plane noses up. You'll notice it because if you're sitting at the back, you'll notice that the airplane is definitely just looking, everything's gone up, and you're at the back at the bottom, right? You'll notice that, and you look out the window and you can indeed see that you're now leaving the ground. Right, the plane is in the air. Then it keeps on gaining altitude for a number of minutes, something to the tune of like 10 minutes roughly, maybe a little bit more than that. Then it levels off, and then the seatbelt sign comes up saying you can now release your seatbelt, and the captain may even announce that as well. Now the plane is level. Now it remains level because you know you're getting your meals, you're watching your entertainment, you're walking down the aisle to stretch your legs after several hours of flight. No curvature experience at all. And then as you're approaching your destination, let's say when it's in Australia, 19 hours later, no curvature at all, the plane begins to lose its altitude, and then you arrive at the airport. Again, the nose is up as the wheels touch the ground, and then away you go. In fact, towards the very end of the flight, which is when you're about perhaps 15, 20 miles away, the plane starts to nose downwards. Again, you notice that the plane is nosing downwards now, right, as it starts to approach your destination airport. And then as it actually lands, the nose is up, and then the wheels touch ground, whoop, and then you land at your airport. Taxi along the runway to the arrivals lobby. That's what tends to happen when you fly. Now, England to Australia, if you're looking at the heliocentric ball, it's 180 degrees in position, roughly. Now, if you follow the contours of that with your hand is inverted. That would happen to an aircraft as well. It would be upside down. You would be. So because you're not upside down, wherever you travel, there's proving the earth is flat straight off the bat. Poet and didn't know it. So yeah, we don't want to imagine where we live. We want to physically know that, and we can physically know where we are regarding the topography. As to the shape of it, no, we can't really know that at this point. We can't get high enough. We don't have that technology to get us high enough out to see the shape of this earth. No human being can claim to see the shape of this earth. They've only seen what's called the CGI Photoshop composite shots done by Robert Simmons, who works for NASA. He tells us exactly how he does it. And they reckon they use satellites, and that does cause a question there. Because if there's no ball, how do we have satellites orbiting the Earth, for example, unless they are satelloons, for example, satellites attached to helium balloons, and that's definitely feasible. But hardware machinery being deployed out of rockets, then these things are orbiting or geographically stationary, geostationary or satellites. Those things do not exist, especially in the thermosphere where they're supposed to be. They would
Yeah,
have
but they got
melted
that one
and they
picture.
just don't exist, folks.
Yeah, but they got that
So
one picture
flat
from
Earth is not a
1972.
theory or an imaginary thing, and we don't make any claims to the Earth being of a particular shape. What we've done is taken the information we learned at school and also coming from the professionals, NASA, theoretical physicists themselves, astronomers and alike, and professors and that, and we've taken that information, gone out to check it, to verify indeed what they say is correct, and it's all completely wrong. Everything.
Will you
they
accept
got that one
the
picture from.
cartoon?
Can you say that again, please?
Will you accept a cartoon or CGI as my glow proof?
Oh, I mean, that's totally unacceptable in the reality world I live in. Perhaps if I was living in a fantasy world, that would be suitable. Yeah, of course. Be more than enough. But
Well, that's my best proof is CGI or cartoon, so I guess I'm out.
yeah, one must be living in
What if
fantasy
I give you
land
one picture from 50 years ago?
to believe.
What if it's Photoshop because it has to be?
Oh, yes, then the question would be, oh, why does it have to be? Why does it have to be? Because we can't go up there, you see, to take a roof photograph. That's why it has to be. Yeah.
Well,
That's
the
what
government lies, but only sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the government lies, but only sometimes tells the truth. That's correct, yes. Lies most of the time, but only sometimes tells the truth. Absolutely correct. Yes, I agree with that. That is the truth. So, because we flat earthers have been attacked for a number of 100 years now, in that, and in particular, our psychological situation, because they think that we have to be mad to be living in the flat earth. Well, not really. When there's no proof of anything, how can you then believe in it when there's no evidence for the claims that are being made that we're spinning on this earth, and then the earth is indeed rotating around the sun, and then the whole planets are connected to the galaxy, and the galaxy, everything's hurtling through the universe at about 2.3 million miles an hour. And yet those satellites are still with us whilst we're traveling through all those vectors, let's say. We've got no evidence for that. We cannot feel these vectors. So, that's a very big ask to believe in something when we can actually know. And we know we're not moving. We know this. We know we're not moving. We know there's no COVID till we've checked.
Well, when I talk to Globers and I ask them, does Globe Earth rotate underneath a helicopter? They say no, the conservation of momentum. So they're denying 15-degree drift.
Yeah.
And I say thanks. And I say thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite easy. It's quite easy. They need to demonstrate that atmospheres can stick to balls in the vacuum. They can't even demonstrate it. They can't even work a rocket in a vacuum. In a vacuum chamber, have a rocket fly around in a vacuum, moving up and down. They can't do that. Can't be done. It hasn't been done yet. That experiment. It would go a long way to proving that rockets can at least work in a vacuum and continue to work. Newton's law, third law of motion, that a body in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by a force, does not apply in space. Hasn't been verified. But that would go a long way. So no, they're losing every step of the way, the heliocentrists, at this point. That is why we're checking their psychological position, because we think it's odd that you'd want to believe in something that hasn't been proven. And take
Well, why would you trust the government? That is the question. Why would you trust the government?
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't.
They're honest. They've only murdered hundreds and hundreds of millions of people. But they care about your life, and they've only aborted how many children? But they care about you.
Yeah.
How many people have they killed in war in Iraq and Palestine? But they care about you.
Yes. And that is a good point you raise, sir. For those who are listening, you have to remember this. When you look at the world, go back from when you were born and go back and you look back, you will notice that it's not society that actually starts these wars that we, the taxpayers, pay for to die in. It's the government leaders that start these wars. And then unfortunately, we're the ones who pay for that through the weapons and everything else. And then we pay with our lives for that. And then the parents end up with a flag folded up saying he died with his boots on, or he died taking it to them. That's all you
He
get.
died for our freedom that we do not have because we're locked down.
Yeah, excellent point. That's what I've been saying for years. No man died for my freedom. No soldier.
No man died for my freedom at all because I'm not free. I was born a slave. Countries are just slave plantations.
Yeah. Such a true point, that is. We were all born into slavery. That's why we, the flat earthers, when we speak of uplift. We don't speak to defend an economy that's actually imprisoning humanity at each day. We don't want to protect that system. We have no value in that. It's a devaluating of the earth itself. It's man-made. So no flat earther wants that. No flat earther should be voting in any electoral system for his or her demise. And we don't do that. Most of us have woken up now. I knew that when I was 19. I've never voted in my life. Coming of age is 18 in Britain, and I never voted then. I didn't see anything worth voting for, and I haven't ever since. So no, you're right. We are slaves. Definitely.
I would say flat earthers are speaking for the oppressed.
Correct. We want to uplift the lives of.
Yeah. If you deny we are oppressed, then you're delusional.
Which is why you're believing in the globe that doesn't exist. That's your indoctrination is very strong. If you cannot connect to your childhood memories, then obviously the indoctrination has really set in. You've gone in one direction and you haven't bothered to look back because you think it's stupid to look back at your past. But yet when you're bloody using your smartphone, you're checking the memory all the time.
When you're 3 years old and 5 years old in the tub or playing with your toys, you learn all the physics, all the things that you need to know.
Correct.
So basic, it's so simple, but guess what? Globers don't understand for different reasons.
Oh, they're fully indoctrinated, you see. They don't think it's a good idea to go back and check their childhood. That's stupid. That's childish. Not at all. That proves you understand your life. You value your life. If you have anything that remains from your childhood memories in a physical sense, a toy, some writing, something special, and you've still got it, it shows that you treasure your existence. And it's important to go back.
The globe Earth is an appeal to authority, and that's all.
And that's all it is. That's all it is, an appeal to authority. The experts know more. And they keep asking you, well, you're not a mechanic. You're not a qualified mechanic. You're not a qualified scientist. And I say to them, you do not need to be a qualified scientist with a PhD, master, and a professorship. It's not a requirement to understanding your environment.
No, exactly.
Child's play. Yeah. Children can understand it.
That's exactly. Yeah. I can post it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, globe heliocentrists, where are you? You need to defend your position. Why is it you choose and desperately want to believe. I use the word desperately because the excuses that they do and the mental gymnastics they have to think of to explain this world, and it's just a joke. It makes me laugh. It is definitely
they'll just
Yeah.
double speak and say that Earth is spinning with the rotation, or air is spinning with the Earth. It's not spinning with the Earth. Truth is subjective. How can we prove anything? Science doesn't prove anything. They'll just double speak and lie and say whatever at whatever suits them.
They lie so much. It's not only double speak, it's treble speak, quadruple speak. They throw out so many lies. They can't keep up the lies. And I liken it to the athlete who's trying to do 100 meters over the hurdles. He clips one hurdle, which is a lie, and then ends up blah, 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 to the hurdles in all the lies and a tumble of mess. That's exactly what it's like. Yeah, the heliocentrist. You've got to laugh. You know, desperately hanging on. You know?
Yeah, it's embarrassing actually, but
it is embarrassing.
He's like even like globe Earth platypus. Where's your flat Earth map? Well, post your globe Earth map right now. Post your full complete globe Earth map right now, please.
Yeah. We have a man by the name of
drop the red herring or drop the straw man of asking for a flat Earth map when you do not even have a globe Earth map.
Exactly. The audacity of that shows you the level of the indoctrination again.
Oh, globe Earth platypus has been 4 years, 5 years, anti-flat earther, demonic atheist, whatever you want to call him.
Well, there's one thing is for sure, folks, those of you listening, that guy is a flat earther gonna be. He's a flat earther in the making, even though he doesn't realize it yet. The poor soul. You know? He's lucky we're here, really, to remind him that the earth, that he hasn't got a map, he hasn't even got a globe, but yet he's hanging on desperately. Whereas we have a man called Flat Earth Banjo. He's from Brazil, but he's living in Japan. He's a Japanese man, half Brazilian, living in Japan, and he's been responsible for 3 books being published to aid the Japanese contingent in coming to the knowledge that the Earth is not a spinning ball, okay? He introduced it to a couple of people where he lives in a place called Aichi Prefecture. And the people who listened to him, 2 of them went out and produced books. They've done the research and produced books instantly, just so they could educate the people around them. And then he produced his book, 16 Emergency Flights that Prove the Flat Earth. And in that book, it solves one mystery, a mystery that happened in the 70s between Russia and an airline that was claimed to have been flying over its airspace. When you look at the Mercator map or the Peterson's map, it indeed looks as if this aircraft is flying in Russian airspace, but not flying, in Russian airspace. But when you look at the azimuthal equidistant map, yes, the flight path did indeed stray into Russian airspace, which is why they asked the plane to be grounded.
I've got YouTube videos. There's multiple videos that mainstream videos that admit nobody flies over the South Pole. Nobody flies over Antarctica. So mainstream YouTube government admits it. So like any glober claiming that is bullshit.
Yeah.
I know you're not claiming that. You're claiming North Pole or whatever flight you're talking about, but yeah.
Yeah.
Like the flight path, like there. Yeah, if you're going from Australia to South Africa, somehow you have to go to Netherlands or Dubai. Why do you have to go north all the time? Why not just go straight there?
Yeah.
The straight path is a straight line. The shortest path is a straight line, but you're going north and you're going curved.
Yeah.
Wait, there are airplanes trips going from South America to South Africa. What are you talking about? I watched them on the flight tracker.
Sure.
Why are you saying that?
No, even though YouTube admits that there's no flights over the Antarctica.
Not over the directly over the Antarctica. No,
exactly.
I don't think so.
Right.
That wasn't what you said. You said they're on. They always have to curve north, but they don't. They curve south, and they're on the South Pole.
It was said. That was said also. And the other thing is this, yeah. You will notice that when you look
You
at
guys
the
just completely ignore what I said.
You want to debate? You want to talk about flight paths and whatever red herring bullshit?
It's not a debate. It's just to show what is your acceptance of truth. If I show you like a flight tracker,
I want your best globe proof without pointing at the sky and without NASA.
Yeah, just bring it. Bring your best proof. Don't ask us the criteria. Bring what
I don't
you know.
care about your flight
you
path.
have.
you change
subjective
your.
bullshit. Yeah, I'm changing it. You challenging flight paths because it's a red herring bullshit. We can
I'm
go on
not
forever. My
challenging it.
flight
You're
path
just
versus your flight
ignoring.
path.
You're just
Let's get
ignoring
to
the
the
flight
real
tracker
deal.
and the flight,
Let's
the
get
trips you
to
can
the
actually
real
travel.
deal.
Hmm?
What's your best
Why are
globe
you
proof?
ignoring the flight tracks, which are there are
Because
airplanes you can
it's
fly from South
globe
Pole
proof
to
is
South
flat
Pole?
proof. It's blah blah blah.
No, flat
No.
proof is flat proof, and if you say it's not a globe and you don't have any proof for a flat Earth, the only thing you can say is I don't know.
Oh,
Let's
that's
talk
not true.
about your best globe proof without NASA and without pointing at the sky.
I literally.
I don't
you
want to
guys.
talk about that. I want to talk about flight paths.
Northern, can you let him finish his
No.
sentence? You're being really, really interrupting.
You guys were saying that there were that all flights have to curve north, and I said no. There are airplanes flying from South America to South Africa, and I follow them on the flight tracker.
Australia to South Africa,
South America,
goes
South
north
America to
to
South.
a
Please
or
present
South
it.
America to South Africa.
Present it. If you've got it, present the plot. Present it. Give it to us. Let's see it.
Yeah, you got a
What are
link.
they? What are they?
Not a live
cities there?
stream. It's some guy saying this flight exists. Congrats.
Bullshit.
Yes, bullshit. Let's talk about real deal.
Why are you saying it's bullshit? I can present. Just wait.
Why talk about the weeds and flight paths that doesn't prove anything? Hearsay, me versus you.
See
Let's
here.
talk about the real deal.
You can open up the link now and you can look at the airplane itself live if you want to. Flight Radar 24. There's a flight going there right now.
Do you have any scientific evidence of gravity?
Oh, don't change the topic.
Uh-oh.
Don't change the topic. Look at the image post I linked it.
Yeah, we have an
You
observable
accept
fact
it.
of when you drop stuff, it falls and accelerates.
Helium
label that
balloon.
gravity. Move on.
Helium balloon.
So what
is that
consider-
Northern Rebellion? Is that an acceptable proof what I provided?
Globe proof without NASA pointing at the sky?
Northern Rebellion. You asked, do airplane fly on the southern hemisphere? And I showed you evidence here now. And they are not curving north, they're curving south. Oh shit, I was in the wrong chat, by the way.
I didn't click any links. I don't care about because it's hearsay. It's me versus you, my flight path versus your flight path.
No,
YouTube
I
admits
have
that
evidence.
no
I have
Antarctica-
evidence. I have evidence. You don't.
Let's talk about gravity.
This is evidence of airplanes flying on the southern hemisphere. What evidence do you have that they don't fly on the southern hemisphere? Do you have evidence that this airplane is not flying where it says it?
They admit it that they do not fly there.
Show me evidence that this airplane is not flying where it's telling you that it's flying. Like, or you can even buy a ticket. You can go online and you can buy a ticket
I'll ask
for
one
this
question.
airplane trip.
Do you have any scientific evidence of gravity?
So you're just gonna ignore. So are you ever
Yes.
gonna bring up that airplanes are not flying on the southern hemisphere again?
Real deal.
Tomorrow, are you gonna say airplanes are not flying on the southern hemisphere, and then dipping and
Australia,
curving north?
Africa flies north. No direct.
but is it above the equator, Rebellion?
So you guys don't want any gravity discussions, eh?
Well, no. I mean, gravity is a label we give to something.
You want to
the
talk
observation? Can I finish my point, Rebellion? You keep over talking. Gravity is merely a label that we've given to the acceleration of an object towards the Earth.
Helium balloon.
Yeah, which still has buoyancy, and a component of that is the 9.81 meters per second, and the
You're saying
medium
helium
around
balloon
it.
is going up and down at the same
Yeah,
time?
it's buoyancy. Do you understand how buoyancy is described in normal physics, not fantasy physics?
What's your scientific evidence of gravity?
Sure, we observe that when we let things go, they fall and accelerate.
What's
we
your
label that
natural
observation.
phenomena?
We label that observation gravity. Can we move on?
Natural phenomena, please.
Josh, gravity means weightedness. So that is just that. I think what you're actually referring to is gravitation, which gravitation is this theory of mass attracting mass and all of that. The word gravity just means weightedness. It's the gravitation is the theories that are claimed as to why that's happening.
And it had,
things
but it
clinging
has
to balls and all that.
It has weight because of the acceleration towards the ground. Even if you've got it in your hand, there is still an accelerating force trying to pull it towards the ground. The only thing that's stopping it is your muscles.
You're saying the
That's your
balloon's
claiming-
going up but going down?
That's what he's asking for proof for. He's asking for.
I know, but Rebellion's asked loads of questions, and I just wanted to ask him one.
No.
And the question I want to ask is, what do you consider to be acceptable proof? What's your criteria?
Scientific evidence, observable, measurable, repeatable.
Cool. So we have observed, measured, and repeated the acceleration of masses towards the ground.
Where have you observed this in nature?
All over the place. A leaf falling, a bird that closes its wings and drops. All sorts of things.
A leaf
Rain
is
descending from the skies. And by the way, there's only two categories in science, natural and supernatural. Anything that is not of the set supernatural belongs to the set of natural.
Okay, let's start here. What's your scientific evidence of gravity, your natural observed phenomena?
Natural observed phenomena is things fall and accelerate.
Things fall. Okay. What's your independent variable?
Why do I need an independent variable? It's an observation.
Because
you said wait. You said you wanted something that was observable, measurable, and repeatable. So I've observed it, I've measured it, and it's been repeated. Where did I not fulfill? That's why I asked you for your criteria.
Science requires an experiment.
No, science does not require an experiment. Experimental science requires an experiment.
It requires
proof the cause of an effect.
No, science eliminates independent variables that are not conforming. So when Sleepy Warrior did his egg experiment and added salt to the water, I asked him, and he said, "This is the independent variable." I asked him a very simple question: how did you eliminate the change in electrolytic properties to the water, and that was not the cause of the egg rising? I don't know. How did you eliminate the fact that you changed the pH of the water?
He did that by adding more salt into the water, didn't he? Yeah, and that's what he did.
And he hasn't eliminated the pH value, and he hasn't eliminated the change in electrolytic properties.
Did. How about you talk about what the globe did? Where is your scientific evidence of gravity? Not what Sleeping Warrior did. Where's
I'm just. The reason I brought that up is
I know
if you think that you have the one and only independent variable and you do not know everything, then you're mad.
I'm asking you for your evidence of gravity, and
I gave you something that was observable, measurable, and repeatable. So we're doing observational. Hold on 1 sec. We're doing observational science, yeah?
No, observation is not science.
Really? You can't use observation in science. Are you sure you want to stick with that?
Observation is not science. It's a part, but it's not science.
You're trying to stretch it now to experimental science.
Yeah, science needs an experiment.
Does it?
Yes, it does.
So if I observe bird migration and I want to find out where birds are migrating to as part of a biological study, I need to do an experiment. What's my independent variable?
You can't do an experiment on that.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not an experiment; it's an observational.
Thank you.
Yes, and I already defined the fact that there is experimental science and observational science. There are more categories of science. There's statistical analysis.
Well, then all we're left
Okay,
with is just
now,
an observation of
regarding
things
the
falling
gravity
down.
thing, folks.
No, you can. Yeah, exactly, and we've labelled it gravity.
What, can I
Okay,
not finish
great.
what I'm going to say now? I listened to you. I didn't
That's
say a
it.
word.
We don't need to go any further than that to say that there is an effect that pulls
finish what
shit
I'm gonna
towards the ground.
Can I not get what I was going to say out? You just jumped all over what I was
Go
going to
ahead,
say
Jim.
there. Did you not? I didn't hear any apologies there. Didn't hear any
Go ahead,
apologies
Jim.
for the interruption. You were complaining that we were interrupting. What's a wally?
Just get on with it.
Shut your mouth, you. Now, basically, what I was going to say is this. With the gravity thing, yeah, we have a helium balloon in the classroom. We have a bunch of keys in the hand. Now, all the kids were observing this little experiment observation in front of their eyes. I said, I'm going to let go of the keys and the helium balloon. What's going to happen? They said the keys are going to go down and the balloon's going to go up. Really? Why? Why did that happen? Because the balloon is lighter than air. Oh, and the keys heavier than air. Okay, so is that gravity? Is that gravity? Is it gravity pulling down the keys? Because we're all in the same place here, at the same position. The keys are here. The balloon is here in my left hand. The keys are here in my right hand. So the balloon's attached to a string. So I'm hanging onto the string. So if I let it go now, by rights, everything should come down. Remember, the keys are heavier than the helium balloon here. Yeah, heavier than the helium balloon. So by rights, if gravity truly exists and it's exerting a force, supposedly, the belief is exerting a force on everything it touches, then it should be pulling down this helium balloon. But it doesn't. The helium balloon rises up as the keys drop to the ground. Is that gravity? No, it's not. It's nothing to do with gravity at all.
There's a very simple experiment we can do to see if that helium balloon would fall. And what we do is we put it in an environment and then we remove the atmosphere from it. So we put it in a vacuum chamber. We have a balloon that's strong enough. And guess what happens is you start to take the medium out and it becomes the heaviest fucking thing in there. It falls.
But
if what you were saying was correct, it wouldn't matter about the medium. It would still rise.
Excuse me, folks. When you're listening to that, that's a misdirection because
He's lying.
We do not live in a vacuum. That's the first thing. We live in a place with atmosphere, and we're going with what we actually, where we actually live. But in fact, when you do put a helium balloon in the chamber, when you have a balloon, of course, it's going to drop down because that balloon is heavier than nothing. But when you release the gas indeed rises up.
Buoyant
It goes
force, Jim.
everywhere.
You're just
That is
describing
the
it.
characteristics of gas in a vacuum. It fills that vacuum in all directions. So
The heavier stuff is pushing it up. I agree with
you.
you.
Can interrupt me? Are you going to interrupt me for the third time? Right.
Well, if you
So
could
as
keep
I-
your
as
points
I-
on,
as I was
concise,
saying,
you're
folks,
sort of
this guy is
waffling quite a bit.
interrupting again. Fourth time. Now I'm going to give
I
you
was
down
replying to your question, Jim.
Don't let me finish and then answer. Right. So as I was saying, folks, does that make logical sense? Right. When you have a helium balloon in a vacuum, it drops down when you remove the air because the balloon itself has weight. But when you remove the gas from within that balloon, in a vacuum, the gases go everywhere. That is the characteristics of gas. They go in all directions. I rest my case to the right interrupting gentleman. Go ahead.
Yeah, except we don't live in a vacuum, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, actually, there are vacuums in nature. They just don't last very long. But the thing is, I mean, Jin is entirely right. It's the actual air pushing the balloon up because the stuff around it is heavier and actually wants to fall towards the ground. So that forces the balloon up. That happens with all fluids. And that's what we call the buoyant force. And the weird thing is you can actually take that balloon and you can measure how much weight it will support at various levels of our atmosphere. Because as it gets higher, its ability to support weight gets less.
Have you finished? Can I carry on, or have you carrying on still?
No, I've finished. I keep my points nice and short, Jim. I don't waffle.
Yeah, I don't waffle either. So please do not imply that to the people who are listening that I'm a waffler. Because if anyone's waffling here, sir, it's this man. Because again, he has waffled to you. Because
when me and Jin were going back and forth, it was concise, and we were destroying the globe. No problem.
Yeah, thank you very much for that extra support as I'm about to do more destruction. Let me carry on now, guys. Ladies and gentlemen listening in the chat room. Basically, what this gentleman said is just not relevant to the reality we live. Okay? Because I actually conducted this experiment for a whole year and 3 months with this. 2 months, sorry. So it's a year and 2 months with this helium balloon. We left it in the room. It spent most of the time, a whole year, on the ceiling, this helium balloon. It was sealed, right? And then gradually, during the second year, the first month, it dropped down to the classroom, to the middle of the classroom. Gradually, each day, it was losing its height, right? And then by the end of January, it was in the middle of the classroom, floating. And then we walked up to it, the kids. I said, let's take our rulers and rubbers and pencils and let's drop them. Look, see? Why is it not acting on that helium balloon? Is it gravity, or is it because the pencil and your eraser and your projector and rulers are heavier than air? It's heavier than air, isn't it? That's not heavier than air. Okay? That's why it's still there floating around. And we really enjoyed watching the balloon drop down to the ground over the last month. No gravity at all.
Or you can expose them and be like, foolish. Which gravity are you talking about?
Yeah. Good point.
Are you talking about mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time?
I'm talking about gravity as an effect.
So you don't even know?
No, I do. I'm happy with what I know.
Einsteinian or Newtonian?
Well, both can apply. It's absolutely fine.
Both?
One is, because Einstein ascribed the effect. You know, Einstein described what he believed to be the cause, where Newton described the effect.
So gravity is the cause and the effect.
No, Einstein didn't say that gravity is the cause and the effect. Einstein's formula of E equals mc squared shows that matter and energy are interchangeable.
No, you can't just go as fast as light and then it automatically turns into something else. The hell, E equals mc squared is the proof that it's like actually retarded.
Thank you. Nothing to do with gravity at all.
Sometimes that shit just needs to be said every once in a while, but come on, bro, you're a grown adult, man. Like you gotta put that shit away every now and then, man.
This is what I mean by desperate. They desperately want to hang on.
Anymore.
You know, that's we can still make our points without having to add hom, guys. Come on.
That's not ad hom.
Well,
You're
that's the
gonna try
reality.
to con some people into some believing some bullshit, bro. What the hell are you doing online?
I'll just tell you right now. Look, man. Before I realized what I realized, I argued tooth and nail for the globe, and it's just a matter of understanding, you know.
So
yeah, but you have no evidence for your
I'll tell you right now. If you want to ask the real questions, just ask for an example of mass attracting mass.
There's no example. We know he knows what we're talking about, bro. Like, let's not play around. We know these guys know what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think
foolish
foolish
decisions. Time
decisions.
to role play and say we don't know what he's saying.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, they're just it's a weak attempt to try to hide the truth by them just lying constantly and.
Yeah.
Like, that's not just a valid answer anymore. You can't just say that shit anymore. Like, we have actually good evidence contrary to what this dude just said. You can't just let him scapegoat the shit out of that.
Okay, but show me where Newton ascribed a cause.
Bro, your whole understanding of physics is primarily based on just philosophy. Like, you just base shit off of it and go with it and run with it forever until, like, you just put your fingers in your ears.
Cool. I guess that's a no. You can't show me where Newton ascribed a cause. Then
he didn't.
Exactly, he didn't.
I'm telling you, your whole philosophy, understanding that at its premise, is based in bullshit. Like, your whole first law, like, things in motion, you don't have anything at rest in your whole fucking ideology. If you could show me something at rest, then we can go with the first law of fucking gravity, physics, whatever. You can't even prove that shit, bro. You just
Yeah,
lied
but
from the beginning.
things can be at rest
You
relative
can't
to
just say something's
something
at
else.
rest if everything in your model's in motion, bro.
But I can say something is at rest relative to something else.
Okay, bro. There you go.
Yeah, velocity is always measured against something else, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can say, my PC is at rest relative to me.
Yes is relative to no. Up is relative to down. Like, okay, bro.
Well, no, down's always towards.
Let's just go that route. See where we end.
Sorry, Sinclair, go on.
What's your definition of at rest? If at rest is not moving, then just because something else is moving doesn't make that thing at rest if it's also moving. At rest should be at rest.
Gio, they can't solve their own problems, man.
Yeah. Well, the problem is subjective truth versus objective truth.
Well, again,
yeah, but I mean,
can you show me an objective truth in physical reality?
Technically speaking, nothing is at
It's always bad to kill. Always bad to kill somebody.
That's not an objective truth.
That's not an objective truth. It's always bad to rape.
That's a moral argument. That's a moral argument.
Always bad.
It's not always bad to kill. If someone's attacking and trying to kill your 3-year-old daughter, is it bad to kill them to protect your daughter?
Yes, it's bad.
I agree.
You might have to do it, but it's bad. It
doesn't mean you can't.
Moral argument.
But you can.
That's a moral argument.
This gets into a whole other discussion, but you actually can protect people without striking. You don't need to actually strike and kill, and you can still do your best to try to protect someone.
Yeah, all right, but these are moral arguments, and I feel we're kind of getting away from the original topic if we go down this road, don't you think, Jim?
Yeah.
This is arguing morality.
Okay,
Is it
if
morally
I may be allowed to just tidy up this little situation with the gravity for those who are listening in the interest of the truth and clarity, so they can walk away sure-footedly, and it's this. The Newtonian gravity was replaced by Einsteinian gravity in 106 years ago, okay? Because Isaac Newton couldn't prove gravity himself. He didn't agree with the theory of mass attracting mass. Remember the word theory, the idea. He thought the idea absurd. Then we have Einstein's replacement, which is the bending and warping of the space-time fabric, which is also an unproven theory. And if nothing's been proven, you don't have any right in believing in it and perpetuating it as the truth. Okay? For those who are listening, gravity doesn't exist. It has not been proven. Thank you.
Okay, you've made your point, Jim. So firstly, what you said about Newton wasn't true. Newton didn't say he isn't sure about the idea of mass attracting mass. What he wasn't sure about, or what he didn't want to hypothesize and postulate on, was the cause of mass attracting mass. All he worked on was the Newton's gravitational law, which speaks to the effect we see that mass will attract mass. But what causes this, he didn't want to delve into because he left it at, it must be God's will. And I'm not going to question God's will. Because Newton was, as brilliant as a scientist as he was more a religious fanatic than a scientist. He wrote more about God and theology than he ever did about science. And he just left it at, it must be due to God that mass attracts mass.
Now that I agree with.
Yeah, we definitely quote him on physics because his physics is beneficial. His physics changed the world.
Hey, Sin, you're really low, buddy. You're really low.
Yeah, you are low.
Is that a little better?
That's better, man. Yeah.
He's roboting, but for those who are listening, I'd like to address that point. I'm gonna post it.
Well, Jen, I think Sinclair was trying to say something. He had to turn his mic up.
Yeah.
No, I think my shit.
Yeah. I'll let him go. Go, Sinclair. Go.
I was just saying, like, Newton's laws of motion. He didn't even prove the first law, bro. Like, his first thing that he came up with, he didn't ever prove. He had to show
What do you
something
mean
at
he
rest.
didn't prove it?
Nothing in that model is at rest. In your model, nothing's at rest ever, unless you can show me something. Because nobody's ever even shown anybody any of that shit.
Well, no,
All right.
an object in
You
motion
can't
will
show
stay
me
in
anything
motion
at
until
rest in your
another force
model.
acts upon it. Is Newton's first law, isn't it?
But it
Yeah.
says something at rest. Literally, it's written in the law.
No,
Something at rest.
Newton's first law is an object in motion will stay in motion until another force acts upon it.
No, it's okay, dude. I'm gonna have to quote it to you.
I'll go and get Newton's 3 main laws
Okay,
for you.
it says
And
at
I'll
rest
do that for you,
specifically.
Sinclair, so you carry on, mate. Sorry, because I don't want to interrupt you.
Well, I don't know. Okay, I only know much about it only insofar as that it says at rest.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it. A body continues in its state of rest or in uniform motion in a straight line unless acted upon by a force.
Yeah, that's all it says, right?
But that's not what he wrote in his notes. So that's just what
No, but that's
people
that's what Einstein tried to say though. Einstein was trying to say the three body
Even
things,
Einstein didn't say that.
if two are at motion, we can figure it out. If three are at motion, holy shit, there's an issue there, right? Like that's the three body problem, bro. That's your
You know, the
shit.
3 body problem's been kind of pretty much resolved.
You can't solve it in every situation, bro. That's why your shit doesn't work. It's not practical. If your shit worked, we'd be able to solve for every different thing that was in every different direction. You can't do that. You'd be able to simulate the whole reality of everything that's happened since 13.7 whatever light years ago, bro. You guys make so much shit up. It's purely based on math.
Well, I mean, would you disagree that force equals mass times acceleration, and that's not a measurable
No,
thing?
force is just energy in a vector.
Yeah, but do you think that's an invalid equation to calculate how much force will be imparted by an object based on its mass and its acceleration?
It depends on the media.
Force of what?
Yeah,
Force
and it
of
won't be
what,
due to
where,
gravity.
When did it happen? How do you
Also,
know
I mean,
objectively?
the way Newton stated his first law, he was talking about inertia. He was talking about the inertial force needs to be overcome by an opposing force working upon it in order to in order to accelerate a body. Otherwise, that body is going to continue at a constant acceleration. So, if you want to increase its acceleration to overcome that inertial force, you're going to need opposing forces that break that balance. And that can be interpreted as an object in motion or at rest will continue in that motion or stay in rest unless forces act upon it, unless the force overcomes that inertial force. And
Which
that
is a
can be
natural
proven.
That is a natural observation in a way. We can observe that.
Definitely.
but
I
again,
agree with you, Jim. I agree with you.
yeah,
It's a natural observation.
We can observe
And
that.
that's just
But
how
it's not due
Newton
to
interpreted that
gravity.
observation.
Yeah, it is not due to gravity. And when you said Newton couldn't prove gravity and he put it down to God, that's what we say. It's the natural order of things.
That's not what I said, Jim.
You said
I
that
said Newton
he
couldn't
left it to
determine what
God.
the
He couldn't prove
cause
it.
was.
He put it down to
Not
God,
he
you
couldn't
said.
prove it. I
You
never
put it
said he couldn't prove it. Those words didn't leave my mouth. What I
saying he
said
couldn't
is,
prove it, and he couldn't prove
I
it.
did
Is what I'm
not say
saying.
that. Jim.
He didn't prove it. No, I
Okay,
said that.
if-
You said he put
okay,
it down
you
to
said it.
God. Hang on. You said he put it down. He put it down to God. I said he couldn't prove it. I said he couldn't prove it, and that's
Okay.
why I say it goes down to natural order of things, because he couldn't prove it. He could not prove it, and I'm going to get the quote where he said he
I
couldn't
think
prove it.
I think Newton would agree with you. Newton would have said the cause of mass attracting mass is quote unquote natural law or God. I think Newton would have agreed with you. But it's just on the cause, not on the effect. The effect he fully
Yeah,
understood
not mass
He had a
attracting
whole
mass,
equation.
because we don't. Hang on a second, please. We've never observed mass attracting mass in the natural world that we live in. We never see that. It's never been observed. Never.
So when
Have
something
you
falls to
observed
the
it?
ground,
That's not mass attracting mass. Sorry.
what is
Totally.
it?
That would imply that the Earth is a spinning ball. We haven't established that yet. So
So
therefore,
that would be perfectly fine on a flat Earth.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't need to be a spinning ball for mass to attract mass. Mass attracting mass doesn't imply Earth is a sphere.
it certainly does. It certainly
Why?
does, because we don't
You
observe
see
that
flat
on the flat
things
Earth.
attracting
No,
other flat
no,
things.
no flat Earth do we observe mass attracting mass? Nowhere.
So when things fall to the floor,
some flat earthers postulate an infinite plane, and actually gravity would work absolutely fine on an infinite plane.
Exactly. Because as long as it's infinite. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Trust.
No, go. You go.
Yeah, I was just going to add onto what you said. As long as it's infinite, it doesn't have edges that could be bent by the forces of gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just couldn't make shit up as we go.
Reiterate what I said.
But that is what you guys
I
do.
will
You just make shit up.
reiterate
It could be this. It could be that. You know, when I ask how does a lunar work on a flat Earth, I'm told there could be some invisible body in the sky that we can't see. You know,
There does
you
come
guys
a
make
point
things
on
up
Earth
every
where
day.
we just can't make stuff up anymore.
I mean, Sinklins, are you saying that there aren't a selection of flat earthers that believe in the infinite plane?
I believe in the
Well,
infinite
I've
plane,
met some.
but I believe we wouldn't have enough time to experience how infinite it actually is. How would you measure something that you could spend your whole life and never measure?
That wasn't the question I asked. What I asked was, are there not flat earthers who, propose the idea of an infinite plane?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
Most
so
but we propose it and we say we're
exactly. And on an infinite plane, the model of gravity, the mass attracting mass, the vector piece would work absolutely fine because down is always towards the ground.
But we've never
Not
observed it on
necessarily.
this flat Earth of ours. We've never ever observed mass attracting
you're
mass.
applying
ever.
a whole bunch of
And
implications into one baseless claim.
Yeah.
Bro. You're saying a whole
Yeah,
bunch of
it's a
shit that
baseless
doesn't add up
claim. We
into
don't claim
one
that.
big package.
Even if it was infinite plane, you would expect that there would be a slight drift towards the most dense part.
But that's the weird thing is when we measure that accelerating force percentage, it varies as we go to different parts of the globe. Some of it's due to density, some of it's due to
we don't live
celestial.
on a globe, sir. We don't live on a globe, sir. We do
Well,
not
that's
live
your
on
claim,
a globe.
but I've not
so
seen
you
any
can't make
evidence
that
to
claim.
support
You haven't demonstrated that the globe exists. So that's
Why
another
would
basis.
you say what we should expect? Why would you say what we should expect? How would you know
yes,
what
we
could
have.
possibly happen if you never measured it?
Oh no, you haven't, Jen. You haven't provided a single shred of evidence.
We have indeed.
You have
We
not.
have
None of you
indeed.
have. None of you have provided any real evidence.
We have
Nothing at
no
all. Not a
measurable
zilch.
curvature,
Nothing
no actual
measurable. You haven't
rotation.
done a
You
single
can't have air
experiment.
pressure without a
You
container
haven't
in a
provided
vacuum.
anything.
And flying on
Nothing.
aeroplanes speaks volumes.
Yeah, but what you're doing right now is just trying to
alone,
criticize and doubt
yet
the
alone,
Earth. You're not
you're not
providing
upside
anything
down.
positive for a flat
Yet
Earth.
alone, you're not upside down in Australia. No photograph.
Well, no, you're not, because down is always towards the ground,
videos
Jim.
of the Earth spinning on its
That
axis.
isn't evidence for flat Earth, Jim.
It's evidence.
Saying
we need
that,
to see the whole
saying
globe.
that we can't prove
don't have
people are upside down in Australia isn't evidence that the Earth is flat. Give us evidence, positive
folks,
evidence
because
for a flat Earth.
indeed,
Chicago
There's evidence
skyline.
that
indeed,
No
folks, if
curvature.
What?
Say refraction. Say
there's
refraction.
evidence that every one of Newton's
that is
laws
spinning,
are based in.
we should have.
Yeah, but that's all you guys do. You guys come here and you say Newton's a liar, Einstein's a liar,
No,
this,
we can
that, and the third.
demonstrate every
All
one
you
of
guys
Newton's
do
laws
is condemn and critique
forever.
the heliocentric model. You don't provide any evidence for a flat Earth model.
I can provide you
None
YouTube
at all.
videos of every one of Newton's laws debunked very easily.
But that isn't evidence
the laws
that
of
the Earth
motion
is flat.
particularly
If
are
you
just
debunk Newton, yeah, but guys,
like,
this
we
is
have even quantum mechanics
Right,
type
when
people
you are
that are like, nah.
I'll wait for you guys to finish. Go ahead.
Chicago skyline, 60 miles, no curvature. Say refraction. I dare you.
But this is the thing. You guys go and say that because we don't see curvature or Newton lied. All you guys do is try and debunk the globe.
Chicago
You never provide
skyline,
positive
60
evidence
miles, no
for a flat
curvature.
Earth.
Say refraction.
Refraction.
I dare you.
Boom. Refraction.
Refraction. Alberuni debunked. Alberuni didn't measure the horizon. If it's refracted, you're toast.
What do you mean he didn't
He
measure
haven't
the
did.
horizon?
What he did was, I really like to get one quick
He
point
just
out from me.
debunked Alberuni.
Hold on, I'd just like to get one quick point out. He did because basically he took his observations at altitude. If you actually read the works of Alberuni, He discusses the problems of doing observation.
You said
Can I finish my point, or are
refracted.
you just going to overtalk me like a
No,
rude
you
bastard?
said it's refracted.
Are you going to talk over me like a rude bastard? Thank you. So, Alberini, if you read his notes, one of the reasons why he did all his observations at over 1,000 feet was to make sure that his flight wasn't being affected. Because when you go up, you have less refraction.
So no refraction that day.
No, less refraction. It
Well, hold
just
on,
means that your error
Foolish,
margin
right?
is smaller, doesn't it?
You would agree that all refraction take place near the water at the horizon.
Not all,
And as I
not
gain
all,
up-
but most.
But most, yeah.
Okay, 90% maybe.
Well, whatever the
Like,
percentage
be
is,
honest.
the
If
vast,
we're looking at the
the
horizon,
main
it's probably
effect that
over
you have.
water.
I'll catch you guys later. I'll wait for you all to calm down a bit.
No, we're waiting for
You're
you.
all
We're
a
waiting
bit
for you. We're
excited,
waiting.
he thinks, and I'm trying to make quick, concise
Yes,
points.
I'm very.
And
Now,
four
make
times
your
in a row, I was
point.
talking about.
That's why I
If I ever
begged you to
talked
say
to you, I
refracted.
apologise
I begged you.
because I had your mic a bit quiet. That was my fault. So I'll take that one. Yeah.
I dared you to say refraction, and you gave in, and I appreciate it.
I didn't say
Yeah,
refraction.
refraction.
No.
Somebody
I
said
said-
refraction, which
Yeah,
At
means
least they said
Chicago
refraction.
skyline. Debunked.
Yeah, Chicago skyline refraction.
Yeah.
I don't know
think
what
you can
the issue is.
understand the Earth is
So-
flat if you understand a circumference of light over a flat plane gives you at every altitude the appearance of curvature, which is just an effect of light over a flat plane circle.
Well, wouldn't it give the impression of convexity, not concavity, not convexity?
The only limitation of light over a flat plane would be darkness or an optical effect that bended or exaggerated the circumference of that light in terms of curvature.
I'll
I
give
don't
you
believe
one of my biggest problems.
Yeah, no,
So,
every
you've been
picture of
you've been
NASA is
critiquing,
demonstrated at light over a flat plane.
you've been critiquing the globe. I'll give you one of the biggest single problems with the flat Earth.
Every picture of NASA has only ever demonstrated a circumference of light over a flat plane.
No,
Even
I'm not
their
talking
satellite
about that. I
images
posted a picture that's not from NASA. That was taken by a friend of mine.
Yeah, what's the problem with it?
I'll let you work it out. But that to me is one of the biggest problems of trying to argue that the sun disappears from a point.
Why are you going to the sun in some bogus picture?
Where did you post it, Dross? Okay.
Yeah, I can't find that.
Yeah, wow, that is damning. That is very
He's trying to
damning.
talk about the sun and some disappearing.
damning
the
at all.
red
That
herring.
is that picture is very damning to the
It's
flat
really
Earth.
not. It's easily explained.
It is. No, it's not.
Oh,
It's
very
Go
damning.
ahead.
easily explained because
Very
on-
damning. Even though the
listen,
sun and
on
moon
water-
appear to change size in the sky, even in the globe model. Ouch.
large bodies
Called
of
the-
water evaporate a
Called
lot.
the moon
And
illusion.
as
You know
such,
about the moon illusion?
The vapor. Hold up, bro.
You're over talking.
So water vapor is it more dense or less dense
So
than the air?
you know
above
about
it?
the moon illusion?
Can you not hear percentage talking?
Well,
Percentage, you got to start from the top, right? I didn't hear a word you said.
Yeah. So water vapor, is it more dense or less dense than air?
It's gonna be
Less
more
dense.
dense, brother.
What?
More dense.
I would say it's less dense. Yeah,
Then how
it's
does it
less
rise if
dense. It's
more
obviously
dense?
less dense.
Yeah, it's less dense, right?
Yeah, who said it's more
what
dense?
do you mean less dense? It's a phase change.
Water vapor is less dense than air. That's why it rises through it. Come on, man.
No, it's more dense because there's more of a
All right,
substance in the
percentage.
media.
Talk to your man, bro. Talk to your man.
No, bro. It's
Alright.
That
less
guy's
dense.
on your team. Talk to him.
It's less dense. Where you have this large body of water evaporating, right, causing water vapor, which is a layer of medium less dense than the air above, which is more dense. We know that refraction causes light to bend towards the more dense medium. So as such, you have these rays of light bending upwards. So it's perfectly plausible that you'd see this hump of water because the light that's reflecting off of it is bending upwards, causing a stooping effect. That's exactly.
So what are you saying? That this refraction is lifting the water up, and this water is being lifted to cover the sun?
Exactly.
Bro,
But
you have
then
to
why
read
do
that-
we see the sun disappear? Why do
Yeah,
we
the
see the
water is
sun
gonna be
disappear
more dense
bottom
near
up?
the
The water
surface
that's
of the earth.
closer to you
Because
bending
if
upwards
if
into
the
your
water
eye.
is rising percentage, then we should start seeing clouds being covered as well, and we don't see that. We don't see
No,
the
not
water get
necessarily.
closer to the clouds. We just see the sun disappear.
If the
So
clouds
why
are
is
closer
this?
to the horizon, you would. So
No, we
you know
don't.
that as something.
Those clouds are pretty close to the horizon, and
Hold
I
up.
bet
Let me just say
if
this.
we had a video of that sunset, there would have been a point in time where that sun was above the clouds. But we see the sun falling. We don't see the clouds fall with the sun. So if your explanation was true, the water should affect the clouds and everything in the sky the same
The
way it's
water is
affecting the
affecting it
sun.
constantly because it's constantly evaporating,
But
right?
why does it only
So
affect the
let me
sun
finish.
percentage?
Let me finish. So you have
Hold
this
on, percentage.
this
I don't
light
think
that's
you're right on
reflecting
this
off
one,
of it,
bro.
bending upwards, right?
Yeah, you
Falling
And
is
guys
as
gonna
can't
be
it
even
more
agree
dense.
with each other.
inferiorly, then you see the thing inferiorly, right? So that's why you'd expect to see this water higher. You'd expect it constantly to be like that.
No,
And it's just
percentage.
the sun
I
going
definitely
down
understand
over this hump
what you were
of
saying. I
of
understand
refracted light.
what you were saying, but this is the question you need to answer. If this water is rising due to refraction, why does it only rise to cover the sun and nothing else in the sky?
It doesn't. It rises to cover everything. The sun just moves down
No.
below this risen
We don't see the
refracted light.
clouds disappear. We don't see clouds set. Have you ever seen a cloud set?
I'm telling you, if the clouds got as low as the sun, then
I've
it would be
seen
covered by
clouds as
this
low as the sun
obstructed thing.
on a sunset, and the clouds don't set. They stay in the sky.
Hold up. So you're saying that the sun is the only thing that goes beyond this curve?
What I'm saying is, when I've seen a sunset and the clouds are low in the sky, as well as the sun being low, the sun is the only thing that disappears under this quote unquote hump of water. I don't see the cloud set.
So
The clouds will stay
and the sun
there
are at the same level.
into the nighttime. The clouds
The
stay there
clouds,
into the
hold up.
nighttime.
So the clouds and the sun are on the same level in your field of view, but only the sun is obstructed?
Only the sun disappears. That's what I'm saying. Eventually, we won't see the sun at all anymore, but we still see the clouds. So why isn't the water rising
Because the
above the
clouds
clouds the
aren't
same
going
way it's
down,
rising
right?
Hold
above
on,
the
bro.
sun?
Lise, are
going
you a
down.
glober? What the hell are you talking about? Are you a glober for real, Lise?
Do you understand what percentage and I are disputing here?
Yeah,
Because
you're
you
talking
think
about
what you said at the
some
last
shit that
part.
you
You said
blamed
they're
on
both at the
curvature,
same
you
bro.
field
You
of view.
initially
kidding me?
think that water vapor
Hell,
is more dense than air. So I don't think you understand what percentage and
you're
I are
trying to
talking
say
about.
it wraps around the curved Earth, bro. Do you hear
That's
yourself?
not what I'm saying. Yeah, you don't
Okay, then you're
understand what I'm
not a
saying.
glober
So let
then.
me speak to percentage about this because he
All right,
he
you're not
gets
a
me. You
glober
don't.
though. Reminder.
So percentage. According to you now, just correct me if I'm wrong, but your premise is that because of refraction, the water is lifted above the sun. It seems to appear above the sun. It's not that the sun is falling, but it's that the water seems to be rising because of refraction, right?
Yeah,
The whole
because of
water
the
line
evaporation
on
of
my
the water.
whole horizon, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Now my question is, why does this only make the sun disappear and nothing else?
It doesn't. It's a faulty premise right there. If you have
All
anything
right,
at
then
the
you
same
need to
altitude,
show me. I'll post a
hold up. If
video.
you have anything at the same level in your field of view, it'll be obstructed.
All
The
right,
reason you
so
know
I'm
it's the
gonna
sun is
post.
because it's actively moving away and giving the appearance of it moving down, and that's why it seems to be obstructed by the
But the
stooping.
clouds are moving away as well. We don't see clouds set. But listen,
We
I'm
do
gonna
if they're at
post
the
a
same level of
video.
the sun.
I'm gonna post a video of clouds that are at the same level of the sun, and the sun still disappears during the sunset. And then you gotta post a video where the sun and the clouds and everything in the sky all disappear at the same time.
You
Because
just
that's your
answered
premise.
your own
That's
question.
the,
So
no, no.
if they're at the same level of the sun, then as the sun sets, they're no longer going to be at the same level. Correct?
If they're at the same level as the sun and the sun sets, they won't. Well, that's kind of you going against what you are saying now, because
No, I
you
was saying
saying
that
that
if
the
they're at the same
water
area,
is
the same level
rising.
in the field of view, they're going to have the same
Mhm.
effect. Always.
So percentage, according to you, it's the water rising and not the sun setting. And if the water's rising above the sun and there are other things on the same level as the sun, they should all disappear at the same time. That is your claim.
Listen,
right?
you can't argue against the laws of refraction. They bend towards the more
I'm not
dense
trying to
medium.
argue
You know
against laws
this,
of refraction.
right?
I'm trying to argue
So,
against your claim and your
okay, but
claim
like
only.
logically, let's just suss it out. You have all this evaporation, all this vapor, right? That's a layer of less dense medium. We know that light bends towards the more dense medium. So this light is going to reflect off of the water and go upwards, right, into your eye. Therefore, you're going to have this appearance of it, like, being downwards. That's how, it works when light enters your eye.
I don't disagree with that. I totally agree with that percentage. I mean,
So
I
you would
totally
expect to
agree
see
with
water,
you
right?
until you come to your conclusion. And your conclusion being that it's the water rising that covers the sun and the sun only. And everything else that's on the same level of the sun, according to you, should be covered, but we don't see it be covered.
It is, though.
It's not. All right, then
Define me
prove.
something
Post
at the same
something
exact
that
level in the
post
field of view
something.
that's not
Yeah,
covered.
percentage. I totally understand your argument. You don't need to repeat it. Now you need to post something
No, I'm
that
asking
backs what.
you to find something that's at the same level of the sun in the field of view, but for some reason it's not covered and the sun is.
What?
You're basically saying something like, at the same level of the sun. So let's say, how in Dress's picture you could see about half of it. So you're saying something, at that level, and it's not covered. Like this, even in the globe model, this hump occurs in 360 degrees. You wouldn't expect that it would cover something at a level of a field of view and not another thing. And if you're responding, I don't hear you.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Good, man.
I see Jin is on today. Hello, Jin.
Jin's always on. Always on fire.
Sometimes he's busy and absent.
No,
Surprisingly.
he's always on the ball.
Hi there. Yeah, no, I'm fine, thanks. No, I am not wrong. Cannot be wrong. Thank you very much. Not regarding the flat Earth. That's the foolish decision he's asking.
You tick
in
off
the
a
chat.
few
Should I be wrong?
boxes there,
No, I
Jin.
cannot be wrong.
You cannot be wrong, okay.
I read it in a mathematics textbook that Jin can't be wrong. There's actually a law.
Mathematical
Love Jin in Jin World, where Jin is never wrong.
Correct. Nature's
Fundamental
laws rule
law.
supreme. And I put
Yeah.
nature's laws.
Jin's laws of
Why
motion.
So nature's
why do
laws, the natural
narcissists
order.
never admit they are wrong?
Narcissist. Maybe Dunning-Kruger.
Realist.
I would call it
I'm
Dunning-Kruger.
a realist with integrity.
It could be a mix of Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, because look at his confidence. He's absolutely. He's saying he cannot be wrong. That's like at the peak of the Dunning-Kruger graph.
It's the peak on the left side.
Yeah, on the left side.
Yikes.
That's because I don't carry any doubt about what
We
I'm
do.
saying.
We know.
No doubt in error at all. It's delivered with conviction of the truth because it adheres to the scientific method, and nature's laws, which can never be violated. To do so is to, be blasphemous against the Creator and nature itself.
What? That's not right. There are believers in God and in a globe.
We
Is
know
it
this.
because it's such a steep...
Blasphemy.
You're in the peak of Mount Stupid and the Valley of Despair is so close. It's really a tough walk to go down that path.
Yeah, or you could give me one reason to trust the government.
Oh, does that has anything to do with the conversation?
Yeah. Give me one reason to trust the government.
No.
No, exactly. I asked the hard question.
I don't want to change that. It was such a random thing to ask for.
It's so random because Jin believes in these random things. No, Jin doesn't trust the government, and I'm questioning you. Give me one reason to trust the government.
Because the the government has your best interest as a
Yeah.
citizen in mind.
Yes, they
They
did the
nobody
slave.
here agrees that
There's
you need to
a
trust the
slave
government for
migration on
everything.
the 5-cent nickel in the States.
Yeah.
So fun.
People are
So,
doing-
so you don't
Yeah.
trust the government and everything? Then you said.
You shouldn't trust the government blindly, and you shouldn't trust them in everything. But you
Okay,
shouldn't automatically distrust them either.
All right. So do you agree that they lie?
Yes, they lie a lot of times.
A lot of times. Okay, so you actually agree they lie a lot of times. Okay. So how have you deciphered which ones are lies and which ones are true?
I sometimes a lot of times they are exposed, and sometimes they're like blatantly lying when you can just like look at what they said earlier.
Do you trust the CIA?
No.
Do you
No.
trust? Do you trust
They
the
have
other?
done so much shit.
Yeah. So do you trust the other family of intelligence agencies that are connected to the CIA, like the FBI and the
FBI? I mean, I would trust individuals in them, some of them, but as a general, they have done so much. Like, I'm speaking from experience now. Like, it's like China. Like, if something were to come out of my government, I would trust that more than what's coming out of the Chinese government. Or, yeah.
Okay, because the organization that creates the WGS 84, which is the globe model of the Earth that is used in all this stuff, is the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is a part of the family of intelligence agencies with the CIA, the FBI, and so on. So you are going to trust that, but you don't trust the other ones.
If there is something that is possible to, you could say, verify independently, which I think you would. Not I think. I know that you would with a spherical model. You would be able to verify that independently. So there is like that is much more difficult for them to fake. They can't like, oh, we live on a concave Earth, and then everybody is like, okay, then we live on a concave Earth. Of course, that's not going to work because then you can't really use these models on the Earth. It only fits on the real Earth that we are on. So that is much more difficult. But of course, for example, they lied about surveillance on of private people, like of citizens. They record like all mails and all like social media traffic, like everything.
Right. So the point I was getting at is
that is much more difficult. How do I discern that from they're not doing it? It's much more difficult because
Right.
they claim we claim they might do it, and they say no. How the fuck do you prove that? You have to look at like you have to have some people on the inside. You know, it's really hard to verify. That's the difference between those two lies.
I think Bandsaw was going to say something. I might have talked over him a little bit. Did you remember what you were going to say, Bandsaw?
No, oh yeah, you're right, Chad. I was just going to ask, what do you trust your government for?
I wouldn't say I trust the government generally, but I would say they have done a lot of things for us, which is actually done in good faith. And I don't think that's like government isn't a person. The government is built from people. So I think it's people on the inside fighting for good things. And there is also people on the inside fighting for like maybe for egoistic reasons. And they might say, fuck the people, I want power or something like that. And they
So
do that thing.
it sounds like in general that you don't trust your government on a whole. Some things, a small amount of things you can, but on a whole, a general rule of thumb is that you don't trust your government.
I would say it depends on the case by case basis. I would say not. I'm not going to say I generally distrust them. Not my government, but it depends on the lie. It has to make sense that they have to gain something from lying, of course. Otherwise,
Always
it's
the game,
kind of
but
things.
don't you think of your government, whomever government it is, has been proven to lie time and time and time again? Why would they give anyone any confidence in their government? Now,
It depends on the government, though.
I hear what you say. Like, there are individuals in government organisations that can be honest, but on a whole, the government machine itself, I don't think is honest at all. That's my personal opinion, because a government machine itself has proven itself to lie and manipulate the people that it is trying to serve, or the people that it is elected to serve.
They do lie, but what is the good thing? I would ask, like, for example, for myself, I know people who work in the government. They are not like politicians, but they are working in the government and they are doing their best. Like I don't like they have to fight internal battles, and like there are some shit, of course, but generally they try to do their best job, and they do a service for me, for the taxpayers, and so that's not a lie. So I think like most people don't do that.
I'm not pointing my finger at those machine itself as a whole, not those individuals, right? But the government machine itself is a dishonest machine. It has proven itself to be a dishonest machine. It has lied and manipulated.
But the government is built from these people. Like, if the people are honest and they are working for the government and doing their work
Government is
for
not built on people. It's built on secret societies and bloodlines and money and bankers, not people and democracy. Come on.
that you could say, well, let's say there is a leader above them who is dishonest. Like, for example, me getting treated at the hospital, I just go to the hospital and they treat me. And I get better from it. Like, what happened? What influence did the secret society have in that?
Cattle farmers vaccinate and give their animals shots so they produce more.
I know, and that's
so
considered
we're
a bad
cattle.
thing.
Countries are just slave plantations. They do the same thing. We're free range slaves. We're debt slaves. Taxation.
What?
You always pay for the land that you bought because they want you to work for the rest of your life and be a slave.
Yeah, and that's a legitimate thing to discuss, like how the property ownership is, but it's currently like capitalism is the way it is. It's kind of
capitalism is greed. If you're a capitalist, you're greedy and you don't care, and every ism fails.
It is like that's is my view on it as well, because like it's a limited resource, and this is like a result from capitalism. You get like
Scarcity is a
spiraling.
myth. Abundance is scarcity is a myth. Overpopulation is a myth. There's tons of food, tons of water. Americans waste 90 million pounds of food a year. There's 20 million open homes and 30 million homeless. It's a scam. It's all rigged.
Well, let's say okay, they rigged the system so that, for example, we don't have scarcity of space. We only have it's fictitious because it's regulated. It's regulated to be scarce. But I think it's like, okay, so if you go back in my country like 60, 70 years, there was almost no property regulation. You could like just like, oh, I'm just going to build here. And we have a lot of coastlines. There are houses and cabins on the shore because people want to live at the shore and like have the sea next to them. They had to regulate that because everybody wanted that. And the problem is, if everybody were to be allowed to do that, you wouldn't have a single available shoreline in the whole coast of Norway. Like, everybody would just build and fill up, cram up every single space of the beach. I wouldn't want that. I want a beach to be accessible for people who don't live there. So
And
I
who
think
regulates the regulators, sir?
Who polices the police?
There you go.
There is there are institutions that checks on that, and
Yeah.
also these are political. For example, laws are decided in the parliament, and you have other parties who also have to vote on it, which are opposition, and people actually vote on them. So I can just if I don't like people building houses on the beach, I can vote on the party which is against it.
So,
for
do you
example.
support the war in Iraq?
No, not
Exactly. So,
completely
government
built on lies.
people, they murder people all the time. Your government, UN, EU. How come all these Nazis were in NASA and the EU and the United Nations? Explain that.
There was
a bunch. Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of them, but there were some. Yes, they took the scientists from Germany.
Yeah. So your government and EU and NATO and UN is Nazis.
I don't think they're Nazis anymore. No.
Oh no, so they were, but they're not anymore.
I have to look at individually. You know that people were forced to work for even private, like for example, Siemens and ABB
The
built.
government forced these Nazis to work for them?
No, the Nazis forced the scientists to work for the Nazis. I would say.
What? The Operation
the
Paper.
Nazis
U.S. government brought over former Nazi military to work for NASA. And there's
I'm
UN.
saying they were part of. They lived in Germany, and when you live in Germany, you can't just I'm just gonna leave and build a rocket for the enemy instead. I mean, of course not.
No, you're supposed to be explaining why your governments are affiliated with Nazis.
No, you are assuming they were ideological Nazis. I don't think many of them probably.
So, would you ever associate with a murderer or a Nazi or a psycho?
No.
Exactly. So why would the government?
Because I don't think they were. Don't you hear me? I don't think that necessarily they were ideological.
You're toast, man.
No, I don't think they were. For example, I can give you an example. ABB and Siemens, they are big companies today.
Red herring.
They were.
Going into
I think
the
it was
weeds.
Siemens. I think it was Siemens who built the fucking mass. Not gas chamber, but like the burning chambers where they burn.
Don't talk about the Holocaust, please.
And they built that, and I don't think they actually had a choice. I mean, they could say if they wanted to do it, they could say yes. If they sorry, Lise is
Palestine.
Lise is
Do not defend Zionists, please.
I'm just saying, there is if you are in a totalitarian dictatorship, and the government wants to do stuff, what is stopping them from forcing you? If you live in that country, I would never say that all soldiers of Germany was Nazis. Probably many or some. And definitely, probably the higher
Don't talk
ranks.
about how Hitler was a Zionist puppet and how he had Zionist soldiers. Do not bring Zionist Nazis into this.
The same reason I wouldn't blame individual soldiers in United States for going to Iraq.
They murder people for money. U.S. soldiers murder people for money because it's an easy job. You get 18 years old and you're like, I want an easy job. I don't want to do this. I don't know what to do. I'll join the military and be a tough guy.
I don't think it's an easy job, but it's not an easy job, I think.
No, it could be a tough job. You could have to dig trenches and build.
No, you could get shot at and you die.
You're fighting for oil and gold and Zionist bankers for territory and land, to destroy landmarks, to hide history.
They soldiers, a lot of them believe that they fight for what you call it,
Freedom. They
you
fight
know,
for my freedom. Yeah, even though
they
I'm not
fight
free.
for, and yeah, and that's where I think the lie was sold in 2002 or
Yeah.
3 or when it was.
Yeah.
And but now, like, regardless, the past is past. They did all that shit. They shouldn't maybe have gone into
No,
the
no,
country.
no, 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 no. They starved the Ukrainians. 7 million people died in 1933 because they stole the grain, sold the grain to the West and everywhere else. And I don't forget this shit. I'm only 40, but I don't forget this. Never. I don't forget Waco. I don't forget 9/11, how they took down the towers. I don't forget how they're.
How can you forget? It was historical.
It's because I care about things that didn't affect me. I don't need my dad to get Alzheimer's to care about
No.
Alzheimer's. I don't
Same
need my
here.
mom to get multiple
Same here.
sclerosis to care about multiple sclerosis.
Well, same here.
I defend all races, all religions, all whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I'm white, I'll defend Palestine, free Palestine. I'll defend blacks and the black slavery. Like,
I think we're going on
and
a
the white Trump racists, I'll expose
tangent.
them. I expose anybody. I don't care.
Expose, yeah, but
Free Palestine.
is it about? Yeah, we went on a tangent. So it was about the government lying, and
Yeah, you conceded the government lies, but then you choose when they lie and when they tell the truth.
No.
And they're not lying about
I think
this. but
they're
they're
built
lying
up from individuals who could or could not lie. Of course, that's the case with anything. Even if there was no government, if there was a bunch of companies, you still have to decide whether the company is honest or not. So I think it doesn't change anything.
Well, yeah, when there's obvious secret societies openly.
Yeah, it's a false analogy because the companies can't dictate or force you to do things.
I mean, I have to like have a job, so yes, they can like.
Oh, you mean a
force
company that
me.
you work for?
The company I work for, I have to have money, you know, to survive. So they have some form of power over me.
Of course. Yeah, there's no denying that.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
that companies have much more, at least if you get monopolies, and
Yep.
we do have a lot of monopolies, so
Yeah.
they do have a lot more power than you think.
A lot
Probably
of the
too much
girls-
because they are unregulated.
You're talking about the companies lobbying and having power over government. In terms of your company that you work for having power over you, if you feel like it's too much power or that they're abusing it or that they're lying, you can always find another job with another company.
No, that is
So it's a free
assuming
market,
that I'm
right?
talking about the monopoly situation where you have monopolies. It's not that easy, I think. For example, let's say you are a search. If you want to have a work for a company which are working with like search engines, you have Google. What the fuck else? You have almost nothing else. Like it's not many choices. And if somebody were to build a new company who are not one of the like 3 search engines that exist, you're gonna be bought up or like sold out or pressured out from the market.
Yeah, but you have agency. You have the personal capability to expand your horizons in terms of like what you can do, what positions you can work in, and stuff like that, right? So
Yeah,
you
then
need
but
not
I
be
want to work with
beholden
this,
to a
and I
company.
can't do that because they are dishonest. I can't do anything about it. So I think they have too much power in that sense.
I think companies have too much power when they lobby the government. I think they have, all the
You don't think this would happen without lobbying?
What would happen?
You don't think power structures would happen without lobbying?
You mean like developing monopolies and stuff? I think if there was no government involvement, it would be very hard. If you had a free market where people, just went towards the company that they found was most competitive, best price, best customer service, stuff like that, then you wouldn't have the oligopolies and the monopolies that you see today.
I think you would still have monopolies, because when we have seen that with, like, for example, in my country, I remember a few years back, bear company. We have 2 companies, because everybody got bought up, but you have a law for a monopoly law, a competition law, basically, which are supposed to regulate if there are no monopolies. And the biggest company, I think it's maybe Carlsberg, maybe they wanted to buy up the biggest Norwegian beer company called Hansa, and it's only those 2. They could buy them. There's no issues with them buying it, but the government stopped it. So if they did, you would only have one beer company.
Okay.
Look at
right?
Cola and Pepsi. Like,
Hold
only
up. Let's say the
2
government
companies.
didn't stop it, and you had this one company, and they had all the power. You don't think, out of greed for like increasing the bottom line, that they would raise prices? And you actually have it even without one company. You have multiple companies, like doing a price fixing. Like there's even in like North America, in Canada, there was just a couple of years ago, there was a bread price fixing scandal throughout like the big kind of companies.
Yeah.
So it happens all the time, right? But the fact that they're greedy and increasing the price so as to increase their bottom line means that another company could come in and provides it at a lower price, right? And
Well, what
maybe
that
they'll
happen
get
when
bought out.
they do
Maybe
that?
they'll get bought out. But as soon as they
Yeah.
increase the price artificially, then there's an avenue for another company to come in and get some business, and you can
And they get bought out.
vote with your wallet. Sure, they'll
Why
get bought
why
out,
would they allow that company to survive?
I'm with you, but if they're providing the price at the lower price, even
Yeah.
if it's one company or multiple companies, and they're providing it at the competitive price, then your needs are being met, right? It's only kind of dictatorial or unfair if they're artificially raising the price. But if they're providing it, they're not greedy, and they're not caring about increasing their bottom line and stuff like that, and they're providing a fair price.
Artificially raising it is perfectly fine in the free market. There are no laws. The reason why we say it's illegal is because we decided that it's illegal, and there must be an enforcing law which tells you companies cannot artificially collaborate on raising prices
No,
altogether.
but even if they wanted to, if it was a free market and they wanted to, that leaves the opportunity for another company to come in and do it like at a fraction of they'll get marginally less money, but they'll be getting more business because they're giving you a more competitive price, right? So they have to, like, in a free market, you can't just artificially raise the price, because people will vote with their wallet, and a new company will start up with that's basically more efficient and providing it at a lower cost.
Well, you have that. You can start companies today with for pretty much anything, almost, and there is nothing stopping you from doing it. But there is also nothing stopping the companies from, like, as we said, like with money, it's greed, and for the tiny company, if you get bought out for, like, let's say you have a tiny company, it's worth 20 million, and they're like, here you go, 100 million, just leave, and we'll take the company. They'll do that because it's going to pay in the long run for them,
Absolutely.
even if it's a bad buy, just to buy out the company.
Yeah, absolutely. But at that point, if they, again, because they have control of the market, they're being greedy, they're increasing their prices, like unwarrantedly, then that introduces, again, the avenue for another startup to come in, or another small mom and pop, whatever, to come in and provide it at a more efficient price, right? And maybe they'll get bought out too. But this cycle will repeat so long as they're greedy, right?
That's what's happening all the time.
And that's fine. That's fine. The only thing right now that we have an issue. Right now we have these big corporations lobbying the government so as to shut out people from like these mom and pop stores. Like there's kind of added governmental control that's preventing people from. It's not a free market. Is my point. It's not a completely free market because you have these lobbyists that are earmarking funds to specific politicians and stuff like that, or political groups, and as a result there's their kind of needs or wants are being met. So
Yeah.
it's not a fair system.
But that's, for me, that is corruption, and that
It
shouldn't
is.
be. That shouldn't be allowed, and I think that's, of course, a drawback with any system. But I think if you were to have a free market without any governmental and oversight, then a lot of these things which you say this is unfair, this isn't allowed, this isn't okay, all of that would be allowed. There is no what is right or wrong. You can just do whatever you want to.
I'm fine with that because people will vote with their wallet, right? There's going to be word of mouth. If someone's, unscrupulous and, someone's a scammer or something like that, someone's like providing lemons, not doing their due diligence when falsely like misrepresenting what the thing that they're selling, all this stuff, then
that is allowed. There is no false
sales.
there's no false, yeah. But even still, with false misrepresenting, there still might be. That doesn't mean that it will automatically dictate that it's going to make what is morally right the best, the option that everybody will choose. For example,
it's not about that. It's about whether or not this business is good, basically, but whether or not provides the service at the price that they're saying that they're providing, right? And if it turns out that these products that this business is selling don't work, or they break too easily or something like that, that's gonna you're gonna have customer reviews and stuff like that. You're still gonna have ratings and what have you, and you're gonna have word of mouth and all this communication on the internet and what have you.
Yeah, but then you have like what does big companies do? They buy reviews. Is that illegal? No, it is illegal with the government, but not with a free market. So you get so much with money. You can
that will get out, right? People will know that this company buys reviews, so it's fake. Just like you have a lot of Twitter accounts that they have a bunch of bot followers, like some slave bots, like from Russia, that just gave them a bunch of followers. People kind of understand that.
Yeah,
and
but then how do you get that
scammed, then you
news
just
out?
didn't do your due diligence, and you get burned and you learn.
That's the thing. You don't necessarily get burned. You just pay a bit more than you should. So you get the
that
service
happens already, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's. I think it would be worse if you had a completely. I think we see that with, like, some countries are not corrupt and they actually have a functioning government.
Name one country that's not corrupt.
I think Norway is.
Norway's not corrupt. Come on, man. What?
It was literally on the first place, like a couple years back, in corruption index.
Are they in the UN or the EU?
They are not in the EU, but they are in the, like, almost all countries are in the UN. What the fuck?
Okay, well, they're corrupt.
Not
They're run by Zionist bankers, Jesuits, Freemasons.
Yeah, okay.
Simple as that.
Whatever.
Yeah, you can claim you're non-corrupt Norway, and hopefully people believe you.
I think the problem is here. Corruption has a meaning because we have set laws which we're supposed to follow, and if said laws are not followed, then you have corruption. If you have no government and you have
marijuana being a
if you have no government, if you have no
motorcycle
laws,
cop giving you a
let him finish what he was saying, and
then corruption doesn't exist because everything is allowed. So there is nothing that is not allowed. You just do whatever you want to, and you just have to decide what is okay. That was it. I was finished now.
Go ahead, Northern.
No, like, what do you mean? Every country is controlled. You're taxed. Your land taxed. They're all in the wars. They all are the allies. They're all locking you down. Like, where is the separation?
That's right. Funk, what about that? You know, the actual this situation we're under now, where everybody in your country they had the lockdown. You got to wear the mask. It was enforced. Is that not corruption at the highest degree when there's nothing out there hurting anyone?
No,
Really?
no, I don't think it is. It's
Come
it's
on.
it's
Hold
the way
on.
the
Come
government
on.
is.
Do you
That's not an
do,
argument.
do you
The
think
reason
being
why that is because you have to weigh. If you want security,
Come
that is
on,
at the cost of
man.
liberty. That's just how it
no?
is.
Hey,
If you want
Your
want the
government
police,
lied to you. Your
which
government lied
then the
to you,
police
man.
have laws, and those laws
The
will
police,
most likely
pure
limit
corruption.
somebody's liberty, and that's what you have to weigh.
What if
At what
we left security to be,
Yeah.
at the hands of yourself, your personal
do
security?
you
I think
believe
that
forcing
anarchy
people to do
sounds
things is
insane.
correct? Do you
If you want
believe
to
in
see
forcing?
anarchy, go over to the Flat Earth debate server and see what happens when everybody's
Do
a
you
mob.
believe
It's
in
freaking
forcing
crazy.
people to do things? Do you believe in
So
forcing people
D-Muck
to
is
do
a mod, and like everybody's a fucking mod. Harp, and everybody's just going crazy over there.
Do you believe in forcing people to do things?
And not unlimited.
Against their will.
Do you believe in
I think
forcing
if
people to
somebody
do
wants
things
to
against their
murder
will?
people, then yes. If somebody wants to murder people, then yes, I think it's okay to force them to be in the prison.
That just shows the delusion of the atheist to go
Yeah,
that
you're
route.
sick, man. That's
I agree
dangerous.
with that only in the
Dangerous,
scope
man.
of me being
Dangerous.
the dictator. I feel like I'd be a benevolent dictator.
No,
and
I'm not
I would
saying
force
that
people.
I should decide alone. I think that if you have like 5 million people and there are two
How do you
people
know
who
what they're going to
thinks,
do?
oh,
Do you believe in forcing a random person to do something?
no, not a
Thank
random
you.
person. I never
Thank
said that.
you for that tiny bit of honesty, which is almost impossible to get from a Glober. It's
Yeah.
it's
That
insane.
tiny
that's
molecule.
unnecessary.
Why would you
For
force
you
and
to admit that forcing somebody to do something is wrong is difficult to get some
not
Globers to
without
admit.
any reason? Not without any
How do you
reason.
know the reason? You don't know. You can't. You
Yes,
can't
I
force.
know the reason.
You shouldn't. You.
If I know the reason, I know the reason.
You
If
force
there are no
somebody to do
reasons,
What are you
something,
talking
you
about? Who's forced to
deserve
do
what
what?
you get. You do not force
give me
anybody to do
give me an
anything.
example, and
Northern, what are you
I'll
talking about? Who's
see
forced
if
to do
there's a
what?
reason or not.
An injection that you don't want. An injection that you don't want.
Yeah, the
I
government.
think there's a reason. I think there's a good reason to take the vaccine,
Or you
but I
believe in
don't think
forcing.
it's. But
It
then
doesn't
again,
fund your
you have to weigh liberty versus security, and I think in the case of the liberties you lose, which is bodily autonomy, I don't
No,
think
no.
it
Yeah,
works.
you believe in forcing people to do things. So you're a dictator. You're an
No,
oppressor. You are an
no,
oppressor.
not
You're an
unlimited.
oppressor who supports
Not unlimited,
terrorism.
not
Who
unlimited.
supports
And I
tyranny.
actually said, if you guys were listening to me now, I said, I think that in this case, the bodily autonomy weighs heavier than the security from everybody taking the vaccine.
No, that's wrong. You're wrong because you're supposed to
Are you
follow the
wrong?
science.
Are you?
No, he's saying it weighs
Jen, you're not hearing what I'm
$2.
saying, Jen.
He's
I'm on
agreeing
your
with you.
side.
Yeah, I
Right,
think
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
I think I can probably support Funk in a way. Like I can totally see that the governments are actually being lied to and they're being deceived, especially in the case of space agencies. So you can have these space agencies ripping off the government and then another country's space agency pops up and does the same thing. I think the governments in a lot of cases, of course there's corruption, but the governments are actually being misinformed and they do have good
I
intentions
totally
a lot of
Nope.
the
disagree with
time.
that. So
Nope.
I totally
Lies.
disagree that because
Lies.
government agency. Yeah, NASA's a government agency, mate, and they're getting money, $22 billion a year. That's a lot of money to be giving to no satellites, no moon landings, no photographs of Earth, only
I have to
CGI
go first.
composites, no videos. The government is complicit in the deception.
It's
Sorry.
like the space agency. So the government is lying to the government? Really? That's your argument. Good job.
Yeah, I think
NASA, not Gov.
it's kind of my feelings are kind of mixed on it. I think that you do have corruption in the government. There's definitely corruption there, but they're actually being deceived ultimately, at the end of the day, by these companies. They're ripping the money off the taxpayers to basically get their way.
Who's higher up? The
No
corporations or
way.
the guy who prints the money? Who's richer, Bill Gates
No,
or
no.
Rothschild?
Yeah, exactly. That's not the
Yeah,
government. Though, is it?
Rothschild and all the bankers.
Yeah, you're on the money there. That's for sure.
Government
That's
knows
for that.
exactly what's going on. The
Yeah, the
governments
government
know
knows
exactly what's
exactly. The
going on.
government is a propaganda machine, and they.
They're being deceived by the space agencies. They're in bed together. Remember, they also had these wars that needn't have happened. The government has been complicit all the way. Look at the way they did the Vietnam Wars and then the 9/11. I mean, those two incidences, are unforgivable. Yet alone, there's several others.
Okay.
But that's just
Okay.
on
So
the
I wouldn't.
chance.
I wouldn't like to put a blanket statement against the entire government of one country. I would say there's a part of the government which is corrupt, and there's a part of the government that is being deceived and
Nope.
ripping off the people. But there's the rest of the government as well. The rest of the government, say 90% of the government, that are just following whatever they're told to do, and they think they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 90%, but I agree with that. That there are a number of people in there, a certain percentage, that are totally oblivious to what's going on. Yes, but the ones who are in control, the ones who are at the highest echelons, they're the ones that know what's going on, and they represent the government, and they're the ones that are deceiving everyone, putting people in harm's way.
Name
Well, like
one.
our
Name
Prime
one
Minister,
honest politician. Name one
like
honest politician.
like for example, our
Yeah.
Prime Minister here, our leader here in New Zealand, she wouldn't know what the fuck is going on at all.
You can't name one honest politician. I rest my case.
Yeah.
She knows what's going on. That Prime Minister of yours knows exactly what's going on. She knows. She knows. She would know the history of your country and how it's got to be where it is. She would have to know that, and it came underhand. It didn't come by any honourable, integral means at all. It was all dishonest and deception, underhand. And she would know that. To be a politician, she would
If
know
they
that.
have any integrity, they're sifted out at the local and civil level. Once they get to provincial and state level or country level, they are not legit. They are controlled opposition, sellouts to humanity.
We need to get one of them in a dark room with some handcuffs and maybe a bowling ball and a tennis ball, and just see what they can talk about.
They already admit it. It's revelation of the method. They tell you in many videos, many. How does Epstein? How does Prince Charles and boy or whatever pedophile guy, and how does Nygaard get not charged, and how do all these guys not get charged because they own the police and the judges? It's all corrupt.
Yeah, and let's not forget that they meet up in those meetings that are known as the Bilderberg groups and these other summits to sit down and discuss how they are going to continue to control the sleeping masses. So all they're doing, because whenever they have these meetings, we don't benefit. We're the worse off. We're the ones who die in these wars. We're the ones who are paying the taxes. We fit the bill. We are the mugs that pay the bill, yeah? Yeah. Let's not forget.
So maybe was Gaddafi a politician?
Technically,
Gaddafi was trying to unite Africa under one united Africa. He was trying to do, and because he was achieving that, they killed him.
Yeah, for me personally, I don't trust any politician. Northern does not trust any politician. Gaddafi, JFK, I don't trust any of them. Zero politicians, zero athletes, zero celebrities. That's me.
Yeah. Oh, that's an extreme viewpoint there, man. Do you trust yourself?
I trust myself. Yes, I do. But I do
Okay,
not
good.
trust anybody with a blue check mark. I do not trust any celebrity, any athlete who sold for the Masonic contract, like Kyrie Irving.
Okay, I'll agree with that. Yeah, I'll agree with that. I will agree with that. Yes, that word Masonic coming in there. Definitely. Stanley Kubrick, the best film director ever lived, tried to warn us that in the movie called Eyes Wide Shut, not to mention Doctor Strangelove, not to mention 2001: A Space Odyssey, not to mention The Shining. He made so many good films. Not to mention A Clockwork Orange, for example. He made so many good movies to warn us about authority and how it's.
I was going to mention Eyes Wide Shut. It's like they tell you about the secret
that's the one.
societies. There's
That's the
Freemason
crown
lodges in every city openly, and you're gonna say, "Oh, they're just nice old guys getting together for beers." You wish.
Yeah, right. And if you see what they eat, some people could never achieve that level of dining in their whole lives the way they dine. Okay, let's not forget all this, yeah, folks. Those of you who are listening who think you're free when you're slaved up. Democracy is dictatorship masquerading as democracy. All right? Don't be fooled, don't be blind all your life. Wake up. Democracy, freedom. Myths, dreams. It's like trying to grab air. Can you grab air? No, right.
Yeah,
Or
I would say.
Can you grab a wet bar of soap covered in engine oil? Can you actually grab it? No, you can't. That's democracy for you.
Yeah, it's like they say, if they hated us for freedom, they don't hate us anymore.
Yeah. Honestly, line up and put
that's why there's no defense. Like if you defend the government, like that's got to be the weakest position to take, where you're like, no, these guys who came and stole the land and murdered innocent people and raped women, they're right. They're telling me the truth. Like there's no way you can defend them. It's
no way
losing
at all. They should be in prison. They shouldn't be in that position they're in. So no. Governments do not help at the moment.
Yeah,
Look
we
at
know.
where humanity is today.
We know it's Stockholm syndrome and indoctrination, which makes them believe in the globe, which makes them statist, the Prussian education system, which made them obedient, and they follow it. And then you add in the internet in 2000, and the effeminate of males, and these agendas and psyops and never endings. Yeah.
Exactly. Anyone thinking government is good, no, you're delusional. Sorry. And the thing that the little minuscule good thing that they do, that can be achieved in any community, can do that for themselves. You don't need government to do that. So basically, at the moment, if you're thinking government is good, you're part of the problem.
That's like I was saying, a farmer is going to feed his sheep. A farmer is going to vaccinate or give his sheep, his whatever, his flock or his cows shots.
Yeah.
They're going to
Exactly.
So obvious. Like before, they used to whip you and murder you for dissent. Now you're a free range slave where you pick your job, so you think you're free. You go to school, they steal you from your parents. The TV and the schools raises you, and you're taught these atheist lies, and then that's what you believe.
Inject you 72 different vaccines, wrecking your brain and your body for the future. Totally. What a life, eh? What a life. And you're smiling. I love my government. Government is good for me. Really.
But the one. So
if that isn't one wishy-washy, brainwashed, dumb motherfucker. Really. And that's being kind.
Yeah, we're being nice. We're being nice.
Yeah, we're being nice, mate. You know that expression? You've got to be cruel to be kind. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. When I think of the North American genocide or the Ukrainian genocide or the Palestinian genocide or children being forced to wear masks, I'm pissed off, but I'm able to control it because to have empathy and to know those things happened and to know people allowed that to happen is disgusting, and humanity is disgusting for allowing those things to happen.
Yeah. I'm always pulling up people with the contradiction in their behaviour. They'll go to the supermarket. Mummy's wearing a mask, but the kid's not wearing a mask. So I say, Mummy, but you're not protecting the little girl. But you're why? And then then immediately after that, you'll see the reverse. The little girl's got one, and Mummy's not wearing one. Mummy, you're not wearing a mask, but the little girl, what's going on? She's going to buy it. Can you see that there's no logic behind and I'm not wearing one. I mean, come on, is it really in the air? Is it really coming to get us? Really? Please. Mummies and daddies, start thinking properly, please.
I'm trying. I'm strategically avoiding that topic, but
You know what I mean, though.
oh yeah, I know it's
Even Biden, look, even in Biden's vicinity, look, there he's at the rostrum about to give his bullshit speech, and he takes his mask off, and everybody else has got theirs on still. So he's spreading germs then, the cunt. Talk with your mask on, you bum. I mean,
yeah.
takes
I
his
have,
mask
I have
off.
my strategy. I have a couple of questions, pin them down, and they're like, but I just don't want confrontation every time. So
Okay, go ahead.
no, I'm saying just in real life, like I have.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Like,
No, I don't mind I don't mind the confrontation. Give it to them. Remember, they're hastening our demise. You know what I mean? So we might as well tell them they're doing it.
Yeah, but
Remember that.
here, like, say you live in a small town, they kick you out of that store, then you got to drive 30 miles to the next store.
Yeah, well, that's a bit of a slap, but maybe
And
it might be.
then you get kicked out of that store, then it's 50 miles to the next store, and you get a $200 fine and another fine, and you're like, oh shit, like maybe I
wouldn't pay any of the fines. I wouldn't pay any of the fines. I'd just burn those things straight away on the floor and leave it there. Pay nothing.
Well, here it might be different because they'll come and they'll imprison you. They'll take your house and then they'll put you in jail after.
Yeah, they'll try.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't want to take that risk because I know they're going to do it. People talk about fighting it and blah blah blah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, you got to fight it all the way. You got to. That's what's got to happen. You see, if people don't get to that level where they fight and unite together, then you're going to get nowhere. The government's going to think it's got a free hand. It does already. As soon as the military come onto the side of the public, they've got nothing. They got niche. They're going to run scared. They're already scared. That's why they're doing what they're doing, because they are scared. There's more of us than them. And if we find out, they're going to be in trouble. That's why they keep perpetuating this fear. And that we'll take your property. Yeah, you'll see a double-barrel sauna right up your nose.
But as you know, it's a slow conversion to flat Earth or COVID truth, where people love money and they worship money, so that's their life and that's all they care about. If it doesn't affect their money, if it doesn't affect their life, they don't care.
Yeah, well, it affects my money situation, but I'm still fighting on.
Oh, whether it affects my money or doesn't, I still care. Like that's the difference between me and a lot of people, where like I don't have to be affected by something to defend it or care about it.
That's right. That's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong on every count.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I just fight for the truth, try to speak the truth, expose liars.
That's it.
And that's all you can do. Like,
yeah. Be modest. Honestly. Today started off weird with my my student, who she's 60 years old. So basically, she examines English exam papers, and she also teaches English to junior high school level of English. Okay, and she was talking about a way. One of the students was talking about a way of, in an essay, of contributing to society by being modest, and not wanting to rock the boat, basically, and be an acceptance of people's opinion. And in a way, I agreed, but I said to a point. So I don't agree to the point where we accept their opinion if it's endangering the whole human race, like the situation we're in now, where everyone's wearing a mask, accelerating our demise when there's nothing out there to be scared of. That kind of modesty, I cannot do that. I cannot be like that. No, I'm going to be the person blowing the whistle. Of course,
Yeah, see, it's a fine line because say I live in a small town and then I speak out and then instantly I'm targeted. Oh, you're the flat earther, or you're the anti this, and then
Yeah.
people
Well, you got to stand
burn
up for
my
the truth,
house,
though,
or
haven't you?
people
You got to
target
stand
me, or
up.
people come beat me up, or like so. It's
You
like
got to
whether it be
stand
flat
up
earth.
for the truth. You got to stand up for the truth because in the long run, in the grand scheme of things, that truth is going to come out, and then those people are going to be lifting you up like you're a king in the end, with their embarrassment in hand. So no,
Oh yeah,
truth
no,
is
I
worth
pick
getting
my
beaten up
spots.
for. I will get beaten up for the truth. Stand up and still perpetuate that truth. Don't care what they're saying. They're going to say, "Oh fuck me, this guy's just unbreakable, unstoppable. What is it with this bloody goddamn nigger bastard? What's going on?" Some people
He's
might
got
be thinking about
unlimited
that, of course.
energy.
Yeah, this man won't go down. Fuck.
Yeah, he's passionate. Where does he get this passion from? Well, yeah,
Yeah.
when you see all the oppression, if you don't
Yeah.
have this passion, then there's something wrong.
Something is wrong. Yeah, exactly. I
Like,
cannot be oppressed. Like
yeah,
they
that's
said, yeah, the nail that's in Japan, they say, the nail that sticks out will be hammered down. I said, yeah, you're going to need a lot of fucking hammers. You better believe that one. Go and get a good supply because I'm the nail that shatters your hammer.
Oh, what happened to turn the other cheek?
Oh, I can turn the other cheek and turn it again. You know, that's not a problem, but I'm still going to be standing up.
Jin is very nice to people, but when it comes to globe earthers, he will shoot you in the head.
Yeah, with the flat earth truth. Yeah. I will open your brain and pour in the flat earth truth into it, and then thus you're a flat earth. But like I said, every person here is a flat earth.
yeah, but
A flat earther in the making.
yeah, but Jin knows he's not going to convince you, so it's all about the viewers or anybody watching. That hopefully they have a logical mind and they can see who's telling the truth and who's not.
Yeah. I keep telling him there is no viewers, but he won't believe me.
There is no viewers, whether it be 5 now, 5. Even if it's one person later, it does.
Yeah.
It's good enough.
That's enough. Exactly. You see, Dawn, that's the spirit. You know. So your position, if you're on the globe side, is that you're hastening your demise because every time you resist and they hear us talking, they're going to think, well, something's wrong. They're asking the same questions over and over again.
There is
They're
no
not
them.
getting any satisfactory responses. There must be something. Let me go. How do I know that the Earth is a globe? Hang
The
on a
only
second.
person watching is Babs on YouTube. Sorry.
Dawn, what are you?
What are you? Now.
I watch sometimes on YouTube.
What is your position?
Yeah.
I'm a globe believer.
Good. Jin would hate
Sad
that.
state of affairs. Sad state of affairs.
Jin, I can hear your heart just dying.
Yo, but at least he said he's the
2022.
globe believer. He didn't say, "Oh, it's a globe." He said, "I believe it's a globe," which is fine.
All right, let's ask him. What did you mean by globe believer? Dawn.
Oh, sorry, I believe it's a globe in the void of space orbiting the sun.
Why did you use the word believe?
Oh, because I don't like the word fact for this or knowledge. I do use those words, but believe is a better word for how I feel about it.
Yeah, folks. The reason he uses the word believe is because he cannot prove what he believes in. This is
Because I'm an honest man.
Hang on, don't interrupt now, Dawn, because you
Yeah,
spoke.
it's 'cause he's honest. I appreciate it.
This is why we flat earthers this year, 2022, we're asking, why is it the heliocentrists want to believe in something they cannot prove? Believe, remember, we know the Earth is not a spinning ball. We know the Earth is a flat, level plane. We know this.
Yeah, and
There's
that's
no
why
belief in the
I'm
flat
more
Earth. We
honest
don't
than
carry
you.
that belief.
That's why my
Let me
position's
ask
more
you
honest.
guys.
Facts we have.
Let me draw your attention, guys. Have you noticed that flat earthers reject not only the shape of the Earth, but everything that supports that it's a globe, even gravity, which would seem unrelated at first, if you're actually just thinking about the shape of the Earth. You would expect someone to also believe in gravity, but it's interesting, even gravity they've denied. You'll notice everything that supports the globe Earth model, they will deny it. Not because it's wrong or because they don't believe it, but rather because they don't want to believe the Earth is a globe.
Yes.
Unfortunately, nothing supports the globe or gravity. Gravity is an unproven theory, and if you've been listening from a couple of hours ago, or you've just come in, I'll repeat it. There are two gravities to consider for those who are listening, and that is Newtonian and Einsteinian. Now, Einsteinian gravity has superseded Newtonian's
Save it for later,
theory.
I know this.
Don't interrupt! I didn't interrupt you, right?
Save it for later.
Don't interrupt. Let me finish. Einstein's theory has superseded Newtonian's theory of mass attracting mass, right? One, because Sir Isaac Newton couldn't prove it himself, and he disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass, and I posted his quotes in this server. And then Einsteinian's gravity is an unproven theory. I don't believe in it. I don't carry that. It's bullshit. But it's unproven. And if a theory is unproven, you have no right in believing in it and perpetuating it as real. Okay?
Theory
and
of
there is
gravitation.
nothing, I
It's
haven't
not
finished
unproven,
yet.
it's a law.
There is nothing there that supports the oblate spheroid globe in a vacuum of space. There's not one shred of evidence. Otherwise, we
this is a
wouldn't be
monologue
here
now.
asking for that proof.
Jin, we heard you.
Thank you.
Don't even bother with them. Don't even reply.
Of course not. You can't dare. You can't dare go against that.
Jin, gravity isn't a theory.
Well, at least man
Gravitation's
can
an
talk
actual
for
law.
minutes at a time and be interrupted. You got to give him that credit. Like, can you do that?
I was just thinking, like, what do you think we're going to see when the veil is lifted? What is that big surprise going to be?
Flat Earth.
Who said there was going to be a big surprise anyway? Point is, Jin just laid out some crazy ass shit, and you should at least respond to it if you're going to criticize him.
We know Jin's. We've spoken to him so many times. He's
I
not the type of
also
person to
have,
believe
and
him.
I have a lot of respect for him.
He's-
I think he's
he's
got
not
some
the type
really
of
good
person.
points, and so should you. I
He's
would
not the
imagine.
convincing type of person. He's a Dunning-Kruger type. There's a good flat earther and there's a bad flat earther. Jin is the bad one.
No, he's a human who is confident in his belief system, is what he is.
He's gone rogue, basically.
And it's nice to hear you again, E.T. Remember, Jin doesn't carry beliefs. These are all knowledge. We know. And believing is the enemy of knowledge.
I've got something for you, Jen. Gravitation is a natural law now, not a theory, I'm afraid. So
it's even been proven with a Cavendish experiment.
Not been proven
You're
whatsoever,
afraid?
gravitation.
Oh,
Wait,
wait, Jen, throw all your books in the garbage. They're afraid. It's been disproven. I guess that's the decision. It's been disproven. So,
and how
you
do
were
objects
wrong
form?
all along. It's been disproven. So,
How do objects accelerate
there you
at
go.
9.2
And let's
meters per
take
second
Cavendish.
squared?
Let's take Cavendish, the character himself.
I asked a question. Did you hear
It
me?
was said of Cavendish. Listen to this, something you may not have known about Cavendish. It was said of Cavendish that whenever anyone came to see him at his massive property, he would never look at you in the eye. You would be talking to the back of his head, right? And I wonder why. You know why? Because he was a lying
Could be
bastard
autism.
about. Hang on, don't interrupt.
Could be
He was a
autism.
lying
Yeah.
bastard about saying he observed the balls move. You know, the balls on this contraption that moved to prove little g and whatever. He
People
lied.
with ASD, people with autism spectrum disorder, tend to avoid eye contact. So that's
And
another
you're going to
possibility.
base your knowledge on this
You
man
wouldn't consider.
with his disability, really? Yeah, right. He was a
Yeah,
lying bastard.
don't you know what that is? ASD.
That's why. He was a lying, no good scumbag, and that is why he couldn't face you. You had to talk. Embarrassed. He was embarrassed for the lie he told. He couldn't bear to look at you in the eyes and for you to accuse him, you liar. How did you prove it? Show us again. No one can even repeat that experiment. No one.
Oh, did you say no one? Hang on. Wait,
No
one
one
second.
can repeat that Cavendish experiment. No one.
Yeah, show me mass attracting mass, please. Even though you're out of date by about 100 years, but go ahead.
Yeah.
You don't even know your own model. That's twisted.
Terrible. And we're
Right,
living
I
in
sent it.
supposed modern
Give
times,
to 11
and they
minutes
can't even
and
bring a modern gravity to it.
Any
give to 11
experiment,
minutes and 26 seconds.
any scientific experiment to validate space-time?
Yeah.
Let's
Using
go.
the
Hang on,
scientific
guys.
methods,
What
please.
you've
I
asked
sent
for?
you.
You've asked for the gravity experiment, and now it's been
No,
provided. So now you need
yeah.
to you need
You
to look at
wanted
it.
evidence of mass attracting mass. Go look. And and Jin made a big fat lie saying that nobody has repeated the experiment. Here it is on YouTube.
Yeah, that's a lie, Jen. Sorry.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's
No,
not
there
mass
is someone
attracting mass.
doing it here, so it's obviously a lie what you just
It's
said.
not
Yeah,
mass
What's your
attracting
independent
mass.
variable?
I hope Flat Earth is here, Jin, and the amount of times he misleads people, and you start
I'm not
realizing
misleading
you're
you,
following
Theoretical
folks.
button.
You
What's
can
following
look
him
on
your
like a
YouTube.
leader.
independent
Look on YouTube.
variable?
Take a good
You're
listen
following
to
him like
Jin
a
right
leader.
now, folks.
Yeah, what's the
Please.
independent variable in Cavendish experiment?
Please note, Dawn's position has changed. He's now talking to the folks that are not there. Look at this man. Look, you know. See how
We
they
have
are?
to talk to the
They
folks,
change
Jin,
like the wind.
in
They
case one
change
person
like the
listens back
wind.
to this episode in the future. Remember,
No integrity. No integrity with these guys. They change like the wind.
Babs might listen back in the future to the episode,
I
so I have
began.
to say what I have
I
to say.
began
I'll tell
addressing
you,
you from
John,
the
that
very start. I didn't
yeah,
agree
we've
with you
confirmed multiple times that YouTube is actually not showing the real number of viewers. We had like 7 of us on earlier, and it was showing 1 viewer. I also I've tested this before as well. So whatever the viewers are showing on the YouTube are not accurate.
There you go.
Yeah, you're being shadow banned for some
done, or it could be
reason.
more.
Yeah,
I
it's
think they
shadow
actually
banned.
admit
What?
that. I think they admit they don't show
kinda
the real
think-
numbers.
No, they shadow ban and they mute people and delete discords, but I kind of trust them. That's kind of silly.
I mean, I'm not saying there's like 100 people watching or anything, but there
No,
might
no,
be.
no.
There's more than it's showing.
Yeah, like I said, I
But they do have algorithm to weed out for example view bots, and they have systems to remove view bots, for example.
Okay, well,
But real viewers, I'm not sure.
What?
Speaking of the numbers speaking of Flat Earth Rising and the numbers, in Brazil we have 900,000 new members in Brazil.
Let me ask him a question. Do you guys agree? Should YouTube censor Flat Earth? Yes or no?
No, they should not be censoring
Good
anything.
evening,
Here's another question: should YouTube censor anything at all? Period.
Yes. Yeah, they should.
Oh, really? You think they should be like the government power of censoring what you can and cannot have
like
access
murders
to?
and shit.
I mean,
Don't watch
censoring-
show murders.
Imagine they had a video there being like, "Here's how to make anthrax." Like, wouldn't you be like? And then it's not censorship unless the government does it. So, do you think anybody should be able to say anything? Like, if you had a platform called ET's Home and you allowed people to make comments on there, and then they started commenting your like home address and suggesting that you did super inappropriate things with super inappropriate people. And it
So
wasn't
where do
true.
we
Don't you
draw?
think that should
Where
be
do we
illegal?
draw the line? And like on COVID information, a lot of people get censored for even talking about that. Like, okay,
Yeah,
and when
that's a
it
tricky
comes
one.
to anthrax,
Where do you
when
do
it
it?
comes
I think
to
it's a tricky one.
anthrax, when it actually comes to anthrax, you will find that the CIA's name is closely associated with that. No civilian civilian has ever made anthrax and put it into the population to harm. No civilian has done that. When you look at this anthrax,
he's absolutely right about that.
Yeah.
How would you
They
prove
found
that?
the origins of that anthrax, and it was in such a small microscopic form that it could only have been made in a very tight scientific laboratory, not in someone's bathtub or something. Meaning, like you're welcome. Yeah, I know most people don't know that, but what the takeaway from that is that the government basically released a form of anthrax upon the population. And if you think about that, that's fucking insane.
And that's
who we're dealing with
trust
here.
your government.
And that was in 2001, I think, just after 9/11. And so that's about 20 years ago now. And so now we have this whole COVID thing. You don't think they do pull the same fucking thing?
What
Of course they would.
does anthrax actually do?
You could die.
Yeah.
It's a serious poison. You could die if you get a serious dose of it.
Yeah, if you get a serious dose and you inhale it, it's all over for you.
It's a very powerful thing. Yeah. It's like fentanyl. If you get too much of it in your system, you die. That's why you have that fentanyl epidemic in the United States now.
I thought anthrax was biological. I thought it was like some.
I think it is
bacteria.
So,
It's a bacteria.
Serious infection, bacteria. Yeah, Bacillus anthracis.
And I think it's like it's somewhere you can also exist in like nature. So it can like I have heard about like ice thawing and then animals getting infected by anthrax. So they have to like burn it.
it can be manipulated by humans, though. Like in labs, they've screwed with it, and they found out ways that they've weaponized it. Basically,
So
I don't know how they did it.
That's right. If it's happening in the wild, it is not due to nature, because nature does not concoct such things. It's man's intervention. Yeah.
Hang on.
Nature doesn't concoct. Is the new gin statement, just so I can understand it, that nature doesn't concoct deadly things? Is that it?
Hang on.
No, he said
Ebola.
such thing.
Yeah,
HIV.
I doesn't concoct. So what things does it concoct in comparison? What it doesn't?
Well, poisonous venom in snakes. Yeah, fine. You know.
Okay, so it does concoct some deadly things. Where does it stop?
Natural, but that's natural, isn't it? That's natural.
But you're defining what's natural and not natural based on what you think is natural and not natural.
No, it's what I know. It's what I know, not what I think.
Right.
So. What I know.
Yeah.
We don't carry.
Here's an example.
We carry knowledge.
Here's an example.
Other
We
people
carry
should
knowledge,
listen to
sir.
Jim and become less confident in flat Earth.
No, you're just being really arrogant there. Like Fukushima in Japan, that's not natural. That is human behavior gone wrong.
Bless the heliocentrist who's totally indoctrinated and retarded. He cannot think straight.
Well, I think deadly things exist in nature. That's
Well, of course,
the
nobody said there wasn't.
claim I'm going to hold.
Why do you
Nobody
want to
said
believe
that
in things you cannot prove?
Wacky belief I got over
Why do you
here.
want to do that? Why do you want to do that?
So much stuff that comes out of the earth, like asbestos or cyanide.
Yeah, it's totally true.
Cyanide is
You're right.
synthetic, though.
You're not
Cyanide is
wrong.
synthetic, though.
You're not wrong. I don't know what's your argument.
But bacteria was found in nature. You didn't have to make it.
Yeah, you're right. There's deadly things out in nature for sure, and they'll kill you.
Yes. Bacteria can strengthen,
Mhm.
germs can strengthen your immune system. So let's not get over.
Water can both nourish and drown you. This is exciting.
Yeah,
We're getting into the deep shit here.
Or if you drink, no, you're just being an idiot now. But like dirty, contaminated water can kill you if you drink old water. Mm-hmm.
Sure, yeah. Hammers can both crush a skull and build a house.
Yep, a 5-year-old knows that. So what's your point?
It's about the government releasing anthrax, not about this in the weeds.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude, go look up that anthrax
Nice
cover
try,
up from
all the
2005,
Globers.
dude. It's fucked up. Dude, this really has nothing to do with flat Earth at all. But man, that whole anthrax scare thing, dude, that whole thing has been torn
Government
apart.
tyranny, like the Tuskegee experiment where they
Exactly.
tested black unknowingly, or
Exactly.
MK where they tested on military and unknowns or other civilians and all these other
So
operations.
that use of bacteria demonstrates that bacteria doesn't exist. I gotcha.
Nobody said that. You're just
No
being
one
an
said
idiot.
that. No one said that.
This anthrax was actually the first bacteria used to prove germ theory.
Yes. That the
Of
right
viruses.
dishonorable gentleman's indoctrination is coming through. Objection.
No,
Objection.
their
separation
only
anxiety.
attempt to divert from government tyranny is to go into these the weeds and red herrings, straw mans, and make up shit. And yeah, so
Make up shit? What do you think about? Really? You think
no,
people
not
make up
you.
shit?
No, he said something
Very
about
sad
things
indeed.
not existing when we weren't talking about. We were talking about how the government released anthrax and
Okay.
HIV, and
Uh-huh.
he's taking it some other direction. But
Oh, what other direction? Let's go that other
direction.
direction. Is it real or is it
what
not?
They do. They can't be.
That is what they do. But what direction were we heading in? or whatever.
Towards
No,
integrity.
he said he was saying none of it exists.
An
or he
awakening.
believe it exists. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. There is an awakening, and that's why we're having this conversation now. A lot of people now know about all this bullshit with the this is like just a tip of the iceberg. We got the chemtrails and the fluoride and Monsanto, and which is like poisoning all our food. And now the crematories are. This is one that really gets me. The crematories are putting I don't know the process exactly, but turning dead bodies and putting them down into sewage plants, and then they get that turns into fertilizer to spray all over the food that we eat.
Why would they do such a thing? What is that going on about?
Well, it's almost evil, is what I think it is. But you know what else is crazy? Check this out. If you're in the United States, well, I'm not personally, but I still find the United States interesting. Like half of the states, it's like 20 or 30 of the states out of the 50 have legalized fertilizing their food crops with waste that is known to have human, I don't know what you even call that, crematory waste in it. Look it up, dude. It's fucked up. It's crazy. This is new level of shit.
Crazy,
it's
man.
highly
That's
disturbing, but it's happening. It's happening. It's crazy. I know. Look it up. It's very real.
And let's not forget the shock to rock your world. The jet. What's it called? The jet line. The jet line fuel. You know the fuel. The jet fuel scandal. The jet fuel scandal, where their planes are not really using so much fuel like they tell us they are. They're running on air, those engines.
Well, I don't know about that. What's that all about?
Of course, they need air to use. What?
Jen, I've never heard about that. Tell us about it.
Probably true, though.
Well,
we might as well just accept it.
Yeah,
maybe I'll accept it. But what do you mean? Like both of you guys, like both tell your points. But Jen, what did you mean on that last point?
Well, it's turned out that jet airliners, you know, the planes, they don't use as much fuel as they reckon they do, and they've been running on the air all these years. We've been ripped off, and I'm going to post the videos that are related to this subject matter. For example, take the
fascinating.
A380. Yeah, you know the A380. Yeah, when you look at the wingspan, okay, and the amount of fuel, they say it can hold 260,000 liters. Okay, the question is, where would you put all that fuel? When you look at the wings of this aircraft, it doesn't look like it could hold that fuel. Where do they put
which
the fuel?
aircraft? Shall we do the maths on this? This sounds like fun.
They did it. Yeah. I'm going
I think we
which
did this
aircraft?
one time. I did this calculation one time.
The A380.
Every time I've ever investigated a single claim Jin's made, it's just immediately debunkable. That's why.
Come on, F you, man. Jin's a really smart guy. He knows this shit.
No,
He says things that are so eminently debunkable like this. Which aircraft, Jin? Go on.
Yeah, well, I've heard this conspiracy before as well. They're talking about the latest airplanes,
yeah.
not all the ones, and they're using some type
The
of
pumpkins are actually watermelons that are holding their breath.
Do you think chemtrails are just contrails? Do you believe that
What
too?
they say is they're using some type of compressed air technology.
Right. Which aircraft can't hold the amount of fuel it says it can?
Air. It's going to use compressed air.
Compressed air is going to take up more
It's air in the atmosphere. Why do you need?
What's the idea behind the whole thing anyway? Like, what's the idea?
Why do you need? You have air around you. Why do you need to compress it?
I mean,
Just
okay,
take it
no,
from
like
outside.
explain it to me like I'm a 10-year-old. Like, what's the point? Either way.
I think the point is the engines are way more efficient than they tell you, because they're actually utilizing the air itself.
Oh, so they're like,
They
is
are
it
indeed.
like
That is true.
So they're
They are
taking a
indeed
bunch of
utilising
like
the air itself.
money,
I mean,
pretending like they have to
as
have all
a
this
fuel.
gasoline or something.
The point
They're
would
using
probably be overcharging like they do with every single item that they sell.
Or every car in the world. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I've
But they're
always thought it
charging
was
you
weird.
for potentially gas that's not even there. Or
I'm
they're
sad we can't check this aircraft
I always
out.
thought it was weird. Every time I went on a plane, often I've been right next to one of the wings, And I'm like, really? You can fly across half the world in one of these things, like, and it can feed off this small amount of gasoline or whatever
Yeah, well,
liquid.
I once took an airplane from Auckland to Christchurch, and it was quite a long trip. But there were only 3 people on the plane, and there were $49 tickets. So I mean, any logical company wouldn't really want to fly that flight. They just say, "No, flight's cancelled." But you know,
Yeah. Well, I saw a video of a guy just yesterday. He was the only person on an international flight, I think, going from London to Florida. Pretty crazy.
I've posted a link, gentlemen, to the relative topic matter. Jet fuel hoax. Check it out. You will be shocked.
I will look at that.
You will
Maybe I will
believe
be.
anything.
No, man, don't come down on him like that, man. Jin's a really smart guy, man.
He's going to be shocked. He will be shocked, without a doubt.
Well, just because the video says it, but I mean, like, when you say you will be shocked, a lot of people are like, I will. Then they have a defense mechanism, and they're like, then they put up their defenses, and they're like, well, now I'm gonna disprove this. But I mean, like, no, like, I like to watch every video with an open mind and a good sense of discernment. But
you know, Jin once sent Banned or Bandit video, and it was obvious that he only read the title because he only reads the title that supports him, really. Because
That
when
was,
he actually sent that
that was
video,
just the other day. That was
do you remember?
Court finds that there is no proof of no evidence for flat Earth.
Dude,
And then
I've sent
then the
articles
link
to-
said lawyer here explains
Would be
X.
slander because I told you it ain't.
You can ask
was good,
Banned or
wasn't it,
Bandit.
Button?
He's not a global.
Yeah, I mean, you can go. It's on the live stream recording. You can just go back and look at it. It's like 2 days ago.
Jin is just trying to defend himself. You misled a flat earther, even, and even Banned or Bandit himself admitted you misled him.
I'm stating a fact that it was clickbait. That was my deliberate chance to get you to look at
Deception.
it. Even I fell for the clickbait. I fell for it, but it's still proof.
He talks
proves
about
the truth that
deception
we
so
can see
much, and he deceives.
Come on, guys.
Remember-
We're all adults here. Don't let people talk. Don't cut them off and be weird so that their bandwidth doesn't get all fucked up. Let them talk.
Can I guess from you? What you got it?
I got a question for the airplane. I've always wondered about these airplanes. Where's the energy come from? Because you know some of those planes go like 700 miles per hour.
Supposedly the engines.
Yeah. I understand that. I'm asking like, where's the energy? So in order to pay for a plane, they have to buy energy in order to move the plane. That's where most of the money goes to. I think it's jet fuel or some type of fuel. That's where the energy comes from. My idea, but where does it come from if it's compressed air? How is there enough energy to make the plane go like 500 to 700 miles per hour?
It's untold.
I don't know if it's unsolvable. I think it makes sense that they're just burning fuel.
Watch it.
Well, how does it fly if the jet fuel is a hoax?
Well, that's once it gets up into the air, it doesn't require that much fuel to run. The
That's true.
compressed
You're
air and the
roboting.
forward thrust keeps it going.
Your microphone is roboting.
Yeah, it's basically floating. Okay. It's basically floating down the entire time, and that's why when you go on an aircraft, you feel like every 20 or 30 minutes or so, you feel like a movement. That's the plane adjusting, as far as I understand, for that whole thing.
Does it find a consistent altitude whenever it's cruising altitude?
Well, yeah, in a basic amount, like generally speaking, I think it does. It reaches that peak, that key amount, which I think is usually around 30 to 35,000 feet, and it likes to hover around there for probably something to do with the atmosphere, and then it goes down. Yeah,
But how does it go up in the first place?
It blasts off with the engines.
So it's not a hoax. What's this video about then?
I don't know what that post is. I'm not watching it right now, but I don't know.
The question isn't how does it stay aloft. We know that you don't need fuel for it to stay aloft, like as long as like a kite, for instance. It's how
Yeah,
it
exactly.
goes forward.
That's why the airplane is designed like that with its wings. The aerodynamics do a lot of the
Yeah,
work.
but how does it move forward?
At the
Yeah,
engine.
but that's the thing. In order to stay up due to aerodynamics, it has to move forward. Otherwise, it's not going to.
No, but I
move
mean,
up.
like, you know, if it's like a kite, it'll be aimlessly like catching wind, right?
With
It'll go
no
wherever the wind
offense
kind of
to
carries it.
okay,
How is
with
it
no
going forward to a specific destination?
with no
Is what I'm
offense
asking to these guys.
to anyone or with no offense to anyone, that's why we have like aero engineers and everything. Like they've already gone through this
Appeal
like
to
decades
authority.
ago,
Yeah.
and they understand
And
like how that
they design
works.
wings to
an appeal
put
to
fuel
authority.
in, and it's all fine.
Well, I mean, airplanes exist. Like, I don't have all the answers, but I know airplanes exist. So,
But no, my point is, if you trust aero engineers have done their job, maybe they've
yeah.
just made planes that run on fuel, and the fuel fits in the wings.
Well, I mean, that could be a massive lie. Yeah, and I haven't watched that video that Jin posted, so I don't know what that's about. But I mean, I'm pretty sure airplanes fly off gasoline engines. I think so.
Yeah, E.T., you need to look into the video and see. Of course, they're going to need fuel to take off initially, but when they're flying over these long distances, they're not using as much fuel because the fuel cannot fit in the plane, especially with the A bus 380. You know, the double decker.
Why would anyone lie about this? Why would anyone lie about it? It works.
Well, they've been lying.
that's a
Why would they lie about us? Why would
different
they lie
topic.
about the Earth being a ball? And it's a
You're
flat
just
Earth.
saying everything is a lie at this point. The
Everything
ants
is a
don't
lie.
even-
Yes.
You know, the dodo bird never
Everything is a
existed.
lie. Yes.
No, that's a
monkeys don't
whole different
Jin,
conversation.
let me ask you the question again.
Let's stick with the airplanes. I like
Hold up,
the
let me ask you the
airplane
question
thing.
again, Jin. So you have a kite,
Yeah.
right? The kite
Yeah.
will catch wind. It'll stay aloft, going aimlessly wherever the wind takes it, right?
Yeah.
Our planes aren't doing that. Our planes are going to specific destinations, right?
Yeah, correct.
So how is it thrusting forward? Like you have no problem with it staying aloft. Like I
No.
agree with you. You could thrust,
Yeah.
like you take off, it could stay aloft. But how is it going to a specific destination without fuel to propel it forward?
Okay.
Maybe it's all.
Can I?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Let me answer now.
No, I'm putting myself on mute. I'm sorry, I accidentally talked. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, as the aircraft is moving forward, it's sucking in the air and it's being compressed in the engine and thrust out. That's what's happening. That's the simplest explanation I can give you.
It's a good answer. It is a good answer.
And if you watch the video, that's exactly what they say, and they show it to you and explain it.
Okay.
There are several videos I've posted. Several. You need to watch them all.
I'll check them out.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Because I couldn't believe it myself. And guess when I discovered this?
Be slowing the plane down.
Yeah.
That's why they angle it upwards.
Merle was with us. This was one of the documentaries that me, Merle, and the guys on the Hangouts back in 2017 we were talking about on the Hangouts. Okay, this was a very big topic matter. We studied this for several months. This gasoline jet fuel hoax. Several
How
months
did you
we looked into this.
Did you?
Let me ask this question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why wouldn't that slow the plane down? Like, if you understand how forces work, if you're taking in the air and it's compressing it by means of pushing forward onto the air, then the energy that you're going to use to thrust forward is not going to equal the energy that you just used in order to, or the forces acting against the plane. You're going to end up with less